Alright, I'm going to be talking. It's about the normal volume I usually try to talk during the broadcast while keeping this level of energy. Still haven't touched my food because I'm going through the banter channel and writing down my favorite comments. I was digging through I remember there being spicy banter last week. I did not remember that some of the Wolves players are very toxic. A couple of the Wolves players are a little toxic.
For life, I hold on to every coming.
Welcome, everybody, for tonight's broadcast of the VAD semifinals. Victoris Amateur Draft League. We're here in semifinals. We're back. We're really close to the end. It's this week, and then finals are next week, and we will have our winner. But before we get to the winners, we gotta go through a couple more matches, and those are the ones we'll be playing this week. I am your host, Becky Rita. Joining me, as always, are Huey Yoshikage and Arlen. Huey, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing good, man. I can't believe we're at the end of the season already. It feels like we just started like last week. I cannot believe we've had over 5+ weeks of some seriously gaming and a couple upsets actually offline. So we get into those a little bit. We got finals coming up, and I don't know. I really don't know where we're gonna go yet.
Yeah, I don't know where we're going either. Arlen, do you happen to know where we're going?
To the finals, probably.
Hey.
If I had to, yes. You know,
that's a great guess, but we may be going to the finals, but we have to figure out which of these teams are going to be going with us into that finals showcase. But before we get into that, as a reminder, make sure, if you're curious, type !giveaway in chat for information about the RP giveaway, because we're giving out some Riot points in a raffle at the end of the split during the award show. So you're gonna want to get in on that action. Make sure you're gambling on your favorite team or the team you think you're gonna win, or whenever you see a Garen, just go all in, because that's the key to victory. That's how I've made and lost all of my money. You know, I have put in one raffle ticket. I have not been able to save me some other raffle tickets, but I've got the one. Well, you know, that's more than zero, as it were. More than zero. So, last week, if we want to take a look at the playoff bracket, we can get a look at the results of last week's 2 matches. We have, on the top side, we saw the match between the Dragons and the Sharks, where the Sharks bared their teeth and shred through the hard scales of the Dragons, taking a 2-0 win. On the other side of the bracket, off-stream, the Wolves flanked and outmaneuvered the Bandit Tricksters, taking a 2-0 of their own against me predicting the Bandits, which really was not a smart prediction. You know, I literally just ignored all the stats and went based on feelings. And as we know, that's not a good way to go about doing predictions.
No, sir.
You kind of want to like actually put some thought into it. But, you know, I said that the Wolves had no chance last week, and, you know, I disrespected them. And to that, I do not apologize, because you don't have a chance this week. Anyways.
Wow. Wow. Jeez. That was rough there.
Look, it's fine. I'm just goofing around. I'm just having a laugh. So Arlen or Huey, what do you think about the result of the Bandits Wolves match? Is that sort of what you expected?
No, honestly, it's weird. The thing is, Wolves were really strong in the beginning, really strong, and then like mid-season, towards like from the last 2 weeks, just kind of fallen like short. Like, I don't know what happened, honestly. But with the Bandits, with the clean 2-0, I don't know if I would say I expected it. Honestly, let's be real. I don't always expect the 2-0, especially in playoffs. During the regular season, there's no real set seeding yet. So for that point, there, it's like I expect 2-0 shutouts then and there. In playoffs, I really actually never expect a 2-0. So, yeah, there you go. I didn't expect it.
Yeah. How about you, Arlen? What do you think about that result?
Well, I can't talk so much about the particulars of the game, but I will say that I always thought the Wolves and Bandits were, relatively close in strength, so I can't say I'm surprised that the Wolves came out on top. I thought, of
Yeah.
course, it would be just that little bit closer, like you were saying. You never really expect
Mhm.
the 2-0 unless it's, number one and number two seed, who automatically get a bye, so that's kind of irrelevant. So, yeah, can't say I expected it, but can't say, it wasn't always a possibility in my mind. And I was like, if they
Yeah.
do it, good for them. If they didn't, well, they have next year, of course.
Yeah, speaking of those 1 and 2 seeds, those are our they're playing this week. They're back in the mix in the semifinals. And
Yeah.
the off-stream match, we're just going to talk about that briefly. We have Sharks versus Hammerheads. And yeah, this is going to be a very... On the surface, I feel like this is a very one-sided... A lot of people think this is a very one-sided match, because although the Sharks, they came off a very, very confident victory over the Dragons, and they showed some really they showed some flexible players, at least like strategies where they can approach who to go through who to carry. Although Napquan sort of put it on their back during that series. Actually, I wish I could remember more of the series. I know Napquan does well. I think he did well in the series last week, but to be honest, all these games, they go by so quickly. It's hard to remember.
It's a blur sometimes too. Don't forget, we're here for like 2 months, man. Like it's a big blur. Big blur.
And the main thing, however, is Sharks did not take a match off Hammerheads during the regular season. The first 2 Shark Bowls went in Hammerheads' favor. But the Sharks were consistently, compared to the rest of the teams the Hammerheads fought, the Sharks were actually a very solid match. I looked back through those couple of games while I was crunching average game time, and I noticed that the Sharks always push the Hammerheads to their limits in their games. So we're not going to be able to see this series, but I think it's going to be a lot closer than maybe people expect. It could just be a 3-0 because the Hammerheads are, on paper and in practice, the better team, but I think it'll be a very close 3-0, if that.
Never mind.
How
is it close but 3-0?
Well, consider like the score may not be close, the game score may not be close, but the games themselves are close.
Okay, fair enough.
Gotcha.
I
was like, wait a minute, like it's a 3-0. I mean, like, I guess.
Yeah, sometimes you have those series where,
like,
sometimes you have those series, where one team just they get the wins despite the fact that every game could have gone either way.
Yeah, I do agree with that. So for today,
yes,
I'm very, very excited to bring it on through here.
Yes.
Outlaws! I gotta say, Outlaws, I really gotta give it to them. They came like from the back, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
It was a very surprise turnaround for their playoff lock-in. So I really think they have that big motivation. They're pushing. They got that drive. I want to see if they can continue pushing it through today through the Wolves. I don't know, though. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's actually...
Yeah, this Wolves versus Outlaws matchup, if we can get a look at these stats, comparing these two teams, these are regular season stats. We do not have playoff stats included. But like you said, the Outlaws, they went through a major shakeup in the middle of the season because of what happened with their former mid laner and all of that. So their week 3 was really rough. But after that, they pulled out a 7-2 record in the second round robin that would have been likely would have been an 8-1 if they had not just given the game over to Sharks due to the fact that it didn't really matter and they didn't want to play it, because it would not have affected their score. It would not have affected their placing at all, so they just FF'd the game versus Sharks. So despite all those issues, the team fought their way to second place, and I may be discounting the Outlaws a lot, but here's a fun fact. The last time we saw the Outlaws on stream, it was in week 3. We have not streamed one of
Wow.
their games since week 3.
You think they're nervous? Like when they're like, hey, you're on stream, does it change it a bit?
I will say that in the banter chat, our good friend B-Pots posted, yeah, even Victoris is against us and doesn't want to show everyone how well we can play on stream.
Oh,
So,
true. True.
so you know, we'll see if that is the case. But the Wolves, although they had sort of a drop-off towards the end of the second round robin, they are still a very competent team and a very strong team, and they need to be respected, and the Outlaws are going to have to show them respect if they want to get out of this series and make it into the finals. Another fun fact, Wolves had a match of theirs broadcast 4 out of the 6 weeks. Outlaws only had 2 weeks where they had a game. So, unlucky. But we can, there are a couple of matchups while we wait to get into draft here. There are a couple of matchups I wanted to take a look at. First is what I think will be a a matchup that will determine a lot of how this series goes once we get past 15 minutes, and that is the top lane match between Lindblom and Feathers and Fur.
Oh boy.
Lindblom, I think, is a very maybe underrated player compared to the rest of the players on his team. Maybe doesn't get the respect that he does deserve, and is able to play really well against a lot of different top laners. And last week in particular, Lindblom played really well despite getting banned out frequently. Feathers and Fur, on the other hand, is one of our top stats champions, sitting near the top of the KDA charts, almost all split long, and able to showcase really great performances on tank top laners in particular, and has the highest CS per minute at 8.45, which is rather impressive.
It ain't much, but it's honest work.
Look, he's picking Ornn, he's hitting the W key, he's killing the minion wave. You gotta respect the hustle.
You got to, man. And he's just hanging out. Listen, he's hanging out. He's biding his time, especially playing those tank characters. You have to get your build going. You have to get your set pieces before you're optimized and ready to go. So that honestly, the stats show themselves how he works.
Yeah. So, well, I think one thing to point out about, sorry, Arlen, do you have any thoughts here about this matchup? I've been sort of just talking over you, and I want to make sure that you're the brains of this operation here. We're both just loud. Why don't you provide some brain power to what we are looking at, maybe expecting to see in the top lane?
So, I mean, we're obviously expecting to see, a tank come out from Feathers of Fur and Ornn, but one thing I just want to highlight from the stats that while he does have high CS, while he does use the gold effectively, and vision effectively, and he has a high KDA, it doesn't really show that in the kill participation, which I think is interesting. Like, you look at his stats and you expect more of a duelist player, right? You expect more of a brawler player, someone who plays the Darius, the Garen, the Alawi, the Diora, the Irelia, the one who just stays in topside, looks for solo kills, looks to fight constantly. But having such relatively low kill participation on the top laner, someone who especially plays Ornn, I want to see him overcome that particular stat. I want to see it really close to 100%, especially if he's going to be playing Ornn, because he really wants to be a core nucleus of every single play that his team makes, because it's just such a strong champion. Doesn't really matter what tank he plays, whatever tank they opt to give him. That's what I'm especially looking to come up from Feathers of Fur here.
Yeah, and speaking of kill participation, another matchup I want to look at here is in the jungle between Hoppin and Usain. And I do want to point out that at the start of the season, week 2, Hoppin said, I am going to be MVP. I'm going to have the best stats in the league. Didn't quite make that mark towards the end of the season, but still a very strong player and a very dangerous one at that. And has 72.25 kill participation in the jungle role, along with 7.14 CS per minute. So not only is he hitting really good CS numbers, but he's able to make so many things happen around the map. Hoppin facilitates so much. But on the other hand, Usain has a really high number of personal kills. Maybe the KDA doesn't represent, because it's a lot of more on an edge plays, a lot more deaths, but also more kills as a result. So Usain is able to go in there, plays a lot of aggressive junglers like Graves, like Xin Zhao, and try to put the game on his back rather than maybe, and also enabling his team, because 64.46, pretty good kill participation as well. But I think that Usain is a very aggressive player, and it'll be a very interesting matchup to see these two. What are your two thoughts about this jungle match and what we can expect to see?
Usain, I'm a little worried for Usain just for the champion pool and the aggressive characters that he picks. If Usain does not get the ball rolling, what is their next play? Because you need Feathers and Fur to kind of scale. You need Southern Warrior to go to keep himself going, and then if 69 gets picked up there, it's an issue. It's a very very difficult issue here. So I like how Usain does it. I'm worried of the process though and the execution.
Yeah. Arlen, do you have any jungle thoughts here on these two matchups, or any other thoughts you want to point out for
For
ooh,
this match.
yeah, for this
Um,
matchup. I was just informed that I have the wrong logo for the graphics. We had VRD instead of VAD. Don't look at that.
nice,
Don't look at
nice,
that.
nice.
Yeah, I
Definitely,
look.
definitely
I
not
didn't
looking
Don't
at
notice
look!
when I was
Don't look!
copying them.
Don't look! Don't look!
um, just to point some things out. Hoppin versus Usain, they both have super high kill participation, which signals to me, just points out to me, they kind of are what the team is looking to revolve around. Both sides, right? Both sides of the team really want to have the junglers involved no matter what. So that means the jungle draft, like when we get into the draft, what champions, what these two are piloting are going to be so integral to the draft. And of course, what's also going to be integral to that is the mid lane matchup. So we're looking at the mid jungle matchup as duos right there to really come through and shine for either squad if they hope to take game 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5, depending on if we go that far, right? So get humping on a good champion, get range tops on a good mid laner that works well with this champion, and more than likely we're going to see the Outlaws take game 1. Vice versa for the Wolves, and I think, yeah, probably get a good support in there as well, just to bolster up that those two duos.
Alrighty.
All right. Well, with that being said, we are ready to get into draft. Will we see the Outlaws take the 3-0 as predicted by the captain of the Wolves? Or will
Ooh.
the Wolves go against their own prediction and bring home a victory for their team going into finals against the winner of the other side of the bracket? I'm going to throw it over to you two, and we can go into this first match between the Outlaws and the Wolves. Take it away, lads.
What is up, everybody? We are here, game 1. Outlaws with pick and bans going off at top lane, being targeted already for Wolves side. Let's see if they match up or if they go more towards the general options there, which is going for the ADC, the bot lane, and taking away those first round beautiful picks.
Yeah, even though the Jinx nerfs came through and really targeted her early in, it's just not enough to move her out of the meta. She is just too much of a mainstay, too much of an insurance policy for each team to realistically give up. We've seen the resurgence of Kai'Sa. I think that might be a folly on most people's part. I think she's a really good mid laner. I think she's so strong in the mid lane role. I don't think she's anywhere near strong enough to be picked in the AD carry role, because at that point, why not just pick any other crit ADC who hits 3 items and will pop you? Ezreal, we only see in specific circumstances. Lucian, we only see with Nami, and I don't think it's enough to pick him. Zeri was nerfed pretty ridiculously hard. I don't think she's pickable anymore, and I think realistically, it's looking mostly at the Jinx, Aphelios. Not even so much Caitlyn. They nerfed her, or what's the word? Wave clear so horrifically. She's kind of now in the role. I think Samir is something that we need to keep a lookout for. Tristana has seen a lot of priority in the LCK as well. And Xayah, even with all the buffs coming up through for Xayah, I think she's still only like a solid B tier champion. She's not quite reaching the realm of Aphelios or Jinx if you can play them. But speaking of all that, we do see the first pick Jinx coming out. So now from the Wolves, I really want to see them grab maybe an Ashe, maybe a Aphelios. Varus has seen some buffs come through, but I don't think it's enough to blind pick him in this regard. But
Ooh,
completely disregarding all that.
spicy pick. I like this.
Very
Like,
spicy pick coming through.
This is a flex pick right now, but I feel this is going towards the bot lane Twitch. I don't know necessarily the entire matchup onto that, but for the most part, I still feel more comfortable with the excuse me, with the Jinx pick. Viger being taken picked for mid lane there. I like the control pick, but you're blind picking there for mid lane. I'm not too sure about that pick there round 2. It's not that big of a pick, or that vital of a pick that it will feel that he's necessarily need to be picked up or worried that he will be banned. So a little shaky on that.
I think Vigar is a really, really, really good blue 3 or an R3, maybe even R5, depending on, you know, if you can sneak it through the second round ban phase. I don't mind him in the R2 role, but it's like you said, it's just too little information to go off, and if you blind him like this, you leave yourself open to really strong counter picks, such as the Zed coming through. So this just makes 100% sense to me, right? You know,
instantly. The thing is, it's
just
like
good.
as you should, you should. You have the info. You see it already. 2 picks already for Market Def are fantastic. You got the Twitch. You got the Viger pick. You have the Braum follow up with the Jinx. Your bot lane secured. Your mid lane secured. Now you're still blind picking into the team for Wolves. The only counter you're going to get from here now is support, which, I mean, you go into the Yuumi, which I love Yuumi. I don't like the Yuumi Twitch matchup though.
Yeah, you know, going back to the bot lane, I think the Wolves had a real opportunity to bamboozle everybody, and I think they really could have taken advantage of that. I think they could have flexed the Vigar into the bot lane. It actually would have done so well into this Braum Jinx lane.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a really good call, because I would have thrown...
Yeah, forced the Zed into a relatively bad matchup. Anything you want to toss him into, he would have gotten smashed by, and I think that's such a smart thing that they kind of missed out on, but they can definitely still win this mid lane matchup if they opt for a tankier Vigar build. 2 damage items into pure tank, and Vigar just never dies to anyone on the Outlaw squad, even when he's the last person taking everyone's damage.
There is still Hourglass. There's Everfrost there too for him. So I mean,
no. I'm talking tank Vigar. That's
you said full. Oh, okay, okay.
2 damage items into full tank. That is the play. That's some Vigar V2 check right there. You know, that's a spicy stuff. But getting into second round bans here. Taking 2 junglers off the board from the Wolves, and the Outlaws, their focus is more on the top side, taking away the Ornn, taking away more than likely another dueler or another tank. I'd probably say Scion is a good one to take away from Feathers and Fur, but we'll have to see what the Outlaws want to do. Shogat wouldn't be bad either.
I like the call here, focusing for Hop in there, making sure that he has to kind of swim a little bit, taking the Graves off the board, and forcing Hussein off some comfort picks too. Actually, scratch that, I'm sorry. Taking some picks away from Hop in there, and then taking Graves away for Hussein. I like that there. I also like the Ornn, the Cho'Gath, forcing Feathers and Fur out of his comfort picks there. Gonna show the Trundle, which I'm gonna assume there's gonna be for Feathers there. Jungle still has to be shown here. They do have a counter pick here right now, and they will show for the jungle.
Yeah, I think that Trundle more than likely is going to go into the jungle, just the way they banned away the Nidalee, they banned away the Diana.
Oh yeah, no, that might be a good
that
call.
Trundle is 100% more than likely going into the jungle. But Lilia, a super good pick into the Trundle, even with his pillar to try to slow her, to try to stop her movement. She's still going to dance around him, she's still going to sleep him, and she's still going to make his life so difficult. So I think you have to give this mid-jungle matchup, which we were saying was so pivotal to the course of every single game going forward, over to the Outlaws. Their jungle mid both win in a 1v1 situation, and they, using those strengths, they can win in 2v2 situation. And I think that sort of strength that they just have that can move around the map and make it so difficult, they can just push all the resources into the Jinx, push all the resources into the Zed, and I find it super difficult for the Wolves to win this game unless they show us like an amazing hard carry in the top side that just disrupts the Shin's sort of momentum. And I'm pretty sure it gets even worse if that's a Kang.
Yeah. And so locked in there, that's going to be the Trundle top, like I said. No. um, yeah. I mean, unless Kane top, maybe, but right? That doesn't sound right, honestly, at all. Actually, we're getting a little call. It's actually Yumi top, ladies and gentlemen. No, I'm just kidding, just kidding.
Sure.
But I don't know. I honestly feel Outlaws really ran off with this. The early Viger pick from the Wolves was very interesting to say the least, but then to lock in next Yumi there doesn't make a lot of sense there. If you were going to go for the spicy play, like you were mentioning, Arlen, with the Viger support, that'd have been perfect. You would have taken everyone by storm,
Mhm.
and you definitely would have been able to do something. Braum would have been countered. The Zed was shown for mid, could easily put a mid Zed counter there, and then show for jungle and top at the same time, and it would have been a lot better draft. This draft, I don't know.
Yeah.
It feels solo queue to me.
Yeah, the best pick on the Wolves draft, I think, that they really have to be focusing all their resources into is the Twitch, right? He has a positive win rate into the Jinx, not by much. It's only 1 or 2 points, either way. So not a whole lot of variable, but it's a small lead that they can look to blow the game wide open with, because Twitch is known as the anti-AD carry. You can't see him, you can't hit him until it's too late, and the Yumi is just letting it rip on top of you. But I think the Braum is a good answer to that. Blocks a lot of their damage, and as long as he's just in between the Twitch and the Jinx in some capacity, that is enough for them to really turn a fight. But they do have the scaling aspect for the most part on their side. You can say it's a toss-up between who scales harder, the Jinx or the Viger. It really just depends on how good the Viger is, because the Jinx is always really a steady bell curve, where his can spike and dip depending on how good the player is, and whether or not the Zed can really keep him down in the early game. It's more on the Outlaws to lose this draft than it is on them to win it, because they just will win naturally.
Yeah, no, I would have to agree with you. I feel bot lane is very comfortable with the Jinx and Braum pick there. Also for the mid lane, it is a counter, but because it's a counter, it's not a guaranteed win. You don't automatically win the lane just because you have an advantage there. If played inappropriately and caught out extending or trying to to blow up the Viger there, you can get caught out, you can get picked, and Hitstick can start snowballing out of control if possible, if that happens there. So you have to be careful there. Also, Yumi with the scaling with the scaling hit stick there, feather being also to attach to feathers and fur off Trundle, that is massive healing. So now Owls have to break out of their item build, and they have to then go and start building anti-healing, which if the snowball advantage there starts to fall apart, then that can really cause damage there for that team there.
Yeah, speaking of items, it's super interesting. Like I said, the tank Vigar more than likely will win the game coming up from the side of the Wolves, but will he realistically go it? Probably not. Just wants to do as much damage as possible, see those the pretty blue number go up as high as possible, instead of seeing the nice, orange number, I guess, for armor go up and get nice as high as possible. Because like I said, I think the tank build is so uber good for the side of the Wolves right now. They really should be considering it. But everyone else's items, Trundle should realistically build tank, not look to split push. That as much as a wall they can put between the Vigar and the Zed as possible, I think they should be looking to do it. Kane obviously looking to go Red Kane, just really looking again to put a wall between Zed and Shin and Jinx, between Vigar, just sit in the middle of that. And I think it really does well into Shin. It really does well into Lilia, and just allows you to sustain as much Jinx damage as possible. For the side of the Outlaws, Jinx just goes full build, like full damage. Probably looking at a Gale Force. I think Gale Force, just to keep distance, I think is really good here. Braum more than likely on Iron Locket as Solari, just to block as much burst damage from the Twitch and the Vigar. Zed, you're just looking to pop them and get out of there. So I don't even, depends. It depends. If the Vigor goes for a tankier build, then Eclipse could really be work here. But if if you start snowballing early, then Prowler's Claw is your best option for range tops here. And the last two, Lilia, of course, always going that Lysandre's Anguish, and Shin should probably just be investing in Sunfire Cape and really just looking to burn down the front line as much as possible.
Yeah, no. Looking at the channel points predictions here, it's looking like everyone's just about agreeing on the table as well. It is looking pretty good, but let's see, will the Outlaws come out 1-0 very clean, or do the Wolves know something that we don't? As we load into game one, we will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Don't touch that dial. We will be right back.
just want some more. I never felt like this before. It makes your blood run hot. It makes your spit taste sweet. It makes you feel more alive than you have ever been. Why would you die up there when you can live underneath? Dirty little animals. Beautiful cannibals. Slide, shake your bones that if you wanna ride. Throw your head back, make you feel alive. The kind of bad that make you feel good. The kind of home that make you feel right. The little bad that make you feel alive. The kind of spin that really you should. Dirty little animals. The kind of bad that make you feel good. The kind of spin that really you should. Never came, never same. Give it local luck, but when you go under, you won't ever.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Victorious GG. We are here. Semifinals is on the way. Outlaws on blue, Wolves on the red side. Let's see what we're going to start off here. I don't think we're going to get too much action necessarily. The level 1s are decent on each side, but nothing really necessarily locks down that first blood. Besides like taunt, that's about it for the blue side. Red side, not too much either. That's gonna, if anything, they would have to force him out using different abilities, which may cause laning not to be as optimal. So looking at runes and masteries, nothing out of the ordinary. Here, I do like the electrocute pick here on Zed, the Predator on that guy there. Nothing really too much for
Predator
there.
on that guy.
Yeah, he's just that guy now. Yeah, no, that guy hit
Yeah,
stick,
Predator
right?
on that dude.
Why are you changing your name during the middle? Like,
Yeah,
especially like in playoffs too. Like,
yeah, I can't complain truly about anything in this game aside from maybe, um, just maybe the lethal tempo on the Trundle, and hopefully this buff doesn't reset. That's really close, but just maybe the lethal tempo on the Trundle because realistically, the later in the game it gets, who are you going to be hitting that much to actually keep it stacked up? I think you're probably better off just to go grasp in this lane, just trade grasp box with a shin, because like I said, more than likely you want to be a front line. You don't really want to be looking to split push because they will just run your team down with the less bodies you have in a fight. So very nice control here in the bush from 6-inch Sheep, and that's just what you have to do when you're ranged into melee. You just have to try to control the bushes as much as possible.
I think with the pick there. Oh, speaking of jump off, stand behind me is going to go in. There goes the Braum looking for the proc there, gets the proc. Ignite is going to pick. Flash is going to have to be popped there. And the heal, plus exhaust as well. That's 3 thumbs, all for the trade of Sheep's Ignite and Flash. Near kill there as well. Usain just clearing blue side and in route. Hopping gonna make the gank there. Does miss the bowling ball. I'm stuck in, and you just see the power of the counter pick. Ball flash through the gate, out of the gate. First pick up here. 6-inch Sheet's gonna actually get picked up here. Southern Warrior looking kind of scary right now. Umi is gonna be able to get on it, but they won't be able to keep him alive. It will be traded 2-for-1 bot side, 2-for-2 in this game 1.
Yep, and those are the early nerfs of the Jinx coming through as we see a little bit of a trade in the mid lane here. But more importantly, I just want to just show you the differences in focus, right? We see the difference in focus, right? Quite clearly. They went mid with the Lilia, whereas the Kayn just kind of went bot to look up for, the double kill, and that's what both teams are, focusing on. And I like that. They have different styles of focus. One gets the focus getting in the switch ahead, the other wants to get this set ahead so he can one-shot the Twitch no matter what. And I think maybe that focus needs to shift because, like I said, realistically, your main carry is going to be this Vigar. The more you can gank Usain, or more Usain can gank that guy, as we're calling him now, in the mid lane, the better off it's going to be versus ganking Southern Warrior, because at the end of the day, a Twitch, even a Fed Twitch, is more likely going to get one shot by a Fed Zed.
Yeah, no, definitely for sure. You gotta make sure that range top stays down and make sure that he doesn't snowball out of control. One kill is fine. He's gonna be optimized to get his kills and get himself ahead. But for the most part, if he becomes 3-0, 4-0, or beyond, that's when it becomes a dangerous threat. And it won't matter if that guy is fed. He's just going to get one shot there. I do like the call, though, for the bot lane, kind of setting the pace there for them as well. You can start to see the CS shift there as well. 29-13 there. Little bit of a lead there for mid lane as well.
Everywhere across the map, actually. They just have a better CS scores.
Yeah.
One thing they don't have is,
Limblum
proper
going
vision,
for the taunt,
understanding.
looking comfortable, but not having any information onto where Usain is. Flash is going to have to go
Flash too
down,
late.
headed towards River there. The bowling ball is going to hit. Hoppin is here for the counter gate. Flash is going to have to be used as well. Usain with the dash. The bonk coming in from Hoppin, and he is going to be able to pick up Usain on the counter gank and really flip it back for them.
Very, very nice stuff. I had said at the end of my point there that, they're looking for a dive.
Yep, there goes the spin there. Hobson's going to take some of the aggro there. That is a huge minion wave there. So here comes the taunt
he
as
dies.
well.
It's horrible.
Nice trade here as well. Lindblom
He gets
with
it
the
back.
second tower shot, but he will trade it back there. So it doesn't make it a full 2-0, but it will be the 1-2 or the 2-1 trade there.
Oh, man, but look how much the Lily is getting, and look how much of that minion wave was denied for Feathers and Fur there, and that is rough. And look, you can already see the effect of that having Hoppin pulling up with such a huge amount of gold over everybody else in this game. It's going to be hard to stop this Lilia once she gets those long-range bowling balls, as we see.
Ooh, range top going in.
Mid lane.
Nice bop, but unfortunately the gate's going to come down and it's going to be traded. That's the overextension I was talking about. Speaking, you're gonna have to hold that bot lane going on in. Usain is gonna find a gank through the tri wall there. Ignite is gonna come in. United We Stand is gonna come down, but it's not gonna be enough. Ignite proc is gonna go on to Usain. He is very low. The damages are coming down from Shogun and Southern Warrior, but they're not gonna be able to follow through on that complete dive. B-Pots gonna have to be a little careful here. Usain not on any ult here.
And one thing you just have to know when playing Jinx nowadays is those nerfs really hurt her. Like I said at the start of the draft, those nerfs are just so devastating to her early game, and they can't keep fighting or playing aggressively like this without proper ward management, proper vision setup, or else Six and Sheep will keep dying on repeat. And a little bit of a misplay in the mid lane. Range Chops, kind of stepped too far forward when throwing that last shuriken, and it was just enough to put him back into turret range, and that's what allowed that guy to get that kill. And then he successfully has picked up the what's it called? Seeker's Arm Guard. That's right. And the Seeker's Arm Guard is going to be pretty big at nullifying Zed's damage. However, he's going to be missing that huge mana reservoir he's used to in the mid lane or in the mid game. So that's something that they can definitely take advantage of. Force him into long laning phases where he just has to assist CS constantly and use so much mana constantly towards the mid game. He's gonna really feel the burn.
Yeah, speaking of feeling the burn, we are transitioning, getting almost to that mid game, almost there. First dragon to be up will be the Ocean Drake, so that is take off the soul. So that will add on to the healing. And as of right now, I don't see any anti-healing on this side of the Outlaws yet. This is not about the time yet that the healing starts to take effect. But the quicker that you can start getting that anti-healing in, the faster you can get back to your build. And it is definitely needed. Feathers of Fur being on Trundle, Shogun being the cat himself. So, the quicker, the better. I want to see, though, if that's going to cause a little bit of disruption here, because there is definitely a lead expanding here for the side of the Outlaws. 2,000 gold lead right now.
No.
I don't think it's going to be a dive there.
Yeah, that would have been a really bad call.
That would have been a scary
Going for a
dive there.
Yeah, but what is smart is going for ooh, what's it called? The Rift Herald here. Very smart from them. Just to start it, just to start looking to expand. You know, like you said, you want to not have long extended laning phases with relatively weaker
Oh,
matchups, and that's going to be
there
the
goes the ult.
very nice
They're
flash.
gonna come down here as well
Oh,
because the
B-pots.
ults are going down. Southern Warrior, oh, was one proc away from getting that stun burst. Stand by me is gonna go down.
Don't
He's
have
gonna push
Shin,
forward on the 3v5. They don't have, 6 and Sheep does not have ult yet. Flash is gonna go in. Usain does have it. Ignite is gonna proc. He's gonna walk him back in. One tower shot is gonna go in. A stun, no, that's gonna be 2 tower shots. Walking into the wall to get some health, and it's going to be enough. It's gonna be the trade 1-for-1. It was looking so good, but then the expunge proc there is gonna burn him away. It was looking so great for them.
Yeah, let's hop into a quick replay so we can break this down exactly, and we're gonna see. Oh, alive.
Oh.
Actually, a little bit of a scrap top, and it's gonna be Trundle popping the ultras to keep himself alive. And yeah, that play bot lane, it was over eagerness from both sides. Realistically, both sides were just kind of really wanting to make that play. But one thing Riftfield was picked up in the meantime, and one thing I want to highlight is that they don't want this laning phase to drag on and long. The instant they see that that guy's build is subpar at the moment, they want to accelerate the laning phase, force him out of the mid lane, force his AD carry into that position, and then start to explode the map wide open.
Nice dive.
The dive
from
comes up here
the
in the
top
top side.
side. There goes the Glacier. It's not going to be able to hop. The sleepy mark of the death combo. My gosh, he fell asleep and he died. Call him Freddy Cougar.
Will do. Very nice play in the top side, and that's just kind of what you get when you aren't respecting it. But now I want to see them transition their strength into very nice pickup on that Ocean Drake. But I want to see them transition their strength into a bot side play and blow open this bot side turret. But if they can get this top lane turret, not bad. But we do see Trundle turn on the
CP's
the taunt at the last second.
Beautiful timing there. My man Limbloon showing off right now. What a beautiful pick. That's going to be 2 towers there. The plates from it as well, because we're at 11 minutes, guys. That's huge.
That might be a misplay. That's huge. That might be just a huge misplay, because now look at the map. Look at the state of the map. Look at who is collecting all that wave, and look how far, you know, your top laner or whoever goes top has to go and overextend to get that wave. This is actually a really good map state for the Wolves, because they can send Vigar up into that lane and just have him CS that infinitively. And who really can go contest him? Who really can fight him? Nobody, because you're too deep and you're going to overextend. And every single time you do that, you're just going to walk up, get shut down, and they're going to look for a play on the bot side here.
Speaking of the play here, nice shield there, trying to stop the stun. 6-8 Sheep, he's gonna have to pay there for it. Limbloom is gonna land the United We Stand, but that's gonna be a double kill there. Limbloom pushing up forward. Range Tops is here as well. Marked by Death is there. Nice damages there. Gonna keep going forward there. Usain Bolt is gonna get 2 there. Guy is gonna come on in. That's the triple for Zed there. Sex Guy is trying to make the gate happen, but I don't know if it's gonna happen. Nice hourglass. The taunt CC. The ninjas coming in. They're the Ninja Turtles. Let's go. That was a 2v4 there. Rocket is gonna come by. Unfortunately, a little late there.
Look who's in the top side, just collecting. Well, looking to collect turret plates, but very smart rotation coming out from B-Pots. I like this a lot. Just go top side and just let the snowball continue for this these 2 ninjas here. And you know, I just like a lot hopping in the mid lane, collecting some of those waves or some of those plates for himself, and collecting the waves overall. And yeah, I think I really don't think the Wolves have to be making these sorts of plays, because you're gonna just kind of leave yourself in a rough spot overall, as Feathers and Fur potentially getting jumped on, used to the ultimate just to sustain, as we see a sleep coming out from Hoppin here. Usain getting taken so low.
Put on the work. Ult is gonna have to go through there. Nice heal back there. Hoppin taking a little more than they can do. Is gonna get punched there for dinner. Nice shutdown available there. I think they should have started to skedaddle. Just a little too far out there over the overextension there.
Yeah, they should have just left a little bit sooner, a lot sooner actually. But I think that's a little bit troll to let Feathers and Fur have that. You know, it's probably better on the Kane at this point, because Feathers and Fur is just so far behind his opponent. 500 gold. That even with the extra 700 gold, it's not going to matter quite as much there. Lindblom, the one matching the Twitch down here in the bot lane, and I think that's perfectly fine. I think I want to see B-Pots roam into the mid lane. Zed up down here in the bot lane, matching into Southern Warrior and the Yuumi, and then they can look to kill that bot lane on repeat and just really look them pay. As we're going to see Lindblom channeling them back here, looking to return to the top side of the map. Uh-oh. Southern Warrior, 6-inch sheep. Gonna be in the area. But yeah, so getting into the mid game, now we're getting into about 15-minute mark. This is really, when you're in the pro scene or high elo, this is where the game is decided. And now, if this game were to just stop right here, right now, you have to give it over to the side of the Outlaws as they look for a little bit of a cheese gank in the mid lane. And this is what you want to be doing with the Rat, with the Yuumi combo. You just want to be looking to roam around the map, looking to bust down those doors, looking to really beat up whoever's in the mid lane as B-Pots gets jumped on, forces out the heal. Very nice dodge on Usain's knockup, and it's going to be 6-inch sheep returning the damage. And oh man, Lindblom was perfectly on point with that ultimate. The Ignite went out, killed, shut down Usain, and that's just going to open up the map, just allow them to take down this turret here, tier 1 turret on the bot side. What can you trade for realistically? You just have to hope that Feathers and Fur, now that he has the Hull Breaker, can look to trade back the tier 1 and the top side of the map. 40 seconds left here on the second Drake, and it will be a Cloud here. So
Thank gosh.
thankfully, we won't have the Cloud Soul.
Ooh, took the words right out of my mouth there. I think I like the call. I was kind of on the boat with you, Arlen, that they pushed tier 2 a little too aggressive, but with the mastery and the runes off Feathers and Fur, I think they knew that the Hulkbringer build was coming. So to get him all the way back and hold him back down, ooh, falling asleep there, nice damage. Oh man, right on top of his little head there is gonna put that guy back down.
I don't think they're, the side of the Wolves, they're playing particularly bad. I think they're actually doing it quite fine given the limitations of their comp, but I do think, their item builds are holding them back just a little bit. I don't think the Hull Breaker is necessarily that good on most champions anymore. I think it was just kind of a fad because people saw, oh my gosh, the gold efficiency is so insane. But then you realistically have to realize what makes it insane in which situations where, and it's a lot more niche of an item than people expect it to be. Just now getting the Kraken Slayer on Twitch, I think he's much better Gale Force user than people give him credit for, and I think he really could do a lot of work if he had the Gale Force here, both defensively and offensively. But we're going to see Usain.
Exhaust is going to go drop down there as well. Yuumi with the ult, a lot of CC. My man is tanking a lot though. Exhaust is going to be proc. That's going to be the Q as well. There goes a slide dash as well. Lindblom's going to absorb all of that. That's 2 ults, and that is 2 stumps used there. Rolling Ball is going to go down there, hop through the wall to get away. I think the chase is still coming down. Range Top's looking at his old student, and I think he will allow him to escape.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to jump on a tank at the end of the day, and
yeah, that was a little weird.
Tank would flash, so
yeah,
more likely you want to be looking to make those sort of plays. Just keep trying to put down the Jinx as much as possible. That's your best bet, and hopefully at the end of the day it will just work out. But more likely we're gonna see them start the second Rift Hill here and look to pop open the mid lane, and then start to look to really force down, random plays and accelerate their gold lead even more.
That would honestly be the most optimal play there. Will to get the second Rift Herald and then use it to break down tier 3 and start cracking this out of shell. The ult is going to land there. Usain with the knockup. Ult is going to go back down. There's a 3v2 though. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but with the reinforcements being called, the gate is going to come in, but there goes other reinforcements. United We Stand are going to come down. Taunt is going to land. That isn't first going to be too late. There goes a mark by death, and it's going to go and it's going to proc. Southern Warrior going to get hit by the rocket. B-Pots is super excited, putting on the rocket damages and almost getting the kill there. What a flip. Call it a pancake there. Outlaws taking a lead right now.
Oh man, they are just running the show. Let's hop into a quick replay, just break down what we saw. So we see Usain already looking to try and make something happen. A huge heal coming out, and it looks like such a good play, but it's right here. Lindblom, the double taunt, able to turn it on to two of them, immediately shut them down. And most importantly, one of them was a Yuumi, then just got Feathers of Fur, who was just randomly walking through their team. And at the end of the day, that's the only players they need. As you hop back into live here, and they're making a play for the mid lane turret. And like I said, they already pick up the Rift Herald, they have it on Hoppin, and more likely want to drop it down into the bot side of the map here. And just look to create pressure on that bottom lane so they can start looking to transition into a Baron, which spawns in about a minute. And honestly, they're so far ahead, I think it is a real threat that they just get the Baron when it spawns.
Yeah, no, I think that is a good call too. Just kind of force the fight
Whoa,
there.
gold.
Force the fight there and get it started and kind of start closing out this game. Honestly, it's really crazy checking the gold lead there, and it's all in the pockets that is needed for the Outlaws. And still, I guess just from them not getting so far ahead, the anti-healing is not there. It's gone. It's not there. It's not there at all. And they're still fine, which I'm honestly really surprised with it.
Yeah, I think anti-heal is a really, what's the word, a bait sort of stat, as we see Hoppin running in here.
Ooh, nice
Potentially
pick.
could be a fight.
There. Oh no, goes
Oh.
in, gets the swing there. Doesn't continue looking forward though after Blooming Blows does land. It's gonna continue moving forward into the jungle.
Ooh, Hoppin, you're alone. You don't have anyone on your side
I
relatively
think they're gonna
close
try to
by.
use movement speed there. Oh, tries to get caught.
Uh,
Trying to get themselves away. Two ults is gonna be used there for the jungler. Just a little too aggressive there for my taste.
very over aggressive, not necessary, and they don't really need to make on a play onto such a tanky member, but they're doing it again anyway.
Going again. Usain does not have the ult marked by death. Master showing the student, but there goes Southern Warrior with his own massive
He's got
damages there. The gate coming in as well to kind of hold them back and cause a reset. 60 Chief in trouble. There goes Everfrost CC, the drop and the kill, and that's the pick there.
I thought it was going to be Jinx who was the one who got taken out there, but it is going to be 6-inch Sheep at the end of the day, so not quite as bad. They managed to protect those two shutdowns that they have on the Shin, or sorry, the Zed and on B-Pots there, but really rough to lose control of that bot side of the map when the Drake is spawning in about 20 seconds now. And especially when it's a Mountain Drake, both sides wanted a lot just to sustain either through the team fights or through the burst that each team will be bringing to it, as Jinx, looking for potentially a solo kill, has the Super Mega Death Rocket, but doesn't look to shoot it out. And they're just going to be transitioning onto the Drake, using the control and using the time and tempo that a Rift Herald buys them. And I like that a lot. It will be potentially traded here. Trundle is getting, yep, there it is. He just whacked away on that tier 1 on the bot side, but I don't think it's going to be enough at the end of the day when you're trading over a huge objective like a Mountain Drake.
No, sir. That would be the second Drake pickup there. And looking to see what we're going to get next. I do like the ward positioning here over on the Baron side, the objective being up right now. But what's next here for the Wolves to continue moving forward? I'm not too sure. What do you think is needed, Arlen?
Oh, really looking for a fight here, but nice jump out.
Skirmish
But
there.
the Wolves, I think we realistically just need to keep scaling as much as possible. Like, they had 2 items, as long as we build correctly. I think we can just look to start playing around this Vygar here, right? This Vygar, we could quickly check his stacks. He's sitting at 148 in terms of stacks, so not too bad. And once he gets his death cap achieved, he can go pure tank and Athamish Chains, and sitting on quite a big burst of damage, and you can't really stop it. So just like I said, just look to get to 3 items potentially on this Vygar, or at least, just double, what's the word, needlessly large rod, and you're looking at a lot of damage coming up from this little annoying rat like Yordle thing that looks like he's Final Fantasy. I hate him so much.
I do too. I honestly I do too. His voiceovers, his kit, everything just about the rat, I really disturbs me a bit. Though that
Speaking of the
guy
rat, getting
going
caught
out
out.
too far, and they were looking so good right now. The 5-2, yeah, that was a beautiful
He didn't even
ignite
drop
timing.
lasagna. He had it.
Yeah. Oh no, he did. That's fresh.
Oh,
No. Oh,
And you losing that your mid laner there, who has teleport, who had fly. He died with everything up.
Yeah.
everything up, and you're just going to be giving away the Baron with that. And Feathers of Fur looking for a solo kill on the bot side, just looking to get back something in return.
100, 900 with the smite is there. Knockup CC is going on in. Hussein is looking in, being able to pick one up. Looking again. Mark of Death is going to land there. That's going to be 2 for 1 right there, plus the Baron.
Upland Boom using
Actually,
ultimate just to
2 for 2, as you're saying, if Feathers does win the bot lane there.
Yeah, he didn't quite die, but we will be hopping into a quick replay here and just shows what happened exactly. So look at the vision control. They know it started, but they don't know exactly how low it gets, and this is the most important thing that a jungler could ask for, knowing exactly how low. He goes in at the last moment, but just wasn't ready with the smite key, and it's just Southern Warrior on the outside, letting loose bolt after bolt into 6-inch sheep, but just wasn't enough to cut through him, and then the rest of the team behind him. So getting back into the live game, Manamune, or rather the tier aspect done for Usain, and I don't like it. I think if he's going to be building the tier item, I think Fimbulwinter, one of the most broken, if not the most broken tier item available, it's pretty nutty. I think that's the best build for Usain here, but more than likely he's just going to be going the Manamune build because it's just been prevalent for like a season now. I don't think Kane mains really like to change all that much. So
wow. Calling him out.
Yeah, I mean,
exposed.
They're playing League of Legends Sasuke, so
Oh,
you know it happens.
Tell him.
He's saying.
Oh, going in.
Dangerous situation here, buddy.
Right now, dropping the gate instead of moving away. He's gonna continue moving forward though. 6-inch sheep and the tank himself are just gonna walk away with the feedback.
Yeah, they can just be annoying. Just look to be really annoying on this Yuumi, on this Usain here. And I'm going back to the Yuumi specifically. I don't think the Yuumi's done too much this game. Just sit on top of Usain, press R when necessary. But you know, Yuumi feels really oppressive when she's ahead, but whenever she's behind, she just feels like an extra little pocket full of gold, and I think that's what they're going for right here. So much damage coming down, and he's saying it's going to be the Death Mark getting dropped down onto him, and he's going to be getting taken out by that Death Rocket. Range Chop's forced to flash away from Southern Warrior. Zanya's Hourglass comes out from top in here, and it's going to be the teleport getting channeled by Lindblom. He's looking for a flank potentially, but with 40 seconds left on the Drake timer, I'm not sure if you guys want to be fighting up here in the top side of the map at all. And just a Gale Force used from B-Pots looking for a solo kill onto Feathers and Fur. And speaking of builds here, a little bit from the Jinx. I'm not stoked on it. I would prefer to see the IE over the rapid fire cannon into the LDR, or LDR into IE. Either way, the 3-item IE would just be so huge here, and I think would do so much work. Now, we were talking about it a little bit, Huey, but you know, Shin and the Lilia, the deer lady, Bambi, both of them grabbing anti-heal, and I like it a lot more so on Hoppin than I do on Lindblom. I don't realistically think he is going to be hit in a fight. Like, Southern Warrior doesn't really want to be touching him. Usain doesn't want to be touching him with auto attacks. Feathers and Fur has to, because he's going to be matching him in the side lane, but you know, those champions where it's most effective realistically don't want to be touching him at all. So I think it's fine if he had skipped it. I think 6-inch sheep, however, did 100% necessary to get it, because he's just going to be standing in front of B-Pots with his shield up. So he's going to be absorbing those auto attacks for his AD carry. So potentially collapse coming through on the bot side, and I think this is around time where Range Chops and Hoppin skedaddle out of the area, and that's a very smart play. As now looking at about, a huge gold lead going over to the side of the Outlaws, and 2 minutes left on this until this next Baron. It's really just on the back of the Wolves to try and bring back the game somehow. And how do you do that? Well, you have to bait them in using your overextended side lanes, bait them in, and force a play to be made, either top side or bot side, depending on who shows there. Realistically, you can never make a play made, so you just kind of have to hold it with probably Feathers and Fur, to be honest. Hold it there.
It's gonna. Sorry to interrupt.
Change.
Huey stepped away for a moment, so while he is dealing with some business in his arcade, I will be stepping in his play-by-play until he is back. But this game is something else right now. This is definitely really rough for the Wolves. As you were saying there, it is an uphill battle for them. The Baron is going to be up in another minute 20. That'll be their next point where they have to go for a fight, but they're basically gambling all on a rat right now. They're gambling on this stupid rat. to find a good flank, find a good angle, and find a good fight. Because we've seen the Kayn actually do really well at surviving in fights. So this man can be a front line, but they just have not been finding good fights, and Hitstick has been a massive liability this game on the Veigar, just not getting the cages, not doing the zoning that he needs to do, and not getting the one-shots that he needs to find onto the back line. So it is very, very, very rough for Hitstick in this match, but it's not unwinnable. And I think
not unwinnable at all.
Yeah, and I think that that's something the Wolves need to be thinking about as they continue to move through this game. It is not unwinnable. They just need to find a good angle. I just don't know what that angle looks like.
Yeah, like I said, I think the angle is making a play into the overextended side lane member, and it's going to be range tops here, and I think this is the smart play to get back into the game. Get a huge shutdown onto the Ned.
Ooh, range top's gonna get caught out by the final chapter. Knocked up, comboed in. He's gonna be exhausted. Gonna force out these Zhonya's from Hitstick. Now Hitstick's gonna be in danger here. Hussein gets popped by Hoppin. Now Hitstick's gonna try and fire back. Does a little bit of damage onto range tops, but not enough to get a kill through the Braum shield. He's gonna dip, dodge, and duck away from as many attacks as possible. But you can't beat auto attacks. You can't dodge those in 2022 unless you are Jax. So unfortunately, they will all go down. That is 3 for nothing. And unless Southern Warrior can perform the hero play of the century, that'll be a Baron over to the Outlaws.
I think that was the right play from the Wolves. I 100% endorse that play. But, you know, the Outlaws just read it like a book. They just saw it coming from a mile away, and that's just so very smart of them as we get the replay coming through. And like I said, they make the play onto him, they flash onto him, they burn so much onto the Zed here, they just don't have the damage to actually make the play stick. And with his team already roaming up to the top side, with his team already reading the play, like I said, it just kind of means that it flops down and you lose 3 members absolutely for free. And then on the bot side, Feathers and Fur just doesn't have enough fighting strength to force Lindblom to do anything but sit there and absorb his attacks. Like, I think his build is really, really rough right now. It's, you know, Divine Blunder into Wit's End into Hullbreaker. It just doesn't have the strength to move Lindblom.
Yeah, Feathers is attempting to go for the split push build, right? But it does nothing to Shen. Shen can outpush you and you can't fight him. He does so much damage. Hussein's going to get caught out here trying to go for the wall, but there's no wall to go for. He's going to go for the ulti to buy a little bit of time with the Lost Chapter. Going for the Blast Plant. Is not able to auto-attack it. Now he's going to die, and it's going to leave Shogun out to dry. Attempt almost gets onto the Twitch, but all that does is make Southern Warrior take a little bit of damage there, and that's 2 down. Hussein getting caught out, and the Yuumi going down with him. Just so tragic right here. The Baron Siege is going to go through. They're going to try and find as much damage as possible. Shen on the side here, attempting to get some more pressure. They're just looking to stand out here. And Feathers is going to try and get onto Lindblom, but he's doing negative damage right now. Southern Warrior going to try and clear these waves, and it's just so hard. It's just so hard to try and do anything right now. The windows of opportunity that they had are, if they have not already closed, they are being shut.
100%. And now they're just going to be looking to grab the soul here. And now, honestly, I think the game's kind of over, and you're realistically looking at game number 2. You're looking at how do we come back into this series. And first things first, you got to start from the draft. You got to start from the rune setup. You got to start up, you know, how you think of the game. You got to kind of change that on its head, because realistically, did Veigar ever get the chance to move out of the lane and affect the map? No. So why did we go Predator? You have to be asking yourself those hard questions in your, you know, 5-minute little break, your little VOD review that, you know, the teams are going to have after the game ends. And you just have to be questioning each other. You have to be questioning yourselves, and you can't get tilted off of it. You just have to accept that as part of the process and move on. 4 items from the Jinx, and she's going to eviscerate everybody she comes into contact with as Hussein gets caught out here.
What are you doing, mate? Those aren't your chickens anymore, dude. Oh, he did. Okay, he got the big chicken. That was worth it. 45 gold. That in the pocket. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yep,
I don't
and
know what
he's
to
gonna be
say. I don't
for a
know
kill.
what to say.
Although maybe hopping a little bit too deep there. Nope,
Yeah.
it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, Hoppin is unbelievably tanky. It's actually really tanky right now. Final Chapter's gonna go out. Zed is gonna get onto the back line, and there's just no damage here. Range Tops actually does get taken out by the poison and the turret shots here. Shogun just standing there, one cat against the world, and this cat's not gonna be coming back. She's staying away for sure, and this is almost certainly the game. Usain is going to be coming back up in 6 seconds, but it's one red cane against the forces of the entirety of the Outlaws minus Range Tops. It's time for the hero play, but there are no heroes in this world. There are only Outlaws as they take game 1 of the series.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, you can honestly say that game was a draft diff, and then, going into the actual game itself, I really, I like their focus on the bot side. I think it should have been better focus mid, just trying to unlock the Vanguard a little bit. There was enough focus on the top side to really put Feathers and Fur down, and then their macro just wasn't there to really sustain the advantages that they could have gotten from the Wolves here. Sorry, from the Outlaws here. So Outlaws take game 1, the Wolves fall here, and I think they can definitely do better going into this next draft here, and that's really where this game starts.
Yeah, no, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board to figure out what went wrong and what they can do next time, because we've seen this Wolves team perform, but it's not on these sort of it's not on this sort of comp. We've seen the Wolves perform when they give Usain a more aggressive, like, Kane is not good. Kane, I wouldn't say is a champion I would want on my team. And maybe not necessarily what they were looking for in the team comp. Feathers and Fur did not get the tank that they usually play. And while Southern Warrior and Shogun actually did fairly well in the early game, it's just rough. It's rough. It was rough for them transitioning later into the game because they just didn't have the ability to capitalize on the lead they were able to get over B-Pots and Six and Sheep in the early game, and it was just I don't want to say it was just a gap in the top side of the map, but that's what it really felt like.
Yeah, it felt like there was a gap everywhere, realistically. That there were no winning lanes, there were no winning areas, there were very few winning plays, and like you said, they have to change it back to what they won on, what they're comfortable on, and they have to understand how drafts are going to come about. So, like I said, change up your draft. Don't draft Kane in R5. He's just not an R5 champion. He's just not that strong. He doesn't change the game how it plays enough, and you're looking at a much safer draft. Don't draft the Vigar and R2 and look to get the Jinx for yourself or take it away, and then you have a better chance overall. But GG to the Outlaws, as I think we're going to be hopping into a very quick break here.
Yeah, no, we are going to be setting up for the next game, so we're going to be going into a quick break. When we come back, game 2 of the series, will the Wolves bite back, or will the Outlaws go into match point? Stick around, because we'll find the answer to that question after the break.
the streets. We catch the magic of the sights. We breathe again with the neon from the heights. Tell me, did you ever want it? Just to stay here by my side. It's the magic of the moments under the sleepless sky. Tell me, did you ever feel it? A static touch beneath your skin. It's the rhythm of the heartbeat. So deep within, so sleepless nights. So long night. Starting from the early midnight, straight on to the morning light. So sleepless nights, we can't deny. Waking us spark of neon moonlight, just like strangers up to life.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Are we back on the desk tonight, or are we? I don't know. Might be on the internet. We might see if I've muted myself or unmuted, but we are back, and I am here filling in a little bit for Becky Rita, and then Becky Rita's filling in for Huey. Stuff came up, but we're here. We're bringing you the broadcast, and it's a semifinals tonight, so don't forget, it's do or die for these teams, and right now it's the Outlaws, hashtag yeehaw, who are up 1-0 over the Wolves right now. Wolves heading back. They're actually taking the blue side this time. Outlaws are going to be heading onto the red side for game number 2. And we saw quite an action-packed game number 1. Becky, Arlen, how are we feeling about that first one of the night?
Ooh, I'm feeling like this rest of the series is going to be pretty explosive, but I imagine the Wolves aren't feeling super hot about that one because that was a rough one for them as it got later into the game. It was close towards the start because you had Hussein making a lot of movement into the bot lane, and you had Hussein making a lot of stuff, making a lot of stuff happen, right?
Yeah.
To get that Twitch ahead, to get the Rat going, and the Rat had a pretty sizable lead and was doing quite a bit of damage in those mid-game skirmishes. But then the rest of the team showed up, and they had to actually play 5v5 League of Legends. So
Yeah.
at that point, it just became such a struggle. So.
And I know,
I don't know.
I know it
I'm
was
hoping
tough.
they can,
we had our doubts, even though I was in the background for the first little part. I was like, a little doubt about the Kayn. It looked a lot better than I think we all expected. The healing alongside the Yuumi. And I saw a chat coming up too. Why is the Yuumi not on the Kayn? Once Shogun was on that Kayn, it became very, very scary. But do you run something like that? Because as we were talking, Arlen, you and me too, a little bit more risky to be running something like that needs to snowball immediately off the early game. Because if you don't, you run into situations like we saw just there where you hit 30 minutes and that Outlaws team just outdamage you. So what do we got to see here this time, Arlen, before we head into draft?
Different focuses. Last time the Kayn was focused on the bottom side of the map, which is where, like, I don't know, I wasn't really sure about the thought process with that, just focusing so hard on to putting the Jinx down, to raising the Twitch up, and I don't think that was the right focus for the Kayn. So if you're going to be running the Kayn, if you're going to be running something that really needs to snowball, go into a volatile matchup in the top side, where they needed something to coin flip it, go into the mid lane, which they needed something to coin flip it, or just look to invade and skirmish really hard on the jungle, and you're looking at a much better draft, better comp overall, and you're actually looking at Usain on a champion where he can do something. So the Xin Zhao as such like that.
I still think the jungle matchup has been a definitely big hot one tonight. Top matchup, not as much as what we would have seen, because guess who was up there visiting that top lane constantly? Hoppin was paired up there with Lindblom, and I think, bringing up the fact that Feathers and Fur have played so strong this entire split, that they are very strong on that solo lane. I love seeing that attention, that aggression being showed towards the top lane. So we'll see if they can go for that again. We're going to hit the ready up for these teams right now to see if we are ready to go for game number 2, draft of game number 2. Don't forget to get your predictions in. Let us know who you think is going to win this second one. Earn a little channel points. And of course, exclamation mark giveaway. We're giving away some RP at the end of the split. In April, we're going to have a reward show, so make sure you bet along with us and make some points. But we're ready to go. Becky, Rita, Arlen, I'm going to send you back off because it is time for game number 2. Have a good one, lads. I'll see you on the other side.
Yeah, we're getting into game number 2, the draft here. Loading into it, the Diana getting instantly taken away from Hoppin. The Illaoi ban, our P-Clay, the Peaks, the ultimate typer, banter expert, was very confused about the Illaoi ban. And here it is again, the Urgot also getting taken away from Feathers and Fur. The Zed is the adaptation here, getting banned away from range tops, and I think that's fair. I think it's a fair ban, to be honest. The Caitlyn B1 by the Wolves. That's gross. That I feel sick. Oh,
That
God.
leaves a very, very bad taste in my mouth. I think Caitlyn is a great champion in certain matchups, particularly those short range characters. I think she does great into something like a Samira. I think she does great into something like a Zeri. But when you're going to be playing long range into long range, she is one of the worst options you can grab. She's worse than even Sivir in my mind, because she doesn't even bring wave clear to the table like Sivir does. So Caitlyn really needs that support backing her up to really make use out of her passive, out of her kit as a whole. And I think both sides giving up this Jinx here, or giving up the Aphelios and Ashe, is really, really rough. But right now you just have to hand it to the Outlaws. You have to hand it to the Jhin, because it's just a better champion. So now you're just looking, what can you pair with the Jhin? Take away the Morgana, and then that even takes the Lux from the Wolves off of the table. And what do you take with it? Maybe a Karma. That's not
Yeah,
bad.
Caitlyn Caitlyn has a lot of supports that can play well with her. She definitely prefers to have Lux or Morgana, but you know, having the Karma as well, going for that heavy poke, is a good option. And she even pairs well with some heavy lockdown supports like the Leona, who can just layer onto the traps, but I think the Karma is the right option here for what they intended to do with this lane. Now we have to see what the B3 is going to be, and I don't know. I assume they're going to take jungle here, because I feel like a lot of the times you see mid and top left for the second phase. Yeah, somebody's looking at the tier list for how to climb out of silver, and they have decided that Annie is the option. Okay. Annie. Interesting.
I am considering this Annie. I'm not going to discount it entirely. I think it has its merits, but when you consider what is up for the mid lane and where you realistically want to grab your mid lane picks, I do not think Annie is the greatest in the world.
Yeah, Ornn getting
Ornn picked in the top five,
denied.
right?
Yeah, Ornn getting denied from Feathers and Fur. They're opting to not ban that, instead pick it. I think that is a good choice. Ornn is just a fantastic champion. He does it all. He doesn't care about anything. Lilia will be banned in round 2. The Kayle getting banned away. I think the Kale's pretty decent into Ornn, so that's a fair ban to take. Although I do not know if Wolves top laner actually plays the Kayle. So I imagine they wouldn't just ban it randomly.
I don't think you need to be able to play Kayle to play Kayle. You know what I mean? Like, it's just one of those champions where you kind of just get to do it. But I think this is a really good adaptation coming up from the Outlaws. It saves them a ban. It allows them to ban on something else entirely, and then they can look to counterpick the mid here on R4, and then look to counterpick their jungler on R5. So realistically, the only thing that the Wolves get to counter here is the matchup into the Ornn. So
yeah,
as long as the Outlaws don't
really
misplay it, yeah, Ornn
does
doesn't
Ornn
even
really
care. Like, what can you play into it? You can play Fiora, you can play the Camille, you can play the Akali, you can play the Jace, all champions that can get huge advantages into the laning phase, but if you're not able to play them macro-wise, then it doesn't even matter. So more than likely, we're going to see a hard counter to the Annie here, or a winning control mage into this Annie and just make her life miserable. I don't know what it could be. I'm not quite sure what they can play. I wouldn't mind a Syndra.
Yeah, I think that
Honestly, Vladimir would be great here. He just scales for
control
free.
mages.
That's fine.
That's pretty good. Maybe not necessarily a control mage, but fills a close enough of a role that can't really complain about it. Plus, I think it matches decently well into the Annie. Just exploit you have a bit more range on her, so you can exploit that. And just try to get this little child and make them start crying. You don't want to do that, though. Don't make children cry. Wolves going for their B4. The Trundle will get picked up once again for the Wolves. I really hope that's not a top lane Trundle. I was just really underwhelmed by it last game. And he's going to run into the same problem he did against Shen, against Ornn, where he can't kill anyone.
Yeah.
So, man, I do not know what the play here is for B5, how they're going to round this out. They need some kind of bigger engage tool, and that is that. That is an engage tool right there with the Hecarim.
Yeah. Hecarim can work here. I like it. Okay, so I don't like the Hecarim, but I don't dislike the Hecarim here, and here's why. Hecarim is one of those champions that, while he is a great blind, he needs the rest of the draft to follow up on it. He needs at least 40% of the draft to be around the Hecarim. So the Hecarim plus one out of the character. Ideally, you want 60% of the draft around him. So this is that. Annie has a speed up on her shield, and he also has Karma for speed up. So technically, that does fulfill the 60% necessary for Hecarim to really gallop around the map and rampage over them. But with the Viego Bait Nation Insurance, I think the Outlaws again just have another winning draft where they don't need to worry about top side. But if they want to flip top side, Ornn is more than enough to deal with a Trundle up until about 2 items. Bot lane, they just win. Mid lane, they win just in a vacuum, and then the mid lane matchup doesn't even matter, or sorry, the jungle matchup doesn't even matter because Viego just hard farms. Hecarim has to hard farm at least until 6 if he really wants to have a successful gank, but if his first gank fails, he's out of the game, and it doesn't matter how many draft resources are invested into him. And realistically, he wants to go tank anyway because he has high damage deals with the Caitlyn and Annie, and it's just so many variables for the Wolves that are just hard to calculate, whereas the Outlaws is just so easy, concise, and kill this person, get reset, layer Jhin ultimate over the top, and it's just a 1 game.
Yeah, no, I do also think the Outlaws just have such a better draft here. They navigated it so intelligently, getting so many counter picks, getting so many picks away from the Wolves, and leaving them with basically nothing. And I don't want to say that B wanting the Caitlyn was just like what was the prelude to the song of their own destruction, but it definitely was not the best first pick option with how many great champions are in the game right now, how many strong AD carries in particular, and none of them were banned. No AD carries were banned, and we see Caitlyn.
Yeah, I like I said, the Caitlyn just is not the same ADC it was back when the meta was Caitlyn, Jinx, Aphelios. Those were the big 3. She's no longer that choice. Teams still ban her because they want to pick Zeri, and she's great into the Zeri, so it's fine to ban her. They want to pick the Tristana. She's great into the Tristana. But in a vacuum, she just is not that champion. So if you're gonna be one in AD carry, it's Jinx, it's Kai'Sa if you want to flex her into the mid, it's Ashe if you want to take her, it's Aphelios, right? It's Ezreal Karma. It's not the Caitlyn. I think even Varus has higher priority over there in that regard, and I think that was, like you said, just navigated draft just on a higher level than the Wolves.
Yeah, no, but it is not necessarily out of it for the Wolves. They do have a pretty strong team fight core with the Annie, with the Hecarim, with the Karma movement speed that enables the two of them to really start cleaning house. If they get going, it'll be hard to get going and find those fights, though. We'll have to see if they can do it, because we're going to be going to a quick break. When we come back, we'll be in Game 2 of the series between the Wolves and the Outlaws. And yeah, it is going to be an exciting one, so you're going to want to stick around and see it after the break. Welcome back, everybody, for Game 2 of the semifinal series between the Wolves and the Outlaws. Wolves on the blue side, Outlaws on the red side. We have 5 men rowing it down mid lane, looking to try and get something. We have a flash into a binding, and all right,
Oh no.
we're seeing a little grief. We're seeing a little griefing. All right, excellent. We troll. We do a little bit of trolling.
Yeah, hate to see it. You really do.
Okay, we see the lethal tempo once again on the Trundle in the top
Mhm.
lane into the Ornn. Honestly, I feel like if you're fighting Ornn, you might as well just go Grasp, because you're not gonna kill him. Might as well at least get a little bit tanky. But that, I mean, I just like Grasp. It gives me the dopamine hit of proccing it.
Yeah, I think Grasp again would have been the better option, and especially like you said, into the Ornn. But yeah, they did manage to take the ward on the bot side of the map, so that's good. But on the downside, neither of the solo laners were around to actually absorb, some of that XP. So
Hmm.
they don't actually get any of that XP, where they would normally get it on the first wave. Now they would get it on the second wave as per usual. But you already see kind of the bullying that Ari has
Oh
available
my
to her
god.
and the huge trading advantage that Jesus has over an Annie. And that's why you pick Ari, and that's
Yeah.
why you generally don't pick Annie.
Yeah, lightning bolts striking on both players here. But honestly, like, definitely as this lane goes on, we're going to see range tops just getting a huge lane lead. The damage she brings, especially over the Annie, who requires a lot of mid-range with her
Mhm.
Q. Her Q is actually fairly long range. It's part of the reason she was played as a support for so long. Or maybe not for so long, but as like a niche pick. Oh,
Ooh,
walking
nice
into the
charm.
charm, taking a decent bit of poke there. However, does get traded back, so not the end of the world. So much, oh, this Karma, so much damage right now on this champion. Karma is something else.
Yeah, Karma, very, very nice. And oh man, just look at the trading that Lindblom is able to do in this
Horn.
early levels. And like I said, he just can't move them out of lane until like 2 items, 3 items are reached. And only if he goes the correct build. I think it depends. I think Divine Blunder is your best option here, but I definitely don't
Actually,
think you go whole rigor at all.
yeah,
Probably
your
just want to
best
get something
option is
else.
to go back to draft and not pick the Trundle. Your
Yeah,
second best
probably.
option is to go Divine Sunderer here, because it is the counter tank option for
Mhm.
bruisers, and you're not necessarily. I honestly can't even think of what else Trundle would take. Like maybe the Triforce if you want to be a Greed
Triforce.
Lord.
Yeah, Triforce
Uh,
isn't too bad, especially with the recent buffs and changes, but you just see how much poke Shogun's able to do in this Morgana matchup, and it's really just more on the Morgana to play it safer, to play in the bushes, to play out of vision, to hide behind the minions and not let Shogun get this side of poke. But we see why Jin is picked into the Caitlyn. She just doesn't have the wave clear anymore, and he's just able to secure this advantage. And look how many members they're rotating down, and it's so smart coming out from this squad of the Outlaws here.
Yeah, just securing that Scuttle Crab
Uh-oh.
Sheep. Gonna get the
Long time.
binding out here. This is gonna be maybe a death over to Shogun. I'm gonna flash out the dash in from Hussein. Now they're gonna try and convert onto B-Pots, walking into the trap, nowhere to go. The net into a slap. Will
The
give a
jump.
double kill over to Hussein, but now in the mid lane, Hitstick is in a bit of danger, having to flash over the wall. Hoppin follows with a flash of his own,
Flash.
waiting for the grasp to come out. Almost taking down range top. Hitstick manages to, but not able to. Now Hussein's gonna try and finish this one off, walking into the charm, walking a little too far forward, gonna get poked out. The shield's gonna protect him. Here's gonna be some poke back in response. Hoppin taking a little bit of damage, but now Southern Warrior randomly wanders in to Hoppin,
Flash.
get
He's dead.
stunned out, Ignite, and that's just gonna be any more damage there. The shield from Shogun actually was put on themselves and not Southern Warrior there. Don't know if that would have saved their lives, but definitely that was a wild
Yeah,
one
misplay.
for the early game here. And yeah, 2 for 2 overall.
I that play was just out of the ordinary. As I think we're gonna get a replay on the second half of that, and so
Yeah,
just walking way too deep in here. Hits a very nice charm at the very tip of the range, and they almost killed the Vega here. But Southern Warrior, why walk up any further? And especially when you know that they're having the respawn timers, a very nice flash, very nice Ignite. Barely missed the charm, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. And the whole play wasn't necessary in the first place. The Outlaws don't have to force anything to happen. It's really the Wolves who want this kind of action to be happening. They want Hecarim's ganks to be successful because he's able to snowball the map and rampage around the map off of super successful early ganks. Whenever he ganks first and they aren't successful, he's out of the game entirely because you're able to let the Viego counter jungle and look for advantages that way. This was a kind of an even trade, but overall, I think you have to give the advantage over the Wolves because now they have a 2-0 Hecarim who can start looking to run rampage.
Yeah, unlike last game where we saw the 2-0 Lilia starting to tear apart the side of the Wolves, we have a different horse on the other side of the map going 2-0 and looking to do the same in response. Binding goes wide there. However, I do want to point out that the EXP across the board is still very, at least in the solo lanes, is very heavily favored for the side of the Outlaws. Lindblom hit 6 first. Hitstick still is not 6, and the Ahri is. So it's just, there's definitely a little bit of a lane difference, although that could come down to kills for these two. We see Usain potentially looking to get a gank here, walking through a
but it
ward,
doesn't
going to go
matter.
for the charge. He's going to start speeding up. He's looking for B pots. He's looking to try and get on somebody. The flash comes out from Sheep, but there's no binding to respond with. The Q doesn't quite land. The root comes out from Shogun, and Southern Warrior is going to do as much damage as possible, but those auto attacks aren't pumping out as much damage as they would hope. So they force out the bot lane, but no kills will get picked up.
And that was a very, very nice, well, like response from the side of B-Pots and 6-inch Sheep. The gank was almost successful, almost huge, and almost exactly what you want. And this is the part of the game where we start to get into builds and stuff like that. And I think Usain's making a huge mistake here. In fact, I know he is going tier on Hecarim. It's just one of those things where it's a placebo. You don't actually need the tier. You don't actually need the Manamune. I know it is part of the Donnell build that was popular for a while, but
my damage copium.
But it doesn't matter.
My damage
You know,
copium.
it's almost like it doesn't matter. Just manage your mana better, or buy Frozen Heart, which is a busted mana sustain item.
No,
and
you
so
don't understand.
much.
I just want to hit the Q key. I don't want to think about it.
Yeah,
You think I play Hecarim because like I want to
You wanna
play
win?
League of Legends? I just want to mash the Q key. I want to play Diablo. Okay, that's the game I want to
win the game. You know what I mean?
Winning is suboptimal, I think.
Regardless, though, we do see the Viego opting for a Divine Blunder build. I don't think that's good. I think Triforce performs much better in this situation because realistically, you're only going to ever be hitting Hecarim as the tankiest member. So everybody else, you're going to immediately pop as Usain looking for a
Here
ganker
comes
on
the
the top
ghost
side.
from Usain, looking for an opportunity. The pillar goes out. He's going to
nice
block
pillar.
him. The dash doesn't go through. The Unstoppable will avoid the pushback, but there's just enough damage on the side of Feathers and Fur and Usain to shred through this big boy, and Lindblom gets taken down. Feathers and Fur picking up 1 kill.
Very nice little gank up on the top side, and I think it just comes off the back that he was just too overextended. But what do they trade to flip the matchup?
Oh,
trade a
I was
Mountain
waiting
Drake
for it.
and-
I was waiting for it.
They love the early Mountain Drake. Thankfully, we won't get another Cloud Soul, so that won't be boring. It actually an objective that both sides want. Hopefully Hexic. I think for both sides, they would really, really like that. Just slow down the opponents and force them into suboptimal plays off of rotations. And again, another invade coming out from Hoppin, and he's just getting an advantage off of Usain's tempo play. He's making a tempo play, looking for this Rift Herald up in the top side, looking to dump it down on the Feathers and Fur, and
Yeah,
looking to
Lindblom
boost up
gonna.
his gold.
Oh,
the fear.
Lindblom is maybe going to
Nice
get caught out
buffer.
here. The Onslaught of Shadow is going to go over the wall, pushing back, and directed camera has decided to look somewhere else, but they're going to keep this fight going up in the top lane. Lindblom is just going to be able to waltz out of that one, staying alive there, because that is still a big lad, and Feathers and Fur has no mana. Although Trundle doesn't really need mana, his Q is like 25 or something. It's
pretty
very
low.
cost efficient. We're gonna see the Herald dropped immediately for Feathers and Fur here, trying to pick up some plates, a little bit of money onto the Trundle here. Although I don't know if they're gonna get 3. A huge trade in the bot lane. Shogun getting double rooted and DPS'd. Yeah, okay, they did manage to secure 2 plates and nearly 3 in the top lane with the Herald.
But even with that, even at the end of the day, it only equates to a 200 gold lead for, Feathers and Fur over Lindblom here.
Yeah,
but
we
the
have
dive,
inning.
very
Yeah,
nice.
we have a
route.
dive coming in here. Hoppin's gonna get exhausted out. That may be enough to delay it for a little bit. Shogun is gonna do what they can. Managed to actually trade back there, not juggling their aggro well enough, and they're gonna get caught out now. Annie's gonna get charmed back. The CC is gonna get traded here, but actually the Ari's gonna have to run. Tibbers is mad, and Tibbers looking to slap people down, forcing the Ari to dash out of that one. And while that looked like that dive was gonna be so easy, it ends up being a 2 for 2.
Yeah, let's hop into a quick little replay of and just try to explain what happened there. So, very nice trades down on the bot side. Look how low Shogun is, but look at their positioning. When this dive comes out, they immediately know what's happening, and they just stand behind each other. They try to delay the damage as much as possible, and the exhaust was so crucial for letting the Warriors survive as long as they did, and it just allowed them to get that sort of 2 for 2 shutdown as Lindblom dies up here in the top side again over pushing without any respect to his opponent, and this is enough to turn the matchup actually horribly away from him. Before it was kind of 50-50, but now it's gonna be horrible.
Yeah, Hoppins maybe found a target here. Usain's going to be forced to ghost out. The Trundle, he's not going to walk down and respond quite yet. Feathers focusing on the minion wave, trying to keep those CS numbers up. You know, gotta keep the stats going, but overall, actually just gonna hover there. He doesn't have vision. He may be waltzing into his own death. The Shroud's gonna come out, revealing the Viego is there. The flash into the charm wasn't gonna land anyways, but just to be safe, Feathers uses their own flash. So that's a trade of flashes there on the top side. Feathers getting his taken down in the bot lane. Shogun's gonna try and make something happen. Maybe Sheep's gonna go for a binding. Southern Warrior's gonna walk that. They're in a lot of damage right now. They're gonna get rooted out, but they're gonna fire back with the net into the combo with the ulti. So much damage coming out here. Shogun gonna trade as much as possible. The flash into the Caitlyn Q. That is max damage right there. Shogun's gonna do what they can. The root's gonna come out. The root in response. Where's the shield? Not enough shielding. The cooldowns are too long. Here comes the performance is here. You gotta hit Southern Warrior, and your moves are good enough to stay alive for another day. The Comet, no, stepped into the puddle and just gets blasted by the Jin root. 2 kills being picked up by the bot side of the Outlaws.
Very, very nice stuff from the bot lane. It was back and forth the entire time, and we're gonna hop into we can hop into a replay. Just look at that, at the masterful. Look how low they are, using the heal to stay alive just for a little bit. And this is the crucial part. This is the most important part. The stun. It's just lasts just long enough for the Q, for the eye enough to kill him, and then at the end of the day, he only had to hit 2 of the shots. 3 would have killed him perfectly. It would have been enough lethal, but he's just so very confident on his W here, right there. Absolutely beautiful stuff coming out from the bot lane of the Outlaws here, as we see Lindblom getting forced off of the wave by Feathers and Fur, and he again goes for first item hole breaker, and I just don't think it does enough here.
Ornn maybe looking, trying to get a kill here, lands the ultimate, gonna try and trade back. No ultimate on the Trundle, was just used, but apparently there's a fight on the bottom of the map too. I'm looking at that, but there's the top lane 1v1.
Nice root.
Yeah, ooh, in the mid lane, we do see the root go down on to Annie. Just getting an easy kill there, looking to convert into this first Cloud Drake on the top side of the map. Lindblom does manage to walk out of this. There's so much action happening around the map that we cannot keep track of it all. But yeah, I want to, while we are waiting to see how this dragon plays out, I want you to break down the whole. Okay, maybe we won't get to break down the whole breaker. We're hovering around the dragon. There may be an opportunity here. Shogun's gonna walk in, do a little bit of scouting right here. The ace in the hole will get blocked there. Hoppin's gonna dash out of danger here. The Cloud Drake's actually doing quite a bit of damage. Usain pops over the wall, does not have ulti and does not have Ghost to make anything happen. Ends up getting rooted out by the Jin, pretty much accidentally. The Morgana will be the exchange there. Sheep giving one a soul for the makings of a soul with the second Drake.
Yeah, that was definitely misplay. Probably meant to put the black shield on themselves. But at the end of the day, Feathers Bird is going to be looking to bite this tower like one more time, and it's his. Yep, and then Blue out here. But
isn't this fun? Isn't this the fun top lane meta? Don't you love split pushing? Doesn't
it's not even viable. It's not even that viable. That's the worst part.
It's not viable. It's annoying.
Yeah, but he's saying looking for a plane in the mid lane, and it's absolutely going to come to absolutely nothing. He just doesn't have the damage. He didn't have his ultimate, and Beatbots is able just to walk it out. But this is what I want to highlight. Ahri or Jin, they are now able to just go up into this top side of the map and just freeze it at the tier 2. And how does Feathers and Fur respond to that? He has to force himself to walk up and be like under constant threat of just dying on repeat as
Shogun
the heal and exhaust come at the last second.
Getting the exhaust there just in time to avoid getting just insta-killed by ranged tops. But ranged tops still got another charge. They still have a full mana bar. And Southern Warrior is going to just have to respect that and walk away from this, abandoning the wave and licking their wounds as they recall here.
Yeah, now we're getting into the first items coming out from everybody. I like the Annie build. I really do like the Annie build. It means that they want to team fight. They want to burn people down slowly. And I think if you go Rylai's here, it actually becomes such a disgustingly OP Tibbers burn effect.
Yes.
I love going Rylai's on Annie. I've loved it ever since Rod of Ages was in the game, honestly. Rod of Ages into Rylai's, and it's just the most OP combo in the world. But I really like where this Annie's going, and I really think it allows them to actually flex and kind of bolster up the weaknesses of the champion. But now they're going to be looking to contest this Rift Herald, second Rift Herald.
Usain's looking to contest here, going for the dash, but the Black Shield will be able to come out in response. Here comes the Ornn Horn, going to try and get some knockup here. Gets stolen by Usain, And Viego's life gets stolen as well by Feathers and Fur. Shutdown going over into his pocket. 3-0 on the Trundle right here. I was talking trash about this Trundle pick, and maybe it's not meta, but sometimes you need something outside of the meta. Oh, Caitlyn, feeling real sad about that one, but does stay alive for the time being.
I'm gonna do a quick replay of that play, and it's interesting how it happened. So they were doing this, but look what they don't have on the other side of the map. In top side, they don't have priority. Mid lane, they don't have priority. So why do this? Why make a play like this when you just don't have the ability to actually do it? It's just not the best thing in the world. That's one big issue with the Outlaws, is that when they're behind, they just make plays because they think they're the best ones instead of making the plays because of the lane state, the game state actually reflecting what they do. And that's a big thing that all teams have to accustom themselves to, making plays when you actually, like, when the map state actually reflects them, versus we just want to make this play, right? It's a hard thing to realize, it's a hard thing to recognize, but when you get it down, you end up with a team like T1. They're so far ahead on honestly subpar drafts. Like LeBlanc Lee Sin is not that good anymore, but they can just draft it because they just understand the game on such a deeper level over everyone else.
Yeah, those sort of macro plays, especially in these draft leagues, are really, really a huge sticking point, because these players all need to have to find a way to see the game in the same perspective. And while the Outlaws do have a coach here, a lot of it's just like, oh, this feels like a smart play. Walking into no vision is not a smart play. Trust me, I'm a support. But on the top side, we have Feathers and Fur going to try and fight out the 1v2 right here. Does have the whole breaker, but doesn't have enough damage. The Ornn does miss the charge, but it will not matter, as he is just dead here. The binding will go out. The response from both AD carries is just a fire from across the map. Some damage. Now Usain's going to be firing the ghost, but is going to get stopped immediately by the dark binding. Going to try and collect a little bit here. The onslaught of shadows is going to miss, but the pull back will not. That is an auto attack, and you're being dragged down to hell, brother.
Don't teleport.
6-in Sheep is in danger here, but we do have a teleport over the wall. Lindblom's going to be looking for an opportunity. The curtain call is calling for Southern Warrior to exit stage left, and they're going to decide to flash out of that one. Flat the dash into the charm does not land. That's just going to be an insta-kill, firing back onto range tops. Now it looks like the Wolves are on the prowl right here. They're looking to pounce. They found their targets. They're smelling blood. Here comes the slow. Here comes the root. That's going to be a Jin getting caught out right here. Usain's going to dive the tower, looking to do a little bit of damage. Force back Lindblom to also get out of dodge right there. Hitstick just taking a million tower shots right now by the just because of Tibbers. Forgot the Tibbers gets you turret aggro, but does not matter. An incredible fight by the Wolves. Nets them an inner turret, and likely this first Ocean Dragon.
So much to talk about. Let's start very first and foremost with the top lane play. I think that was beautiful macro. You bait him in, and then you respond with 3. I think this was smart, but their issue came with, they got greedy with it from the Outlaws. They tried to contest the vision on the bot side of the map for the Drake, and they tried to make that play topside. You can only do 2 when you're this far down. You can't do both. You can't be greeding for both here, and that's what led to the rest of the fight coming out. And then Annie is such a great disengage into re-engage champion because of her ultimate, because of her stun, because of her passive, how everything works. And if you miss your charm when you go in here on range tops, you're not going to come out, and it's not going to be, it doesn't look good at the end of the day. So both sides are like misplaying but playing well in different areas of the map, and I think the Outlaws just need to realize how far they are behind and what plays they can realistically go for, as Lindblom, a very nice buffer, but it doesn't even matter.
Lindblom gets tried to buffer out here. The Onslaught of Shadows does not land. The flash will get blown. The Ornhorn's going to be called, but Ornn won't be able to dash into it. Just so much CC coming down. That's just going to be a kill picked up by Southern Warrior. Southern Warrior fans in chat, make your presence be known for your homie. He's on a killing spree.
Very, very nice stuff, and that just gives them Baron control. That just allows them to pick up a very free Baron if they wanted to, but I guess it makes sense that they don't want to. They don't have mid priority. Their top priority is a little bit dubious, so they can instead bait it out and force them into it. And you can check the vision and just instantly see how little the Outlaws actually see of this Baron. And I think it's smart that they're just focusing on the waves, and they should realize by now that, they're not actually doing it, because if they were, it would have been taken by now.
Yeah. It would have been taken, yeah. It was simply a bait and switch, as they call it. You know, a little sneaky play right here. But the Outlaws are sort of running around without a game plan right now. We
Mhm.
see 3 people hovering around mid, Ornn heading bot lane, and Hoppin just clearing his jungle, but it doesn't really look like they have any idea about, okay, what's the next play? What's the next move we need to make? Where do we need to go to start setting up for something? Unfortunately, aside from the Baron, there aren't that many big objectives coming up. It's just going to come down to getting wave pressure, just farming up, trying to stabilize here. And Ornn has not completed a mythic yet. Ornn is a lot further behind than we maybe would have expected here, and he's actually going Build-A-Bear right now. Those items all build into separate items.
Yeah, that may be true, but we can see just from that player XP bar and how close in levels that he's looking for level 14, looking for level 15. So this is where the ornaments will come online. It really does suck that he's so far behind in items. His items aren't, they're good in, like, you know, vacuums, but
Yeah.
in the grand scheme of things, you would really just wish you had your mythic. You really just wish you had either a completed Thornmail or a completed Random Endowment or Frozen Heart here, and or even a completed Fimbulwinter, as it's
Hitstick's
gonna
gonna be caught out, or was he
Really good.
actually caught out? Because you're in enemy territory, Hoppin. You gotta look at the map, brother. That is the blue side of the rift, and that doesn't belong to you, my friend. But the Baron may belong to the Wolves now that the jungler's dead. They've found an opportunity. The blue trinket will go down, give it a little bit of vision. The teleport's going to come in from Feathers and Fur onto the control ward. The curtain call is going to fire out. Going to do a little bit of damage here, but they aren't able to actually get over the wall, try and steal it. Ornn not even going to make an attempt here. The Ornn horn is up, but that is not enough damage. And actually, we saw Sheep walk into a trap. Is going to get instantly killed once coming out of the stopwatch here. Now, Usain's on the back line. Usain's looking to get range top. So many dashes, but you can't beat a man who's walking really fast. And here comes the flash, and the speed is more than enough. B Potts is going to need to perform some real magic tricks right here to get into a safe spot. The Gale Force crashed into the wall, but does walk through the base gate to stay safe. That is the Baron, and 2 kills picked up by the Wolves.
Man, we can hop into a quick replay and just see what exactly happened, but you know, the Hoppin just overplaying his hand, just didn't have the vision, and look at this positioning from the 6-inch Sheep, just not in the right spot. What are you doing in the river there? And then they're just able to run down the Ahri, even through all those dashes, all the flashes, and it's just Usain just able to do what he wants to do here as we hop back into potentially a fight in the top side. But at the end of the day, it's one of those things. Right now it's just the Wolves. Just, they have such a, their draft is on paper worse. It's really not the best draft in the world, but it's easier to play, and that's one thing you have to consider. Like, it's an easier to play draft from when you're ahead, right? And you just have to press R or press shields and speed up on Usain, and he just runs them down, and then you just hit over the top on whoever, and especially Trundle just can't be beat at this point. So you just kind of have to deal with this sort of pain, and it's going to be, you know, they have a lot of time, a lot of stuff ready to just stall out the game on the side of a Vape Nation squad, but they need to stop just walking into the enemy jungle, looking and expecting for these type of plays to work out from the side of Hoppin. And I think they're going to be in a real position to claw back this game once they start getting ornaments online for people. Level 14 close to be achieved for the Ornn. So first person, Viego. Second person, B-Pots. Third person, Range Tops. And then fourth person, Morgana. Because Morgana doesn't even have a mythic, so it's gonna be a while before that support gets her mythic. I think the Zanya's rush
why
is
are you
fine,
going? Why at this
but
point? Okay, I have to talk. I'm a support man. I've been playing a lot of ranked recently, so I'm actually like in tune with what supports need to build. You are this far behind on Morgana. I understand rushing the Zanyas. It's very important for you to actually land your engage, but I see that Amp Tome, I see that Mana Crystal. You, in no realm, in no dimension, are you going to finish that Leandries. Go Shurelya's. It is very good. It gets you engaged. It gets you everything you need. And Feathers and Fur needs to get out of dodge right here. Just enough damage. So much lockdown here. It does not really matter. But in the mid lane, we do see turrets going down. But yeah, not to harp on Sheep right here. Sheep's having a rough game overall. But come on, man. You can't just pretend you can go into a Mage Mythic. Oh, and I need to stop talking about that because we have another fight here. Curtain's going to be called down, but Lindblom's going to be told to leave themselves. Tibbers is going to be the one taking the route right here. We have the onslaught of shadows finding 3 targets, forcing out the Zanyas. The very vitally important Zanyas is going to be taken down here. Hoppin's going to get rooted out, stunned out, and killed down. Range Tops managed to find a kill in response, but the 1 kill is not nearly enough to make anything happen. The charm does not land, having to dash back over the wall. Now they're going to try and stop the siege here, but Shogun and Hitstick and Southern Warrior are ready to try and poke at this tower.
Nice
The
root.
is good enough. Oh, we have a root into a charm, into a tower shot, into a random free kill given over to Range Top.
Very, very nice stuff. And this is the kind of plays that they just need. They need the opponent to overplay their hand and, like I said, play towards the top side, then they can focus down and readjust towards the mid. But again, they get greedy. They keep trying to make plays on the Southern Warrior that would work if they were equal. But you have to realize that you're about 10,000 gold behind, a little bit under that, about 8K behind, and you can't make those sorts of plays, right? So you have to really temper your aggression and really temper what you're going for. And I like this adaptation coming up from Feathers and Fur. He's ahead, so he doesn't need to cut down Lindblom. He can go, and he's trying to look at the end of the day. He doesn't need to go Divine Blender. I love it this time. Thank you.
Beautiful.
It's great here.
Beautiful.
I don't like Usain's build. I think either you go tank or you go full damage. You don't mix and match it, but in this situation, it's working as he's looking
we're
for
gonna
a
see if
plan
he's
to
got enough
B-pot
damage
here.
to go in here. B-Pots is gonna attempt to get out of there. The Dark Binding will actually stop him for a little bit longer. Hoppin's gonna come in response, but he's gonna need to do a little bit of damage of his own. The ultimate from our friend Viego is not nearly enough damage here. Lindblom's gonna be able to try and find the Orn Horn, but stunned out, not able to do anything in response. The Charm will allow Range Tops to pick up a kill on the side. Jin will fire the Curtain Call just to get some vision, just to let them know he's there and he's thinking about them. And he's got to be thinking about next game because it is looking real dire for the Outlaws.
Yeah, I think they can just end here. I think they can realistically just go for the end here. I don't think you have enough wave clear on Ari. I don't think you have enough wave clear on Jin to stop it. I think it's a little bit too cautious from the Wolves here. But
Yeah, well,
I guess, they don't want to get greedy. They don't want to fall into the traps of the Outlaws have found themselves in. And, that's an admirable thing. 20 seconds left on this Baron. The map state is very much in their favor. The vision control, absolutely spectacular. And it's really just the Outlaws who have to drop into this walking death realm. And they have to keep making plays. They are forced to choose between, a penultimate soul point, 3 stack Ocean Drake, or the Baron, and I think the Baron is just the bigger play. So both sides ignoring the bottom side of the map, but they're on a timer. Look at the mid lane push. It's automatically going to push because of the minions, and they're going to be walking
Annie
in
is ready, and that is just oh, Sheep. Sheep, my love, my friend. You can't be doing that. You gotta have backup. You gotta have Lindblom walk in first. Man, I really feel bad for the Morgana here because I've been in these situations on support, and it just feels awful. And it's gonna feel awful if they aren't able to secure. If they are able to secure this Baron, oh, Viego's going over the wall, but is able to smite it out a little too late.
Nice.
That smite doesn't even fire from Hussein. The Baron does get stolen, but now they are on the hunt. They're gonna try and make something down. The Wolves want to try and convert literally anything back from this one. They will get 3 kills in response, or rather 2 kills. Sheep died at the beginning of that fight, and while the Baron steal was impressive, will it be enough to stop the Wolves here? I mean, honestly, I don't think they can even really end.
I think they can end.
Right now?
I think they can definitely end here.
Oh, they can definitely look for it, though. Hussein's not able to find really anything. The dash will avoid the damage from Hecarim, and Ari will avoid danger for right now. He's going to dash forward, going to be looking for the Everfrost, looking for the Charm, but nothing is landing. Southern Warrior spacing out there, all that auto spacing that these 80 carries practice. That's the power of the role right here. And Southern Warrior having a real fantastic game, although all of the Wolves are playing quite well. So, yeah, looking for this third Drake.
Both sides playing out of their minds here. Game 1, you just have to give over to the Outlaws, and now the Wolves playing super, super well as well. And I'm eager to see where it takes us into Game 3. But first, we have to finish up this game here. How does the Wolves bring this one back? Well, 3 items on Jin, of course. They need that huge And then they need the ornament going down into the Jhin as well. Close, level 15 achieved. And now we're going to be hopping into the replay of the Baron steal. I want to see exactly how that happened again. We'll be focusing entirely on Hoppin here, coming down from around the back of the pit. Camouflage.
It looks like, I know he goes over the wall with Flash, and Usain just doesn't even click it.
Yep.
Usain's Flash was not, or Usain's
ready.
Smite was not used. Yeah.
Just wasn't ready for it. As we're going to be looking at Range Top making a play on the top side, has Hoppin, and I think this
Range Top's
exactly
down
kind
Feathers
of
and Fur.
what
The
they need to
pillar
do.
goes down, but maybe not in the right spot. You want to see it. Hoppin goes for the Flash, goes for the stun.
Kills him.
Feathers and Fur is going to try and trade back as much as possible, but the execute from the Viego
That's the
ultimate
Vape
is
Nation insurance, baby.
going to be able to secure that. That's the Vape Nation insurance. Now has possessed this split push menace to get a little bit of damage out there, using the Baron to actually siege the top lane. And gotta be honest here, I don't know if the Wolves actually can take this against the Baron team, against the Viego on their own. An objective bounty has been claimed by the Ornn, apparently.
I think it's just Hoppin and Range Tops being just a little bit too cautious there. I think they could have kept going. They definitely had the opportunity to. I think the only person there was Hitstick to stop them, and as long as they played outside of the Annie's range, it just was never an option. But finally, Ornament on Jhin achieved, and now you're just looking to upgrade the Viego. I think the Viego should have been second, but regardless, as long as he hits level 16 here, he'll get that huge buff to Viego's power. And like I said, Vape Nation insurance is what they're looking at. They're looking at the first reset of any fight, and they win this game. I think it's so close, even though the gold is, you know, about 5,000 separating each team, and they have 3 Drakes. Well, you only have 2. It's just better champions, right? It's just better scaling champions on the side of the Outlaws, and that's something they have to worry about so very much. And this Trundle's build isn't the best for that split push focus. He has a Wit's End. He doesn't have wave clear. He doesn't have the Tiamat.
Titanic.
Yeah, he's missing all that extra wave clear, and it's going to be so hard for him to actually push through big waves when he's dealing with supers later down the line. So as long as they stick Linboom into that matchup, or someone who can just wave clear into him, hold him there, and they doesn't get forced out of the area, which is most characters at this point, I think he's in a rough one. But Deathcap achieved on the Ahri, so now we're looking at how Range Tops just burst people out. The damage is going to be absolutely insane. Void Staff should be the next item, and you're sitting really pretty on the Ahri.
Yeah, the Ahri definitely has been able to pull a lot of picks right here. Range Tops playing out of their mind, looking to find the angles to actually keep the Outlaws into this game, and they've managed to slow it down so much that now the Wolves are the ones who are walking around like, okay, what do we do now? We've pushed in the waves. We have Hoppin is behind the team. He's looking for a flank. He'll get spotted out by a ward. Usain's going to be ghosting. Maybe he'll be the one getting caught out. Range Tops is over the wall. He's going to be looking to try and follow up here. The charm does not land. Usain goes back. The stopwatch is going to be blown out from Hoppin here as he is able to just walk away here. Now Feathers and Fur.
Oh, the damage!
Here, getting insta kill. Here comes the first reset. We've got Viego moving. He does get stunned. He does get exhausted, and he does get murdered by the Annie. On the bottom side of the fight, we have the Ornn on their lonesome, trying to get some flanking damage, but on the other, you know, there's not that flank.
Oh, the Annie.
You forgot about the bear. I don't know how. He's bigger than a house, and you're under one right now. Not just under a house, but in a grave, my friend, because that is going to be 4-4-1 in favor of the Wolves, and you gotta think this is the game right here.
So aggressive from the Outlaws, and you just can't be doing that at this current point in the game. A kill going over to the side of Range Tops, but that's Onslaught of Shadows to collect that kill, and that's GG's. That's GG's from both teams coming out. And very well played from the Wolves to make this a competitive series. And I think the Outlaws, when you go back into VOD review, when you go back to your team and just, you know, sit around and talk about what happened, you gotta address the greedy aspect of your play. You have to just sit back and say, okay, guys, we got a little bit greedy with everything. We got a little bit overzealous to make plays, and we tried to make plays and make another play immediately after. And I think what you got to do right there is just calm yourself down, because you just won the game. You just outscale. You just sit pretty if you're the Outlaws, and that just allows you to scale up and just beat out the Wolves, and just don't respond to their overeager plays.
Well, Wolves were feeling a little bit more eager that time than the Outlaws, and yeah, we're bringing it back. It's 1-1. We're not getting any 3-0s tonight, baby. We're getting ourselves a nice big best-of-5 series. Will it be the full 5 games? we'll have to see. But no, much needed improvements going on the Wolves side that time. You know, we saw some great aggression coming out. Usain on the fast horse, I think in that last fight, 951 movement speed was the max I saw out of him. So it makes it really hard to set up those flanking plays that you tend to see from Viego players, and really good heads up on the map to keep this game rolling. But you love to see it. Any big standout plays that were for you, other than the Baron steal from Hoppin, which was an almost question mark? Oh, we're like coming back into this one. What was our standout for game 2 there?
Honestly, like Usain was doing so much on that Hecarim off of the Kayn, which is a giga useless champion, right? So we finally see Usain on those champions that he was so successful on throughout the regular season, and he put on a clinic. He tore it up across the map, finding ganks here and there and everywhere. Check your fridge, he's in there too. He just played so well this game. There were a couple of times where, you know, maybe he missed a smite, right? But that's fine, right? It's fine to miss smite every now and then. We're not perfect. There were pro players who played for years and were famous for missing smite. Shoutouts to Saint Vicious. That one's for the boomers in the crowd.
What's up?
Thank you everyone. But honestly, yeah, no, I think Usain just set up so well for the rest of the team to take over. His build may have been a little questionable, right? Yeah. He may have been a little confused on what items were good, but at the end of the day, he did what he needed to do.
You know, I mean, I have to agree.
Go ahead, Arlen. Go for it.
No, I was just gonna say I have to agree. It was Usain being a standout player, just all over the place, making plays, and especially the focus in top side. I think was super important because, like I said, it was a volatile matchup up there. It's really kind of a 50-50 until those first few items are achieved. But if Orin is able to scale equally, he can kind of just keep Feathers and Fur in that side lane and then rotate whenever he feels like. And I think they took advantage of the fact that, you know, Lindblom doesn't respond as well when he's getting ganked. His warding is kind of not up where it should be, and I think that's a very smart focus coming out from Usain. So I think if they can keep that sort of focus, regardless of what champion he's playing or regardless of his build, you're gonna get ahead 9 times out of 10.
Yeah. A lot to be said. You know, we can nitpick all the little things here and there and be like, they could have done this, could have done that. A lot of focus towards the top lane. I'm not going to disagree with that because we are seeing these junglers just kind of living up there and making sure whoever's there first for the gank and getting their team ahead. That's where we're seeing these top laners just get absorbently massive leads and kind of taking over the game. But on top of that, if you're the jungler and also picking up a few kills, you're not going to complain. But before we go to break, I think the one point that kind of stood out for me is something you mentioned, Arlent, is as they were at that 28-minute mark where they were on base, that mid inhibitor was gone. I think that's what I've seen over the years in terms of the difference between gold players, plat players, diamond masters, and upwards, is that confidence of saying, yes, we can end the game right this second. And we're not going to leave any possible windows, right? No potential for Baron steals. We're not even going to risk it. We are ending it right this second. So even though it worked out well for the Wolves, I want to see them, you know, having the confidence of that first win tonight, say, hey, you know what? That's enough. Enough's enough. But I'm sure the Outlaws are feeling the same way. I'm sure they're saying, enough of that. We're going to choose back on the blue side because right now it is technically 2-0 on the night. We'll see if that pattern continues when we come back from a break. Make sure to stick around. Enjoy your points if you bet on the Wolves because you probably made a hell of a buck off of that one.
Shout outs to Outlaw Support 6-inch Sheep for making money off that bet because they bet against their own team. Which I don't even think this is the first time they've done that. I feel like this is one of several times during the season where they bet against themselves and made money. So I respect it.
Yep, I give them that. But we'll see what happens because we got more coming up after this break. We'll see you soon. Hello, internet viewers. We are back on the desk. It is VAD semifinals between the Wolves and the Outlaws, and both of them have both taken a game off each other. But Outlaws heading back onto that coveted blue side, which has already won 2 games. That's why, you know what, I had to switch into the blue shirt for tonight, because blue side, OP.
I didn't even notice.
I know. It's costume change. It's like, you know what, I'm streaming, costume changing, and coming back to host. We do it all here, but we're glad that you could be here to join us here for this exciting night. Becky, Rita, and Arlen bringing you guys all that action. And we've got at least 2 more games left tonight. Will we hear the silver scrapes? Still a question mark.
that was last week. There were 2 5-game series last week. Ask Regdor about it. He had the most fun.
It's playoff season. That's all I'm going to say. We're in the mode, we are in the action, and this is where we get to see really the best of the best from this entire split. So it's good seeing some good, healthy, a little spicy at times, you know, if we're venturing that banter channel. Words. It can be a little spicy, but especially between these players, they are bringing, I would say, some of their spiciest picks out tonight. We got to see a Kane, we got to see the Trundle crash and burn 1 game, then just go to the moon in game number 2. Will we see it potentially again? I know that Ornn was taken away from Feathers and Fur in that game too, but is it something that is going to be that high of a priority, or are we going to see some other attention to other champs? I don't know, like some broken ADCs, guys? What do you think?
I think the drafting needs to be adjusted just a little bit. I think it needs, I think the Outlaws have a very good drafting strategy. I think it just needs to be, they have blue side, so they have the ability to pick comfort on the blue side. That's the main point of blue side. You can pick power picks and comfort for your side. Red side is where you have to play complicated things, where you have to play complicated comps, and you have to get the counter picks to certain champions, so it's not always comfort, right? So their drafting strategy for the Outlaws, I think, can stay relatively in place, intact, and it's going to be the Wolves who need to adapt their drafting strategy to try to get their power picks somehow on the red side and just ban out the blue side's power picks and try to better play the counter picks and the counter matchups overall.
Yeah, and we saw the Wolves in both game 1 and game 2 struggle to sort of navigate the draft and come out on top. They did win last game, but a lot of that came down to individual play as opposed to pure draft difference. The players on the Wolves had a better game. It wasn't necessarily that the champs were better, because on paper, the Outlaws draft was so much better.
It really was.
And they just couldn't win with it. And we did see, as we got closer to the end of the game, as they started to maybe pull it back, we were like, oh wait, this comp is really good. But they just weren't able to convert into anything. So the Wolves drafting has been a struggle even when they're on blue side. So now that they're on red side, they're going to need to adapt if they want to bring this game to match point for them.
Absolutely, and we'll see if some of those skill differences on certain champions, because you never know. Like, yeah, we were focused a lot on the top and jungle there, but I mean, even early game, Shogun there with the Karma poke was absolutely ridiculous. So there's a lot to be said. A lot of skilled champions that, I don't know, we might get some surprises too. You never know in playoffs, especially the fact that we didn't see Outlaws last week. They didn't get to play. They actually had a whole week of scouting, so maybe they have been hiding something. They've been waiting for something, or at least waiting to unleash something on us for tonight's series. But we'll have to see, as we are ready to go for game number 3. Draft is ready. Becky, Rita, Arlen, take it away. I'll see you guys after the game.
All right, we're hopping into the draft right here. Once again, we see the Illaoi taken away from Feathers and Fur. Come on, just let him play it one game, all right? Just let it through. Come on. We all want to see Illaoi. She's funny. Come on. But yeah, the Zed will once again get taken away from range tops. A fair pick, and further going off on that first game. But yeah, what do you want to see from both of these teams? You talked a little bit about it, but a little more in detail. What do you want to see from these teams, especially with the first pick here from the Outlaws?
I want to see the Outlaws pick up Aphelios. I don't mind them leaving up the Jinx. I also want to see them ban Hecarim just off the cuff, though I like that ban as well. But I want to see them pick up Aphelios. I think he has a higher early game damage potential, which is where realistically the Outlaws like to scrap a lot. And they can handshake the Jinx. I think that's totally fine. And not quite sure why you would ban Caitlyn, but okay. But I think
Caitlyn good.
grab the Aphelios, you handshake the Jinx, and you just look to play for that early mid game power spike. Because I think if you build correctly, you can actually out damage Jinx before she gets excited, and then realistically, you pick Jinx so she gets excited because once she pops off, no other ADC matches her. So, I don't like that.
Ooh.
I think
The
those.
Gwen is a spicy pick, but is it a good one?
I think those Gwyn nerfs, I forget which patch, but it was really recently. The Gwyn jungle nerfs, it was enough to kick her out of the jungle entirely. So now she is purely a flex for the top side and potentially a mid flex depending on the right matchup. So I think you just counterpick, if you're the Wolves here, you just counterpick with the Kali, and you force her to go into the mid lane and force him to draft something else. And then once you get further down into it, you can pick something that's super good and to Gwyn mid, and then all of a sudden this Gwyn pick is a really just in a rough spot. The Jhin one for the Wolves, not too bad. You're giving up the main AD carries, but this is the solid secondary carry. What do you pick with that? Not quite sure.
Yeah, I think the Wolves, with the Jhin, they're sort of indicating that they want more utility on the bot side. With the Jhin pick, to enable a harder carry on the top side of the map, that is Malcolm Graves likely going into the pockets of Usain, who showcased great effort on that champion during the regular series.
Yeah, debating. These 3 picks have been really weird, just because their positions in it and everything are really weird. I like the Jinx on paper. I think it's better than the Jhin. I don't think it's better early, of course, but mid-late, it's just a better champion. Jhin Karma does well into the Braum just because of the poke potential, but at the end of the day, it's just going to be Braum just blocking all of Jin's ultimate here. So the Graves, I don't really like Graves in competitive. I think he's just too one-dimensional of a champion. He's just gonna if he's in a lane, he's just gonna push, and if he's in the jungle, he's just gonna farm until like 2 items, and he's gonna come out and one-shot someone. He's just so easy to beat. You can just realistically force yourself to do stuff around the map, and I think this is what they have to do. Granted, they kind of put themselves into a hole with Jinx, so they can't do anything bot side, but the other lanes still have the opportunity to force things to happen if you go for a playmaking jungler, such as a Rek'Sai. I think would be very nice. Nocturne once you hit 6, a J4 once you hit 6. I think these
and
Zin's
Hoppin, Hoppin, I will say, also has a lot of more pocket junglers. I know I'm pretty sure during the regular series, Hoppin has pulled out the Nocturne. So that is a possibility. We're seeing a lot of meatballs getting taken out here. Ornn and Trundle getting banned away from Feathers and Fur. And Vladimir and Mordekaiser sort of pinching some of those AP picks from the side of the Outlaws. Don't know if it's necessary yet. We see Cho'Gath getting picked up for Feathers and Fur. Whoa, there's the Sylas into the Cho'Gath. I'm having flashbacks of earlier into the season when we had the biggest Sylas on record. Will we see that again? Oh mama. I like the Sylas. Is it necessarily great here? I don't know. I think
it can work. I think you just have to draft AD right here, and it doesn't work.
Okay, never mind. All right, yep, doesn't work.
Most importantly, I think Sylas is a great R5 or a last pick for blue, right? Because especially if you're into a player who only can play tanks, he's really good into those tanks. It's either Cho'Gath or the Malphite. Potentially even Sion. He just does good into those champions, does great into Nasus. He just does, right? It's just the nature of his kit. However, okay, well then they go ahead and never mind. That's completely irrelevant because they go ahead and pick Sion, one of the champions that Sylas also does good into. So I think the Shin match, I think their top side is way too heavily leaning into the AP category of things. I think a Shin or a AD jungler here does so much better, but it can definitely work out at the end of the day. So that will be a win going into either Cho'Gath or Sion, and then Sylas will go into the other one. Or of course it could be a Cho'Gath jungle and a Graves and solo lane. Either way,
yeah, we haven't considered the possibility of River Shen. All right.
Oh, true.
Or maybe we have
really want to throw the game. Yeah.
Look, I'm saying in the chat here, Hoppin said, "This is the game you'll pay attention to me." And I don't know which of these picks Hoppin is playing, presumably the Gwen, because the Gwen is something Hoppin played quite a bit during the regular season. Even after Gwen was nerfed, I'm pretty sure Hoppin still pulled it out and popping off, you know? He showcased that the champ, while it does struggle now in the jungle, can still get pulled out by somebody who's willing to jam it, who's willing to just force it as hard as possible. And I mean, I do respect that as somebody who likes jank. I don't think it's that great here.
It's the same thing with Hecarim, right? It needs more draft resources devoted to it. It needs another enchanter here it needs at least 40% of the draft to realistically work. It needs 60% to really work. And I just don't think it's the greatest thing in the world. You said they can force it out, and I think you can also force out a Silas jungle despite the nerfs, a Kiana jungle despite the nerfs, a Camille jungle despite the nerfs. You know,
that's a little too far. I don't know if I could co-sign that.
Those all work, but they need draft resources devoted to them. And if you fall behind without the draft resources, they become a glorified cannon minion and select 3 items. And I think the Silas is a really good pick here into their 2 tanks right now. I think he really does great. The Gwyn is the one linchpin for the Wolves, or for the Outlaws and the Wolves, like they can focus in on and really makes or breaks the game.
Yeah, no. We have the Gwen and company versus Malcolm and the Meatballs on the side of the Wolves. Double tank in both top and mid, with the Cho'Gath in top and the Scion in mid lane. It really seems like the Wolves here are heavily leaning into Usain and Southern Warrior. These are the 2 players that they are looking to play through and looking to enable to take over the game. And for the Outlaws, they're putting their faith into the hands of Hoppin. They're putting their faith into the hands of B-Pots once they get to the late game. And then, of course, there's the Silas, who does have the potential to pop off and carry, but we will have to see if that is how it goes when we get into game. We're going to be going to a quick break, so go out, get a snack, get a sandwich, get a drink, and when you come back, we will be in game for Game 3 between the Outlaws and the Wolves. Who will get to match point? You'll have to stick around and find out after the break.
Life can't put me in a box. I redefine any definition you got. I am the tiger, I'm making steps to the top. The flames, I whip it up, you just gotta hand me the rock. Take a seat, you cannot stand it. All I know, the flow harder than a Scotch bunny. Don't try to study me, you cannot manage. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. Yeah, you better listen. I'm bringing heat, you'll be a fan when I start rapping. Way I'll have your fucking head spinning. I'm known as spit vicious, release bombs and go tick tick. Boom, you blow me that head missing. I'm a phenomenon, stacking cheese like it's Parmesan. 8 different flows, call me Octomom. I'm moving fast like the Autobahn, and I'm independent, so I'm not your fucking starving like it's Ramadan. Sick, twisted, gifted, can't copy, printed, can't hold me down. I shape shift, I'm liquid. I killed this beat, I might get convicted. They know how I move, it was predicted. Persistent, spoke it into existence, so consistent, no assistance. Hear me once, become addicted. If I rap it, then I live it. There's no cap when I be spitting. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon.
Welcome back, everybody, for Game 3 between the Outlaws and the Wolves. Outlaws on the blue side, Wolves on the red side. And we are, the points in chat are, the bets are now even. Both of the first two matches were so in favor of the Outlaws, and after that great performance from the Wolves last game, it started to even out a bit. That is exciting to see for sure. A lot more hope coming into the Wolves. Maybe the Wolves needed to believe in themselves more, and yeah, we'll see if that belief can get them any further. And we have the Dark Harvest on to Jin. I have heard that that is Cope. What are your thoughts?
I think he should have fleet footwork. I think fleet
Okay.
footwork Jin is beyond OP, beyond disgusting, and just so uber broken. Thankfully, Hitstick will be able to pick up that ward, so he's gonna hit level 1 first off that wave. But back to the Jin thing, I think it's just such a better rune. It's just not even contestable. Everybody else's runes look to be about the same, about fine. I think Feathers and Fur could get away with the comment here. I think it's fine into the Shin, but I think he would be much happier with like a Grasp maybe.
Oh, Grasp is so good on Cho'Gath because it's just so easy to proc on him with your
so
E. You just get slows, you get guaranteed poke onto them, and you get even more healing, which Cho'Gath has in spades in the top lane. Whoa, range tops! Just got blasted by the Scion shield, looking like pre-season 1 Scion right there, just blasting the opponent with that shield. Oh, that's a throwback for sure. But yeah, no, I will say that I honestly would prefer the Grasp into the matchup here with Cho. I think that Comet is fine if you're against like a Graves or a champion that is trying to poke you out of lane, because then you can sort of fight back with the poke. But you're going to be skirmishing in melee range a lot with the Shen here, so why not go for the Grasp? It's just more HP, and Cho'Gath loves having more HP. you just benefit from it a whole lot. But that is just my opinion. I am not even a top lane main. I play support because I don't have hands, and that is okay with me. In the mid lane here, I wasn't sure how this matchup was going to go for the Sylas, but he is actually really struggling.
Yeah, Sylas into Scion is one of those interesting matchups. You do not actually win like level 1s or 2 or 3 realistically. It's really at like level, I'd say probably around level 6 to 7 when you really start to get cooldown reduction on things. But very nice flash coming in,
Yeah.
and then the top side is just trading all over the map. But one thing I think that range tops could have done to better adapt to how he has to play this game is actually go for a Graf's Sylas build. I think Graf's is just so free here into the Scion because he really can't contest it. You both trade Graf's drops, you both get super tanky, and you don't even need the Conquer, you don't need the extra damage from it. You just go Grasp and you just look to engage as the frontline tank that does AP damage for your team here. And you just look to do a lot, but it might be a gank here in
Ooh,
the bot side.
Sane maybe looking for an opportunity. He's going to try and get in range for the bean can here. Shield gets pulled out. Unbreakable Spirit, Unbreakable Will, but Beepots is going to get broken right here. Exhaust goes down, but those auto attacks are getting blocked. Now Graves ends up getting rooted, being forced to flash right here. Hoppin is in here. Southern Warrior flashes forward to get the 4th shot. Now Hoppin's going to be trying to do as much damage as possible. Keep an eye on Hoppin is what he said, and I'm watching you, buddy. You need to be careful. That is first blood over to Southern Warrior.
They're able to get 1,000 gold lead off of that, but we're going to hop into a quick little replay here, and I can tell you exactly what went wrong. It's Beepot's not flashing instantly when his support jumps away. You have to, this is greeting the flash for too much, and they try to turn it back. And he's just able to flash in, hit that 4th shot, and you're just not respecting it. So that flash was too late, too greedy. And then Hoppin trying to do something when their champion is just too weak to do something. It's just not ideal at all. So 1,000 gold lead roughly, and they're able to start pushing their agenda. And Wolves looking very, very strong at this point in the game. How do you bring back that 1,000 gold lead? Well, like I said, just gank mid on repeat, keep down the side as much as possible, look to trade hard on the Cho'Gath like Limblum is doing. And I like this aggressive style from the Shen.
Yeah, no, the Shen is playing so well. Shen does so much damage early on, and especially if he lands the taunt into his sword passing through you onto a tank, he gets that % health bonus damage on those auto attacks, and those just obliterate you. They do way more damage than you would expect. And like, I've been caught off guard if I end up playing top lane. I've definitely been caught off guard by that more than once. And Feathers and Fur not landing these the bits of poke that he needs to here, and instead just getting taken out here. Okay, maybe he's found an opportunity here. Fortunately, those dodges on the shield also protect him from Cho'Gath's auto attack damage from his E. Maybe not the spikes, but they do protect him from quite a bit of that damage. So definitely a good little thing to note there. But yeah, Shen finding good trades, gets forced back there, starts the Tiamat actually, which I think that's fine.
Yeah, I like that here because it allows him to contest Feathers and Fur's push, because right now Cho'Gath, if it scales like this with no Tiamat, he will just outpush the Shin, right? He just has too much single target damage. The other one just has too much AoE damage, and it's just so difficult
so much
for Limbo to outpush
right
that.
here. Dark Harvest, that's harvested, baby. Harvested sunglasses right there. Southern Warrior is utilizing this rune, and Dark Harvest is such a neat keystone. Like, I don't think it's good, but I really like taking it on champions like Zyra or Brand. More Brand than Zyra. Electrocute's just way better on Zyra, but Brand utilized.
Yikes.
Yeah. hey, whoa, hey, hold on. But no, it's just the Dark Harvest. If you can keep proccing it, it is definitely based around how often you can proc it here. And fortunately, because of how much poke they have, Southern Warriors actually be able to get so many procs on this Dark Harvest, currently at 4. Well, that's not a whole lot. Every one of those matters, because every one of them means your next one is going to do more damage. And you get those resets off of kills. You get those resets in team fights. So if you get enough Dark Harvest stacks, it's big power. I don't know what the oh no is for. I'm watching top lane trades.
So watching the wet noodle fight happen, but so I know this one is is one of those new popular builds going around for the Graves players to buy, Gore Drinker or Stridebreaker here. But realistically, I don't think it's the move here. I know you're into a lot of melees and you're going to be in their face quite often. However, I think you're just better going with the Eclipse build, as we're going to see.
We have a fight up top. We have the stolen Cho'Gath ultimate. That big Silas may be not just a myth, it may be a reality here. Lindblom getting a flash, getting the taunt. Feathers and Fur going to have to duck under the tower. He's going to try and get out of range here. Going into execute here. The silence is going to come down. The knockup doesn't quite land. Range Tops is able to secure that with the chomp. Scion's teleport is blown. Now Hitstick is going to try and pick this one up. Usain's over the wall as well. Silas is going to have to try and get out of this one. The charge does not land. The ultimate from Scion maybe just going to waste there. Stand United is going to come out. The chains are going to come down, but he's chaining into nothing, and now the Shen is in danger when he should have been safe. He's gonna have to be careful of this one. Usain's gonna hop forward, he's gonna flash forward, he's gonna be able to dodge as much as possible, but you can't dodge a big axe to the cranium, my friend. 2 kills over to the Wolves.
Yeah, that's one of those situations where you leave your mid laner and die. If he gets out, he gets out. I know Shin players love to save other people in competitive, but that should have been a solo queue Shin. You should have just let him die for his sins, and that sin was dying. But look at the control they just have in the bot side of the map, and they're just able to like leverage the range advantage, and this is just what I like. When you have the range advantage, just leverage it in your opponent's faces, force them to try to step up and do things. But look in the mid lane, look at the CS lead, 30 CS. This is very uncharacteristic from range tops. Usually we see him with the CS lead, so to be down this much into Hitstick, not good at all.
Yeah, no, not good at all. And will definitely, Range Tops does pick up a kill at the start of that, does get a feast stack, and that's pretty good. For sure, you want to get those. You want to be the biggest Silas on record, but it was just not worth it at the end of the day. And oh, we have a trade coming out here. Shogun taking quite a bit of damage. The B-Pots with those rockets trying to finish that one out. Not able to get that proc on the Braum stun. Heal is going to get blown here. Now Hoppins may have found an opportunity. Here comes the stomp right there from Scion. Damage from the Gwen is almost negligible, but she is immune right now. Usain's going to try and get into melee range to finish that one out, but it's just going to go into melee range to die to the Silas. Now the Scion's here going to try and finish this one out. He's got a little bit of damage. He's going to shout, but nobody's going to be listening to that one. Scion, not nearly good enough to finish out there, and that is a kill going over to Range Tops.
I'm looking at this game, and I just realized something. Like, I think both teams kind of misunderstand what you're doing with each champion. The Graves, his build is misunderstanding that he doesn't need to be in the front line here, right? He doesn't need to be aggressive in their faces. I think Southern Warrior and Sogan DHS are making a play, but I think this
they're making a play right there. Southern Warriors is going to get caught out instantly. So much damage coming down here. Now B-Pot's feeling excited, and he's got to be excited about this one because he's picking up a double kill out of nowhere on the side of the Outlaws.
That's a big yikes. I was completely I don't forget my point, but I don't need to point it out anymore. It's okay.
Yeah, it's gone in the past. The past is the past, and the past is gone.
Yeah, it's gone. But very nice play coming out from B-Pots right there. It was just a miscommunication from Southern Warrior and Shogun DHS. They knew the karma was in the bush, but it was too far away from Southern Warrior to actually do something about him if he got jumped on. So at the end of the day, absolutely nothing comes of it. I think it's kind of interesting that Usain shows himself down here to push in that wave, but I guess they just want to secure the priority to get this first Drake just off the map so they can start looking to stack up something for his soul. Mid lane gets pushed in as well, and it's just their Drake completely for free.
Yeah, it's just their Drake right there. And on the top lane, we have a little bit of a trade. Just a little bit of a trade, though. Yeah, and that's going to be the first Drake picked up by Usain. That is a Cloud Drake. Once again, not a Cloud Rift. Praise the Lord. I want to thank whoever out there in Riot Games is blessing us. And if you're on stream right now, you're watching Scion standing still in front of a crab. So I will do my best to describe what we're looking at here in the live game. Okay, we have Hussein. Graves hopping over the wall. He drops a bean can onto B-Pots. B-Pots is now getting exhausted. Has to flash over the wall. Over by the tri-bush. He's going to try and get out of here. Braum hops over to block him with a shield. Graves has now started to clear a control ward. We have a dive coming down here. Silas is looking to dive the top lane where Cho'Gath is hugging it. He's trying to stay alive as much as possible, trying to clear those wards. Here comes the dive right now. Silas crashes in. The CC chain goes down, and the ultimate is stolen by the Cho'Gath and used to get another stack on to the Silas. More HP coming down. The Scion has wandered into the top lane as well. He's not under tower yet. He's looking to get there, though, as he's getting punched down, taunted out, and CC'd as much as possible here. He's going to fire back with a little bit of an axe. There goes the ultimate, but he's just going to get taken down. His ultimate is going to be available here, trying to do as much as possible. The Shen is going to stand united just to get out of dodge right there. Hoppin will be spotted, clearing his Krugs at the moment, but yeah, that is Shen going back to the top lane, Silas going back over the wall, looking to try and go back to his side of the map, and multiple kills getting picked up by the Outlaws.
Yeah, honestly, they're able to turn around, you know, what looked to be a pretty dire state off just mechanically playing better and just, like I said, there was just the time understanding what you have to do with each character, and Graves just isn't a spam ganking character like that. He just doesn't want to keep making plays over and over. He wants to realistically get farm on himself, but
Ooh, yeah, we're saying looking for an opportunity, but Shogun's taking a lot of damage. That one rocket shot's going to finish it off. B-Pots now is going to be attempting to get out of this one. Hussein's on the back here, and that Graves is going to do a lot of damage here, but he doesn't do any damage when he's stunned out. He's going to try to flash. He's going to try and collateral damage. He's going to do what he can to get out of this one, but it's not nearly enough. Now Sixth Sheep is going to try and get that damage down. The rocket comes through. Super Mega Death Rocket is the Super Mega Dead Jin on the other side of the rift right there. Two kill, I believe actually 3 kills getting picked up for the side of the Outlaws here. Southern Warrior, Shogun, and Hussein not able to do anything in the bot lane and just getting caught out and killed by this Jinx, who has gotten over that early game slump, picked up her first item, and she's ready to start taking over the game.
Yep, you know, B-Pot's over here playing like a baby Gumayushi, absolutely smashing them down there off of what should have been realistically a losing situation, and that's just the strength of Jinx with that first item completed. It's such a huge spike. And we can look at the replay very quickly here, just break it down exactly, and look, it's just Shogun DHX overstepping far too soon before the play, so realistically it just became a 2v2. And it's just, look at the positioning from Sixth Sheep. He was just constantly in between his AD carry and that Graves there, and then it's just him again autoing down, hitting the stun onto the Jin, and forcing him to try and make some play happen.
Oh yeah, we have B-Pot's gonna get caught out right here. A little too far forward, a little too ambitious right there. And, you know, just a little bit of greed. Brady Potter, maybe not having his glasses, dropped him on the ground, didn't see that one coming, and pays the price for it, but not the end of the world. We're gonna hope that. Oh wait, I looked over at one monitor, looked back, and Hussein is gone. It is lights out for this man. No, he is able to smite the chickens. He's gonna try and get out here, but the chains are more than enough. The Gore Drinker is gonna keep him alive for a little bit longer. He's looking for this red plant. He's blasting over, but that maybe not. Wait, no, that is safety. He's on the. I was trying to figure out what side of the rift he's on. He's heading back home. Our secret agent Graves, Malcolm, makes the secret escape. What he really shouldn't have.
It's not even a secret. He just did it in their face, and they can't stop it, and it's dumb because it should never happen. But seriously though, interesting stuff coming out from Hoppin here in terms of build. I'm not sure if I agree with the Nashor suit first. I think you just want to rush your mythic into Cosmic Drive and then look at a Nashor suit. But maybe this is just one of those things that just come out in response to the Gwyn nerfs, that just people adapting her build a little bit. But topside trading, very nice CS lead for Lindblom up here, and just better CSing off of that. Even though he's constantly getting pushed in, he's just ready to respond. And now we're gonna get the first real fight around the Drake, and it's gonna be an Infernal here, not the Infernal Soul. So does it really matter? But
oh yeah, Hoppin, maybe a little bit dangerous. Gwen is immune. Gwen it cannot be hit. That is the safety field from the Gwen. Such a fantastic ability. So glad that's a basic ability, Riot. Really good design right there. Overload your champion's basic abilities and then give them piss poor ultimates. That's definitely what we want to see in design here. Here comes the Gwen trying to get something done right now, but she's not going to get anything done. The CC from the Scion is attempting to keep them locked down, but actually it looks like the Jinx has found an opportunity, and Hoppin as well. We're keeping an eye on him, and he's keeping an eye on Usain, keeping an eye on the prize, and the prize are all these kills. The curtain is called, but nobody's going to respond. Nobody wants to leave the stage. Range Tops has said, "This is my show now, you old friend," and now I'm taking this one home, and we're taking the dragon. 4 kills going over to the Outlaws.
Very nice response coming from the Outlaws. You know, they just took the fight in the river and they were just able to win it off of too much of investment, over-investment onto Hoppin here, over-investment onto the Gwen. And I like it. You know, use the Gwen as bait, re-engage off of that, and just able to win the fight. I'm not quite sure if they should win that fight realistically, but they were able to win it, and now it's going to be really hard for them to come back in the game. They're just lacking damage elements coming up from the side of the Wolves, excuse me there. And one of the things they're lacking damage is from the Graves. You picked Graves for damage, but with this kind of tankier, in-your-face style build, he doesn't do that damage. He just tanks, right? He's just in your face, like I said. And now you're just relying on Southern Warrior to do all your damage, but you severely lack the AP damage. And now you're relying on Feathers and Fur to do AP damage, and he's a tank, and he's not going to be in the team fight. So it's just a real mess of a team composition coming up from the Wolves, and it's hard to come back when you're in a hole. Not even by that much, but in a hole at all is just a rough place to be.
Yeah, it's a rough place to be for sure. Hoppin has maybe found an opportunity. On to our friend Hitstick, who's just gonna waltz out of this one, getting a little bit of shout saying, "Hey, get out of this one, get out of my face." And no, they are not getting out of your face. Range Tops has found the Scion ultimate, but yeah. Good effort, good hustle, everyone. That was a great skirmish. I'll see you next time. Usain having to dash out over the wall, starts the Herald, but not able to finish it. Feathers and Fur waiting in the wings, does get the knock up onto the Jinx, but there is no follow-up. Shogun and Southern Warrior are waiting in the wings right now. They're going to try and finish this one out as Usain goes back over the wall. Lindblom does get the sword through a couple of targets, and then it gets stolen by just an auto attack right there. Usain still holding that smite, waiting for the next game, I suppose. Feathers and Fur is going to get shredded out here. Hoppin has arrived, and he's ready to take some names right here. Lindblom gets an engage right here. Sion's going to do as much CC as possible. Shogun is going to try and do whatever Karma can to trade back here, but unfortunately, she can't do a whole lot from this angle, and we see Brady Potter putting on a performance right now on the Jinx.
I don't even know what happened, so let's hop into the replay and find out. So look at this. Oh, he steals it off of the Cho'Gath, not ulting properly. Didn't time that exactly. And then look at Southern Warrior on the boss side of the fight. He gets pincered off, cut up from his team, and has to deal with 2 AP bruisers just beating him up. And at the end of the day, nobody likes AP bruisers except other AP bruisers. Very nice double knock up to get 1 kill back, but at the end of the day, it's just not enough. And he misses all his shots in live, and they're just able to walk out, get away with murder there, getting a turret off of that Rift. No, it wasn't even dropped yet, so they can still drop the Rift Herald, more than likely bot side, just to use that to get pressure and then look to transition to a potential Baron play. I think that's the best move overall, but they definitely can still win this game from the Wolves, I think, just looking at their gold. It's a hard game to win, but looking at, the CS leads that they're able to accumulate in the mid lane, and the CS that they're keeping close in top, if they play around those 2 power spiking champions and then just have Southern Warrior just KS all those kills, they can definitely put themselves back in a position to get close to it. But Range Tops is looking to really bully around this Cho'Gath, goes top side, has the, what's it called? Rift Herald.
Yeah.
Can pop that anytime he wants, can pop anyone with the Cho'Gath true damage, so they have to play this so very carefully. A Drake in about a minute and 15.
Yeah, minute 15 right here on that Drake. And we see Range Top stealing the Feast just to get a minion there. That is all right. He is still able to get minions right now. He's gobbled 1 minion, 2 champions, so that is 3 stacks on the board for the Silas. And I'm looking at Cho'Gath here. Cho'Gath is at a full 6 stacks with 7 minions. Okay, 6 stacks with 7 minions chomped. That is right. That is correct, Riot. Very good.
Well,
I
that just means
agree.
he's reached his max, right?
He's reached his max, but if you hover over it, at least for me, it shows that Feast is 7 minions devoured to give him 6 stacks. So,
okay, then he's just probably gobbled 1 extra that he didn't need to. Feels bad.
yeah. Oh, okay. Maybe that is true. Or maybe it's a Silas bug. I don't know. But in the bot lane, we do see a trade from Lindblom here. This Shen's actually doing 1,000,000 damage right now. It's a slow burn down, but the Scion will eventually get burned. The Flash is actually going to get burned from Lindblom. The turn comes around. Feathers and Fur has arrived with the teleport. There's no backup here for Lindblom, but the dash is going to be able to buy some time. Hussein's going to get pinched on here because now the Outlaws have arrived, and they're wanting to take your good old riches from the bank. They're looking to rob this play right here, keeping Lindblom alive. The bandits stick together. Hoffman's going in. He's immune right now. He's not going to be able to be CC'd. He's going to do a ton of shred with that ultimate there. All those needles are just pinching and pincering the side of the Wolves right here. Their fangs are getting clipped down, shaved off, and taken away as the Outlaws
they end the game.
look to end the game.
They end the game. There's nothing to stop them in the mid. They have teleport on Lindboom. They end the game, I think. I think 3 items on Jinx. They just shred the turrets. The death timers aren't that long, but I think they have enough damage. You just got to make the play here.
Yeah, we've got the Shelly as well.
Oh,
As she wastes her time. No, Shelly, wake up! Shirley, no, Shirley, please! Those aren't the turrets you want to hit! Wait, maybe Shirley, you gotta crash into the Nexus. Shirley, finish it! Hey, we got a Dancing Herald! Shirley didn't do a whole lot, but she didn't need to. It's the Outlaws take game 3.
They slammed them. They absolutely slammed them. That was like, what, 23-5? 22-5 in terms of kills, and CSing was only good in 1 lane. Realistic, they just smashed them. It was an absolute stomp coming out from the Outlaws, and maybe blue side just is OP, and they were just able to find a huge drafting difference. Or maybe now the Outlaws, they shook off the game 2 jitters and they're able to come back in game 3, and they just what do you even talk about besides the draft? I think the draft was the biggest issues coming out here from the Wolves. It's just hard to play with 2 tanks in a game and nobody else really does damage.
It's a little tough indeed, but yeah, 22-5, 23-minute, 48-second game, the quickest one of this series tonight, and a 10.3k gold lead at that time. Oh man, a hard pill to swallow and a hard hill to overcome, because now the Wolves are in do or die mode. It's up 2-1 for the Outlaws. Wolves need to get this next one back, but you're mentioning draft here. And you know what? I don't not like the picks that came through for the Wolves, right? You got some strong stuff, but as soon as you saw that Cho'Gath get locked in, what did the Outlaws do? They said Silas. Immediately the Silas is the answer, because you can get those stacks off and then it becomes so incredibly difficult to deal with them if you start stacking. And what do we see once that Silas hit level 6? Little how do you do in the top lane there? But what is going to be the answer here for potentially our final game, our match point here, as Outlaws are looking to punch their tickets to finals? What's the answer, Becky Rita?
Well, hopefully my audio is not super crusty, because I'm looking over at my ping, and it seems that 1 other person is attempting to do something on my internet, so I hope I'm not a robot, because you 2 were sounding like robots for me.
The timing is impeccable, is it not, Arlen?
Issues, but I do still have...
The timing is impeccable. As you mention it, you start going. And same here too. No, I feel it. I'm out in the county internet. I do apologize to all of you out there for a few frames that blew off in the wind there, but it is the way it goes. We're making it do. And I'm sure the Wolves are thinking that to themselves right now too. We got to make this happen. We got to make something work here, or our playoff season, our playoff dreams are done. Our season is done, and we're gonna have to run it back this summer. So what do they have to do? The answer we might think about a little bit on break when we come back. we'll talk about a little bit more before we head into potentially our final match of the evening. Don't forget, you got some points coming around when we get to break. I'll click the button. Don't worry, they're coming. They are coming. But we'll see you very shortly after this break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back to the VAD semifinals. We've got potentially one more game on the docket here tonight as Outlaws won game number 3 on the blue side there in, I would say, the shortest. It was. I can't say this because that's math. It's true. It's a fact. 23 minutes, 48 seconds. Quickest one of the night so far. And, you know, even in a series, that can be a little bit mentally defeating at some point. So with the Wolves heading back onto blue side, what is our words of wisdom from our lovely analyst desk? Arlen, we'll start with you.
Starting out, when you're on blue side, just draft comfort for the Wolves. I think that's the best thing in the world. Don't try to do fancy counter pick comps or predicting what they're gonna pick here and all that jazz there. That's just not working for you, right? So what did work for them was getting comfort on the jungler and playing around that jungler with a comfort champion on the Annie. So do that here, right? Just play for comfort on blue side. Red side, for the Outlaws, try and give yourself an easier time of your draft. I think your draft was really good game 2, but it was just harder to execute on and you didn't give yourself a lot of win cons. So give yourself an easier time in this draft because you know more than likely you will be able to outdraft the Wolves here. So just anticipate that and give yourself an easier time and you'll probably be looking at a pretty clean sweep.
I'm liking it. What? You got some words of wisdom out there. Let's see if they take them in and actually utilize those. But it is going to be an interesting one to see how this draft goes, how it kind of plays out. Becky, before we do hop into this one, what do we got to see different? What's got to be the switch up here, the key to the Wolves bringing us to that lovely game 5?
I think the Wolves need to, if they can pick up the Hecarim, that actually might be worth getting if it doesn't get banned. Just because it's good enough that it works in the meta, and it is such great comfort for Usain that honestly, AD carry doesn't really matter. They aren't picking good AD carries anyways. They're picking Jhin and Caitlyn. So they might as well focus on these players that need to actually get these picks so they don't get them banned out. Maybe if Ornn doesn't get banned in round 1, secure Ornn for Feathers and Fur in the top lane. Feathers and Fur is really good on the Ornn.
So good.
Maybe try and secure the jungler for Usain. Maybe wait for later. You set yourself up a little bit for, getting counterpicked by doing that, but it also just gives you comfort and it gives you things that can allow you to play the game that you want to play. And they were not able to do that last game. They just struggled there. And I mean, again, I feel like a lot of that was still player difference, but Outlaws were just playing better that game. But I don't know. I want to see the Wolves focus on picking that comfort and picking things that make them work, that make the team work the best.
Mm-hmm. So we'll see. You know what? Both sides of the deck says blue side. Comfort picks. Go with what you know. And we'll see if those picks actually make it through because we have seen the Ornn either picked away or banned from Feathers and Fur quite a few times. I mean, I remember it was back in the regular season when why his CS numbers are so high. 11.5 CS one of those nights on that Ornn, which is just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous, but it enables you to be that big tanky tank that you need, as well as getting those levels, getting ahead, and getting those ornaments on the rest of your team. We'll see if there's going to be other comfort. I did like that Hecarim earlier tonight from Usain. It looked pretty good. So maybe somewhat of a pick comp if you're going to look to play around with Usain. That would be kind of fun to watch. And I don't know. Outlaws have been looking really smoking hot right now. So we are almost ready to go for draft. Just waiting for a one member to return on back. But we do actually have an update from the other side of the bracket right now. Because Shark Bowl is currently in session. And there is one shark that's a little hungry than the others right now. Because it's 2-0 currently for the Hammerheads. I'm getting the updates here from the Hammerheads captain right now. They were very close to beating the record time tonight. 25-23 on their game 2. A little bit, what about 35, 40 seconds longer? But I'm looking at some of these lines here. 12-4, 12 on Defoe's Lux. Ridiculous. Spectral, 13-0, 12 on Ashe. Are you kidding me? Oh
Ooh.
boy.
Ooh. Ooh.
Oh boy, yeah, we got some spicy games going on tonight, and we hope you guys are also enjoying the spiciness. I did forget to hand out the points, but we're gonna do that, and we're gonna get right in the draft because they are going without even letting us know. So Becky, Rita, Arlen, take her away. See you guys after this one.
All right, we're going to be hopping into the draft right here for game 4, the possibly deciding match for this series. Can the Outlaws take it home for the team, or will the Wolves also? Has draft been going on this whole time? Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Oh
just a
wow,
little
they
bit.
went through that quickly. I was clicking around elsewhere. Whew. We see the Wolves going for the B1 Caitlyn again after the draft shook out. We do see the Hecarim band again, more targets on the Feathers and Fur. We see the Gwen now jumping into the pool against the Outlaws. Kaisa Braum, a pretty classic combo. What do you think?
I think that's a flexible Kaisa. That Kaisa should be going into the mid lane, and then you just counterpick with Callista Braum. And then all of a sudden, Caitlyn is really feeling the burn. And I think that really just allows the Outlaws to start flexing their muscle. Granted, Callista can be a little bit difficult to play, so maybe you give them the Tristana Braum, and it's an easier go of it. But either way, you can really put some pain onto it. And I think any doesn't stop you from going to Kaisa. It makes the Kaisa take cleanse instead of teleport, but at the end of the day, I think that's still fine. You can still, of course, counterpick the Annie with a Syndra and really just beat her up in that control mage matchup. But yeah, both drafts are kind of rough from each side. The first pick, Caitlyn's rough.
And I look
Kaisa's rough.
every time I look away
Annie.
from my monitor, I look back and it gets worse. It's like a
Yeah.
magic eye picture that gets more disgusting the more you look at it.
It could definitely work out though, both sides. But it's
Okay.
looking rough. What is the Outlaws pick here?
Oh, nothing. Fantastic. They have picked no champion. It's TF.
It's TF, okay.
It's
Okay.
Twisted Fate. Okay, Twisted Fate. That is both mid laners actually getting picked up here, unless for some reason we see an Annie top lane. TF versus Annie. What do you think?
TF versus Annie, TF favorite, right? At the end of the day, it's just a TF matchup through and through. Annie can't really stop him at 6 unless she like flash ults if he's just so far outside of range. It's a really even matchup. It's a 50-50 so far, but like it's just one of those matchups where it's on the TF to mess up the matchup more than it is on the Annie to mess up the matchup. TF will just win it if he's good enough, and if he's bad enough, he won't win it. But at the end of the day, he's still going to be the one doing things, where it's the Annie who has to respond to TF here. Now TF's there, and TF's just all over the place, and it's just Annie sitting in the mid lane just trying to scale up and trying to get gold into her pocket because he can't match those type of plays that he's just able to do. So I really do like the TF pickup here. I really do think it puts a damper in the Caitlyn Karma lane, and now you just need a hard ganker from the Outlaws, and I think you just pick up Lee Sin, you pick up Xin Zhao, you pick up J4, you pick up, honestly, no AP junglers are good, but any like hard skirmishing ones, you just win. Gnar getting picked up by the Outlaws leaves yourself open to an Irelia counter pick, but if you can't play the Irelia, then it's kind of whatever at the end of the day. So really just want to see what the Wolves pick up. Maybe a Jace.
Okay. Gnar is, I mean, on the graphic, I don't know if you saw earlier when I was highlighting what Lindblom plays. Lindblom plays quite a lot of Gnar across the season and has had really good performances on it. So I'm not necessarily surprised to see the Gnar here. The Malphite is come out in response. That is a Feathers and Fur champion. It is not Ornn. Wait, Ornn wasn't banned. What? Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on a second. So, wait. All right, go back. Why is this not Ornn?
I like it.
Wait, does Ornn just like super clap? Does Gnar just super clap Ornn, and that's why you can't play it here, or why are we picking?
Yeah,
Malphite?
it actually really super hard claps him. But
Okay.
more importantly, I do like the Malphite. However, I don't like it when there's a Sylas up, because the Sylas, like I said, I literally had said last game, it can still jungle. It's not great, but it's still done by highly elo junglers, most notably King Nidhogg. He still takes it regularly into the jungle, and I still think if you can play it, it still performs and outperforms. And I think realistically, it's just the best pick here, and it's that R5, because whenever you're picking and drafting, when your R5 comes around, you really want something crazy, and Nocturne TF.
Is that crazy? How crazy is
That can
that?
work. It's not the craziest, but I think it's crazy enough just to work.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. Nocturne TF is such a classic combo. It's one of those ultimates that those two ultimates just work really well together and allow you to basically just run as a two-man kill squad with mid and jungle and obliterate the the enemies. Anybody who steps too far forward is a target here. Unless your name is exactly Malphite, I don't think you get out of those alive. And even if you are Malphite, I'm not sure if you get out in a whole skin. But yeah, these two comps, this may just be like supreme cope. I actually like the Wolves comp here. I actually do think they have boiled League of Legends down to the bare essentials. And I mean that bare as in Tibbers. You hit the R key. Everybody hit the R key at the same time, and you hope that's victory. I think that is not a bad idea, and it worked really well in game 2, so they're attempting to do that here as well. But the Outlaws comp is definitely a dangerous one.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna kind of agree with you, kind of not agree with you. I think their composition's really good. I think it's really good, just solely because of the Annie and the Malphite re-engage. Like, they can stop and engage, and then they can re-engage on it super easily. But they have to be set up for it. That's the biggest thing for the Wolves. They have to be set up to answer the TF, answer the Kai'Sa, answer the Twisted Fate dive with the Gnar and Braum follow-up. They have to be set up for that. So that's where it kind of falls apart for me, but I think the Outlaws is just an easier composition to do because they pick one person, they blow them up, and then they win a fight based off of just numbers and strength of numbers and stuff like that. Their early game is also better, and they scale about evenly. I think I have to actually give that one over to the Kai'Sa team because while they do lose mid lane in terms of scaling, I think Kai'Sa just outscales Caitlyn really hard, and she kind of gets nullified completely by the Braum.
Yeah, no, I would have to agree with that as well. Caitlyn is going to struggle a lot later in the game, but as we've seen with the Wolves, they're just focused on winning that lane early and trying to use the bullying power of Caitlyn, of Karma, to nullify B-Pots as much as possible and force Sheep to make those greedy support plays that got them killed dozens of times in game 2. But on the Braum, a lot less likely to get killed and a lot less likely to get mind hacked into going for Leandres while you're behind. So, definitely better for that. But, this is going to be... We're seeing a lot of the difference here. The Outlaws looking to just go for the uneven advantage here, pick off one player and go for the win there. The Wolves, the pack rides together, and they're looking to win together as well. We'll have to see if they can actually do that and bring us to Silver Scrapes in a Game 5, but we'll find that out. When we come back from the break, we will have that Game 4 right here on VAD. Will the Outlaws move on to finals, or will the Wolves claw their way back to that tied series? Stick around, because we'll have the answer after the break. Welcome back, everybody, to Game 4, the potentially deciding match between the Wolves and the Outlaws here in the semifinals. Wolves on the blue side, Outlaws on the red side, and we've got a pick comp versus the homies riding together, dying together, and fighting together. We'll see who can come out on top. So far, just looking at that, this is a pretty standard start. There's also nothing much to talk about in terms of runes. Everything is, I mean, pretty normal here. I know some people don't take Grasp on Gnar, but I don't know why they don't. It's just good. Oh, wait. Lin
It's
Bloom.
personal
Okay.
preference.
Ooh. Boomerang landed.
But one thing I just want to highlight is like there's a little bit of a dichotomy between two teams. So individually, the lanes and top and mid are just hard winning for the side of the Outlaws, right? They just win those lanes. In terms of the jungle, Usain can move before hop and he can do things before hop and he doesn't need to wait till 6 to actually start ganking. And then the bot side of the map, it's hard winning for Southern Warrior and Shogun DHS. So what does that tell you? Well, it tells you Hoppin and range tops focus bot side at 6, and they just get free kills. They can dive top side at 6 and get free kills. And then for the side of Usain, he just has to focus either, focus top or mid before 6 and just hard look to gank those lanes because they're just going to be like overshoved and they can't really do anything about it. And then bot side at 6, you just look to gank with the volley bear. So it's both of these sides kind of have like a little bit of flip-flopped sort of attention. And I think that's super interesting coming out from both drafts here as we get a little bit of trade in mid lane.
Annie hitting level 2 first, getting both the Q and the W there. Actually a pretty significant trade, able to get into that melee, into that close range that Annie does favor there. And honestly, like, TF will win this lane, but I think as in comparison to the Ahri where she's able to poke you out, it's a little bit harder for TF to poke Annie out because his trades are in Annie's range and she is able to actually fire back if she has the abilities to. But of course, once it hits 6, TF will no longer be in the mid lane. He will just shove and then look to gank. So it doesn't matter right now if he's if he like takes some bad trades early on, because he just needs to hit level 6. That's all that matters. In the top lane, we do have a trade here. Lin Bloom. Oh man, this Gnar into tanks. Tanks just feels sad. This little man, he's just so dangerous.
This is the key defining moment of this game. Does Lin Bloom blow his flash and get ganked here? The question is yes, but does he survive without blowing his flash?
Yeah, we'll have to see. Here comes the slow. The hop goes down. He does it. He is able to get the double dash right there, but does decide to flash as well. So as you predicted, flash is going to get blown, but stays alive, and that's really all that matters right now. Crabs being traded across the map here. We just have a pretty even jungle split for the both of them. Although I think Hoppin actually ends up... Oh yeah, Hoppin has not done his bottom Krugs, so he is a camp behind, and Usain's, like, I guess fishing for something in the enemy jungle. Tries to recall. I'm casting the mini-map right now because we're just watching Caitlyn auto-attack people, which, I mean, is the most thrilling gameplay I've ever seen. Wait, Six and Sheep has decided to make it more exciting, but the excitement may be too much. There's Jinx is not here. Nobody's getting excited. And in the mid lane, we have a stun into Thunder crashing down, forcing the flash out of range tops. And that's actually a trade for flashes, and range top actually still has ignite. We have Sheep looking for something really low on HP. They do know that Hoppin is on the Krugs. The snare's gonna come out. Here comes the net. Here comes the damage. One more auto, but the flash is enough. Southern Warrior's gonna follow over. He's gonna pick up the flash as well. Here comes the slow. Here comes the damage. The unbreakable will is quite breakable in this moment. Southern Warrior has found the opportunity to pick this one up, and he's ready to take it through the game. 2 kills and first blood for the Wolves.
This is worst case scenario for Wolves, realistically, because they're doing things when you don't need to do things. I vividly remember coaching my team in yesterday's VHS tournament, or BT at Victoris tournament uncapped league, right?
Yeah.
And I drafted something that was literally just, you don't have to do anything before 6, and then once you hit 6, you just win the game. You just outdrafted them. We just outscaled them. We're perfectly fine. But the thing that happened is they did something, right? And that's the same thing here. I know it's a boring play style to do, but you just have to accept it sometimes. You just have to accept that you can't do anything in here, and if you try to make something happen, you're going to end up throwing the game for your team, and that could be really, really bad, because then they're going to come back at you and be like, okay, so why did we lose the game? Oh, because we start trading so heavily bot side, we tried to make a dive, we tried to invade, and we just didn't have the pressure for it. And that's exactly what happened here. Of course, it's not game losing. They still can come back, but it's really, really rough. Really, really off.
I would say that, when I'm thinking about it, because I've been playing a lot of TCGs, oh, we do have a potential gank coming down here. The stun is going to land. The stun from Braum will not be followed up, though. 6 is actually picked up by range tops first over the Annie, who is just waiting to hit that level 6. Honestly, I have no idea where they lost EXP here. I think they're just like a wave behind, and that is how they have not hit that. We do see Southern Warrior attempting to take that. We have an engage here potentially. You're saying it's found range tops, but there's not a whole lot of follow-up. Too many members here for the side of the Wolves to try and engage, so they opt out of it. And we do see a further trade here. Hop, Lindblom is going to
He looked
try
Hop.
and make this happen, waiting for the boomerang to come back up, but I do not believe he got the quick cooldown on it, so yeah, had to wait that little bit longer than maybe necessary. And, no, you know, I think he did. It's just a long cooldown until it's max rank. It's been a while since I've played Gnar. One of my favorite champs, but...
Is that Hullbreaker? That's Hullbreaker. Oh no, Lindblom, you're falling into the trap, brother.
Look, Lindblom is huffing copium right now. Oh no.
It's so not good. Just go for what's the word? Just go for Triforce. Go into Stairs Gauge, and all of a sudden you're unkillable. You're doing too much damage. You're actually a threat in the side lane, and then you can maybe look at a Hullbreaker if you really want a Hullbreaker. But first item Hullbreaker on a half range champion, just not the move. And B pots and 6-inch sheep. They're pushing far too hard
We
right
have
now.
an opportunity here. Southern Warriors maybe looking to get up here. Usain is on the top. He's looking to get a stun, and 6-inch sheep will get stunned. The Unbreakable will reduce some of that damage, but some is not all of it. Usain nearly gets taken out there, but the heal and the shields are going to be more than enough to secure that kill without losing anything. Another kill picked up by the Wolves bot lane. This Caitlyn is currently 2-0. We have a stun coming in the mid lane. We have the Paranoia going down, but zoning ultimate. That was a zoning ultimate. Zoning Paranoia.
Nice.
He was hitting a crab. He was hitting a crab. Why did he Paranoia? For what reason?
Interesting. Probably doesn't misclick. That sucks, but it's still fine at the end of the day. But what's not fine is B-Pots getting caught out here.
B-Pots
Very nice
in a lot
play.
of danger here, but maybe actually Southern Warriors in danger, is able to net back out, getting into safety right there. And yeah, B-Pots taking a ton of damage there. Still managing to stay up in CS though, which is rather impressive considering Kaisa against Caitlyn Karma. I've seen many players just go down like 30 CS in this lane, and B-Pots is keeping a lead right here. That is why they are one of the players that is being talked about as the top 80 carry in the VAD, if you've been following the discussion about the MVP votes. There's a lot of discussion about B-Pots, mostly by B-Pots, as to how they are the best 80 carry in the league. So yeah, a little bit of showcase there with at least in the CS department, but overall, bot lane right now going heavily in favor of the Wolves.
And it just really is bad because you haven't been able to unlock TF, you haven't been able to effectively utilize Nocturnal, you haven't been able to find the solo kills in the top side, and your bot lane is losing harder than you expect it to be. So right now the Outlaws are kind of just, they need to slow down the game a little bit and start to really readjust their strategy. This is where they start talking to each other. They need to slow the game down so they can have that communication in the team chat and just be like, okay guys, what's our game plan? How do we reassess it? So just value for now, look for tempo around a Rift Hill, look for tempo around this second Drake spawn, and then they can start really picking up the pace of the game, because like I said, they're kind of on a timer in terms of this mid lane matchup. Top lane, they have free reign. Bot lane, it's about 50-50 split, but in the jungle, you know, Nocturne does fall off in comparison to Volibear, and we get another gank on the bot side.
Yeah, we have another gank opportunity here. Usain is going to be going a little forward, but Southern Warrior's not actually here. This is Usain and Shogun on their lonesome, but TF has decided to make this uneven odds, but nothing goes through there. Lindblom is going to jump in right now. Going to try and get some damage on the Feathers and Fur. Here comes the Mega Gnar crashing into the wall, but not enough of a wall stun to really do anything. Just throwing that cooldown out while you're big. Got to make you feel good. It definitely is a dopamine hit for sure. Here comes the Ace in the Hole. Going to do a little bit of damage to B-Pots there. Force the block there, and 6-inch Sheep probably going to have to recall. Eventually, Hoppin is going to get spotted out in the river by Hitstick, going for this crab right now. There may be an engage. Is there going to be an engage? Is there going to be an engage? We do have an engage on two Feathers and Fur, forcing out the unstoppable force to get out of dodge, stay alive, and now there may be a pinch in the mid lane here, but who is getting pinched and who is doing the pinching? That is yet to be determined. Lindblom is going to barely avoid getting a bear dropped on his head, and that bear will just simply be a big threat. Nothing happens. All of that and nothing happens.
I think that's fine that nothing happens, right? I think it's
That is
good
a win.
for the
That is a
Wolves,
win for
actually.
the Outlaws.
Yeah, I think it's actually a win for the Wolves that nothing happens, because they're able to just kind of keep their top laner alive. He only has to blow his own ultimate. You're able to threaten them off, force him away, and force out a TF flash for realistically free. And one thing I just want to highlight is I think Feathers and Fur right there with the ultimate had lethal on Lindblom. If he didn't have lethal, it would have been extremely close to lethal. And I think that's very good from Hoppin to hover his top side. I think it's good from Usain to come top side as well, just to hover, just for the regank. So very nice play on both sides. But now we have to focus on this bottom side of the map. And Lindblom with teleport can teleport to that tier 1 in the mid, teleport to that tier 1 in the bot, and be there for this play around this Drake. Or he can back, and I think he has enough gold just to get that. What do you call it? Hole breaker. Not that that's the greatest item.
Possible here. Feathers and Fur looking to get a little bit of damage there. Just clapping his hands together, applauding Lindblom for the great job he's doing in this match. You know, that's what we call friendship. That's good sportsmanship. You want to make sure you let your enemies know that you respect them. And I don't know if this is respect. Feathers and Fur waltzing into a stun, into another wall stun as well. Now Feathers and Fur actually in quite a bit of danger here. Doesn't have a whole lot of armor, doesn't have a whole lot of HP, and Lindblom's now mini. He's got the kill in his eyes. He's just got to flash. He's just got to throw a boomerang. One more auto attack, and that is a solo bolo over to Lindblom. Feathers and Fur just... I have no idea what the plan there was. I don't know what the plan is here for Beatpot.
Nice
He's going to try and get out of here. The ultimate from the Kaisa is going to dodge a lot of damage here. Going to try and get the safety as much as possible. We have the TF ultimate deter any other possible engages right here. But the Annie is roamed down as well, waltzing into the lane, able to actually respond to the TF once TF leaves lane, very smartly just starting the roam. Being there if TF responds would have been a little late if that was turning into a fight. But the fact that the Annie is here now means that there's actually a number disadvantage, and this Infernal Drake is going to go over to the Wolves. However, Hoppin has picked up the Herald for the Outlaws.
Nice Herald play, just to trade that one back, and I respect that. But I think 6 Sheep and Beatpots are just so aggressive for no reason when they know that their bot lane just is surrounded by enemies as Hoppin gets poked down just a little bit by Feathers and Fur here.
Finally, we've got a chance. Lindblom's out.
Disconnected.
Oh, great. So we're gonna get the amazing stutter pause here. So while we are enjoying the great sepia tones right now, we have a moment to talk about the game. Even in gold, 20k to 20k. What is the game state here? What are we looking at?
Winning for the Wolves, and here's why. You know, it's a hard team comp to play for the side of the Outlaws, and that's kind of one of my, kilos of victory, right? It was, don't draft something hard on red side. Just draft easy for yourself. It's a hard game. It's a hard game for them to play because of their macro. You know, the macro sense required to play a TF, a split pushing Gnar, Nocturne, and Kaisa and Braum. That's probably like a 3-1 into a 4-1 comp, right? It's a hard composition to play. It's not easy for even professional teams to play. Their other team, for the Wolves, they just have to scale up, and then they just have to death ball down, and they can't stop that death ball if they're not far ahead enough. So as long as they're playing their lanes correctly, as long as they're playing safe on most respects, they're doing really, really fine.
7, 58, 59, 14. We have come back into the live game here as Hoppin is going to try and fight Feathers and Fur up here, but this is not a fight you want to take. Hoppin once again, maybe going a little too far forward. Oh! I was so stumbling over my words. I felt so bad for Hoppin right there. The time on that Black Shield barely running out and just getting stunned, and there's just no way out. But this is what we saw Hoppin do in Game 2. It's what we saw him do in Game 3. It's what we've seen Hoppin do across the entire season. We've actually watched his games. He just goes too hard. Wait, TF?
He could have died there if they had Ignite on the Annie. That was really close to being lethal right there.
Yeah,
maybe
I don't think Annie had the stun either. I don't think the stun came down.
Yeah, she had stun, but she used it on a
Q. There it is. Wait, unless one more auto attack, ba boom. Annie, this is why we pick Annie right here. Yeah, this is make sure you subscribe to Twitch Prime. And we have an engage here from Hoppin, who has actually spell shielded the ability, will stay alive, picking up his double buffs back.
Not bad at
So
all. And I
that's-
think they drop the Herald in the mid lane, just seek to unlock the TF, so he doesn't have to sit in this atrocious lane anymore. And they're going to be going hard bot side.
Sheep, what are you doing? That may not have been running it down a dozen times, but that definitely was a bit of a whiff on the bot lane. But the Herald will pick up the mid lane turret, and now Hoppin maybe looking to try and pick up Hussein here. Goes unstoppable with the ultimate, crashing down into safety. Hussein gets out of danger for the moment, but is down in experience, down in farm, and that's not honestly the worst. Like, I guess it definitely, you know, in a vacuum, it's like, oh man, Volibear's getting jungle gapped. He's down 8 camp. He's down 8 whole minions. That's tragic, but man, this game is really, it's a lot closer than you would think.
Yeah, because just due to the differences in the comp, right? You on one side you have an early game kind of engage comp, and on the other side, yeah, an early game engage comp, which is now getting jumped on.
Oh yeah, we have a little bit of engage getting jumped on here. Feathers and Furs found the opportunity. Double flat D. Oh, just range tops no longer got to play League of Legends. They chose their target and they're like, unfortunately, range tops, you have picked the wrong place to play the game. Come back again in 20 seconds. And he is just deleted, and yeah, I mean, more money into Annie, and more money into Annie is just not bad. I'm not gonna complain about that, no sir.
And with everybody in the area, it's, you know, they're able to at least contest the vision of the Drake that spawns in about 1 minute 30 seconds. But very nice play from Feathers and Fur, and it gets into the thing I was about to say is their team is a late game engage comp, right? Like, so both sides are playing with lots of engage, but one just has more flippable disengage. Like the Annie can be like secondary engage, but Southern Warrior,
Okay,
very nice
Sheep
flash.
may have actually found the play he was looking for. The exhaust is going to go out of B-Pot, so the damage coming back in response from the Karma is quite good. But Southern Warrior auto-attacking minion, A-clicking is a little too dangerous right here. Now it's going to get stunned out, going to get comboed out. Sheep barely escapes right there. Thanks to the help of Twisted Fate, Annie was walking down when she saw the roam happening, but TF is always there first, and he is there for the play. And now Hoppin is going to be in the distance. He is on a control ward. He is not in vision right now, walking into the lane. Does have the paranoia, but I think that will just be 2 kills picked up for the side of the Outlaws and 1 for the Wolves, unless they decide to go for some kind of dive here. We see Volibear over the wall. We see Annie walking up with a stun, but gets stunned herself. The Everfrost only gets the slow right down. Here comes the Paranoia trying to blind Annie to prevent her from knowing what's going on, and she's going to see a Nocturne right on top of her, but Nocturne doesn't actually want to be here. This bear is now pissed. Both of these bears are pissed. They are mad, but now there's a mad man coming in from the top lane. Lindblom has arrived, and with Braum at his side, he's going to try and stay safe. Lindblom's going to go for an engage, but he's going to be mini right now, looking to just get some slows down, looking for the boomerangs, looking to get Feathers and Fur in a bad spot. B-Pots is now in danger. The unstoppable force turns the fight back around. B-Pots gets clapped, and now 6 in Sheep is in danger as Southern Warrior picks that one back up. The fight went on for so long. Southern Warrior's back, and he's ready to take some gold and take this dragon.
Lads, we have flipped the game, and the game has been flipped in favor of the Wolves. And it was really good play from Southern Warrior to find 2 of those kills right there and only trade themselves like their death for that kill. But we're going to be hopping into replay as for the, you know, that end part of the fight, and it's really this re-engage, which is so bad. They don't have any tools to actually force this engage, and so they just walk to death. Maybe if B-Pots flashes the ultimate, but so slow in the reaction speed, doesn't even get his own ultimate off, the Killer Instinct. Feathers and Fur flashing on top of him, make sure they don't do it, and back in live, it's Lindblom.
We see Lindblom just insta-kill, just obliterating Feathers and Fur, but Hoppin, Hoppin's All right.
Back to my original
we're not going to talk
point.
about that. Keep going.
This game is just it's like the gold may be like in favor of the Outlaws, but I think this game is just so hard won for the Wolves at this point because they're able to keep it even at 19-20 minutes, and that's just something that should have been so impossible for to do as they're looking for a dive on the B-Pots. I think he's dead.
Yeah, B-Pots is maybe dead right here. Shogun does not hit the slow right there,
flash,
and the kite back is going to be enough. The turret is coming back online, and we'll stay. We'll keep Beepot safe for the time being. Sheep has arrived in the top lane. So yeah, nothing coming from that play. Just Volibear ultimate being burned in an effort to get the Kaisa. Not a bad idea, just didn't work out.
Yeah, it just didn't work out, and it's going to be Lindblom picking up the Divine Blunder, has the Hole Breaker, so looking strong in a vacuum, but in those team fights where you really want the Gnar, when you really like ult to bring yourself to the Gnar, teleport to bring yourself to those fights, he's going to lose those resistances, lose those stats really quickly, and it becomes a really, really dead item just in the water. And I think he still has a chance to bring back this build. I want to see a Starix Gauge, I want to see a Black Cleaver coming up from the Gnar and really just look to run down this side lane and control it so aggressively. Mid lane, it's still going to be range tops just clearing out the mid lane, and I think this is good macro coming out from the side of Batlaws, but they haven't been able to turn those macro plays into good micro wins, and I think that's just an issue. If you're not able to translate your macro into your micro, you're not doing it right, and vice versa, of course.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we're seeing, you know, a lot of this gold discrepancy is just, like you said, is coming from the Outlaws just playing the map better, getting more of those turrets, but they aren't able to do anything in these fights. They are just struggling to really make a dent into the side of this Wolves team. Every fight they take, they do win for a little bit, but it just goes so poorly against them after one bad engage, or they stay a little too long, and then Annie finds the angle, or Malphite finds the angle, or Southern Warrior arrives. The fight goes on for long enough that Caitlyn has time to respawn, grab a drink, grab a sandwich, and get back to lane to get the kill, right? These sort of things happen, and it's really showing that the Outlaws are, I don't know if they're struggling to find what to do, but they're struggling on converting their advantage into anything substantial. But we do have an opportunity. Here comes the blue trinket, finding out our friend Annie. Hitstick is going to be in danger here. It's going to take quite a bit of damage. It's going to stay alive. The locket's going to go down to try and keep them as safe as possible here. That's actually not a locket. That is just a Karma Shield. But we have Lindblom jumping on the back. He's going to get exhausted, but the Gnar is not going to do a whole lot else. Here comes the Bear. The Bear is angry. The Ace in the hole finds the angle, doesn't get blocked, and that's going to take out the kill for the Wolves here. Feathers in first, stays on the front line, tries to get as much damage as possible, but not enough damage to secure the fight. We have enough traps here that Southern Warrior is able to try and stay here. Southern Warrior 1v5, attempting to win this fight, but the stun and the damage is more than enough to take out our hero. This Southern Warrior has fallen, and the Wolves get aced.
Very nice play coming out from, honestly, both players. You know, the micro was from the Wolves, and let's hop into that replay. I want to see exactly what happened. Look at this ace in the hole from downtown. Hoppin had the spell shield, but a second too late. But more importantly, look at Bpop's angle on this W right here, coming up so soon. They managed to force the Karma out of the fight, so heavily ignited here. And this shot from Bpots allowed him to use the Killer Instinct, get into the back line, and force the Caitlyn to go forward, or else they were going to die. Very nice to pick up a kill, but not enough at the end of the day. So
yeah, I think if the Karma had stayed alive there, I think Southern Warrior could have cleaned that fight up.
Absolutely.
I think that would have been an easy cleanup there, but unfortunately the Killer Instinct is good enough, and yeah, Bpots was able to secure that, help the team stay alive in that situation. Southern Warrior does at least continue to try and trade back, realizes that death is inevitable, and decides to take somebody out with them. We have a teleport coming in here, the darkness is down, the ultimate from Brahms coming in, everybody's arriving to this fight. TF's a little too far away though, attempting to stay safe, and maybe a little too safe. Here comes Gnar, here comes the Mega Gnar, flash for Mega Gnar! Lindblom has blossomed, but maybe he's blossomed a little too hard, because we have the damage coming out from Usain. Usain's going to be clapping onto the enemy team. Hitstick, I'm trying not to say his name, he's got in game as best as I can. Usain just waiting for his moment to destroy this TF. And Feathers and Fur is going to get found by Lindblom. The shields are going to come down. The healing's going to come down. Lindblom looking for one more attack. He's able to kill the Karma. He's going big. He's almost
Mega.
Put your hands together. The Wolves have found an ace.
I don't even know what to make of this. So let me break it down in a replay. Gurf, hit me with the replay.
Break it down. Break it down.
So this 4-man Gnar opening is so good, but they went too deep and they just don't have the damage. They have a TF with rapid fire cannon. They need Lindblom to be the one to pump out the damage, and with Kaisa going too deep, going AP, she doesn't have the auto attacks to actually really put the hurt on someone. So Lindblom, while he was trying to hunt down these people, trying to hunt down these kills, just went too far around and left his mid laner to die. So very, very nice ultimate, but it was so, it's a misplay, I think, coming out from the side of the Outlaws. It was a good play, I think, but they just misplayed it micro-wise, and I think that's been the story of this game. Macro-wise, they've had some pretty decent plays, but when it comes down to execution, they've just been failing on that front, and I think that could be where we see the Wolves sneak in, because when it comes to the macro, they've just been ahead of it. Southern Warrior and Hitstick just been on point, and Usain just now getting unofficially a quadra kill. Has been just stolen away from by Feathers and Fur, but I really just want to see the side of the Outlaws take whenever they go for plays, I want them to be proactive, and I want them to be 100% plays. I don't want to see any more 50-50s. I want to see them go down onto the Annie, go down onto Shogun and Southern Warrior. I want them to see them really just bring down the weight of numbers that they have realistically, but they haven't been able to do so, and we've seen the result of that.
Yeah, we've seen the result of the incredible presence of mind from Southern Warrior, from Usain, from Shogun. Their positioning has been incredible in these fights, staying alive, finding the pockets, finding the angles that they need to, win, to kill their enemies, make them grovel before them. And I'm not going to finish that, but yeah, I gotta say, very impressed by how the Wolves are playing, even though they're actually still down in gold. They're still down in gold because they haven't picked up a turret yet at all. But yeah, that is okay. Turrets can wait, right?
Yeah, they may be down in gold, but you have to look at the turrets, not just you have to look at the turrets of just stacks of standing gold, right? Once they're able to win a fight, they're going to be able to pick up so much gold just from clearing up these tier 1s, clearing up these tier 2s, and forcing them back onto their tier 3s. But right now, you have to deal with the biggest problem, and it's just Lindblom on the Snar, just absolutely tearing through everyone he meets. And once he gets his hand on that Sterix gauge, he's going to become a teamfight monster as well. And I think this is a smart play, but it could be risky if they're able to respond.
Yeah, we're going to see if their response is going to come through, and they do have the ability to do it. There's a ton of tankiness onto Lindblom right here. He's going to disengage with the Mega Gnar as much as possible. The Paranoia is actually going to come out, but that is a Paranoia to try and get onto Feathers and Fur. They're blowing so much to kill a Malphite. Buddies, he's tanky. You can't do it. Hoppin taking 1 million damage from that turret right here, and now the Wolves have roamed into the mid lane, and they're ready to try and convert this. Unstoppable Force is not up, but Usain is. He's looking to try and get onto B-Pots. B-Pots is going to get stunned up. B-Pots is going to try and get out of this fight, try and kite back as much as possible, do as much damage on the way out of this fight. They're able to disengage right here. Tibbers, I thought that was an enemy, but that is an ally. Tibbers is a friend. So
I'm not sure if they can do this Baron here, actually.
Yeah, they're gonna try and go. They're gonna attempt to start the Baron, or maybe they're just gonna get some vision around it.
Especially if it's the Southern Warrior. I think they can't do it.
Yeah, no.
I think they realize that too.
Yeah, Kaisa landing a ton of this poke right here is deterring this Baron attempt right here, but honestly, the numbers were not in their favor. They did blow quite a few ultimates from the side of the Outlaws with the Paranoia down, with the Braum ultimate down, but they just didn't have it. And Lindblom was so close to being up, it would have been so risky. So, good idea to not go for that Baron flip. That would have been catastrophic.
Absolutely, and I think the issue here was that Lindblom was on the wrong side of the map. This is where their macro is starting to break down. He's on the wrong side of the map. He needs to be bot side. He needs to be splitting bot, because if he's going to be the split push threat on with the Hullbreaker, he needs to be pulling their attention away. He needs to be grabbing their attention, forcing multiple members bot, or else they're going to lose turrets, or else they're going to lose members in the 1v1, and then they're going to lose more in the 1v1, and they can potentially lose a Drake. So they need to be focused down here on the spot side as much as possible on Lindblom, so they can go ahead and sneak a Baron or sneak multiple turrets, and trying to get a kill back onto a tanky, super tanky Malphite.
Wait, Paranoia is going to actually go down on the Annie. They wait a little bit too long, though. Hoppin decides to just take this advantage here. Stopwatch comes out, going to keep Hitstick alive for a little bit longer, but not alive long enough. The Bears are on the charge right now, but the charge is not nearly enough. Neither of the top laners are here. Usain rather low, trying to walk out of this one. Lindblom is getting big, but Lindblom and Feathers and Fur not able to get in on that fight soon enough. There's actually 2 levels in lead for Lindblom right now. And somebody in chat has pointed out that the Caitlyn has gone Storm Razor. This is an item you almost never see. I can't remember the last
and they
time
went
I've seen a
Collector,
player
Southern
build
Warrior.
Storm
Oh, no.
Razor.
Yeah.
I'm curious what you think about that because I don't know if it's good. Like, why not just go Infinity Edge? What is the advantage of the Storm
Yeah.
Razor over Infinity Edge?
I don't mind the Storm Razor as a second item. I think it's far greater than the Collector here.
Yeah, wait, they got Collector second.
Yeah.
How are you intending to kill Gnar? Are you just hoping that he stops playing, like he disconnects again? Is that your plan? We're gonna see what the plan is here for the Baron fight. We have Malphite. Malphite. Watch Malphite. Watch Malphite. Watch Malphite. He's not actually doing anything right now. Watch B-Pots in the back here. Hoppin's fighting a fight on the front. Here comes Usain trying to do anything here, but Southern, wait a second! I was so the directed cam and me were tunneling so hard onto Hoppin, diving the back line that we just completely disregarded the three-man Giga combo from Annie, Malphite, Volibear, the Bear squad coming in here to deliver the pain, taking out 3 members and now having the Baron come up. However, both junglers are up. Hoppin has Smite. Usain does not. Usain does not have Spite. They don't have vision. They don't have anything, but they do have a blast plan. They have decided they have decided to disengage here. Usain walking away. Both of these players are waltzing out. And all of that action amounts to just a 3 for 2 that does go in favor of the Wolves.
Very, very nice play coming out from like both sides. Realistically, we can hit into a very, very quick replay. They start this and they spot Feathers and Fur. They're on the top side, so they know they have to make a play. And I think they chose the wrong target and they tunnel vision just too hard onto Shogun DHS. And then everybody else just grouped around to fight Feathers and Fur, and then somehow they just got caught in the middle of all of it, and it just turned into a completely
And on the top there, you saw Feathers and Fur wait to fire that ultimate until they found a good opportunity to hit as many targets as possible. And this is something that a Malphite's it's a very hard thing to judge when you're playing Malphite. It's like one mechanic you have on the champion is deciding whether or not you want to ulti one target. Speaking of ultiing one target, Annie is in danger right here. The stopwatch is going to come down. Hoppin's going to try and fight the bear as much as possible. The shield's actually quite good for the Annie, but not nearly good enough as the Tibbers doesn't tear it up. But now on the top side of the map, Hoppin's not there. TF's not there. This is just a Baron getting secured by the side of the Wolves. Hoppin commits too hard on the bot side, and that's just going to make a top lane secure. A 3-man unstoppable force! Feathers and Fur is stopped in lane, but he can't be stopped now! B-Pots is going to get forced into his stasis. Lindblom's going to look for a fight now. He's big. He's going to be looking for a Meganar, but he has no ability. He goes for it. He does get the stun, but he's not able to do anything else. The Warrior gets too many shields onto him from the Karma, and now TF and Hoppin, who were not there for that fight, have to watch as the Wolves walk down their base and ask themselves, oh no, we picked the wrong guy to kill.
This game has been back and forth, and this is what you want to see when you're in the championship. This is the moments we love to see. You know, this is why we came, folks. But just, you know, mistaken target from the side of range tops and Hoppin. You have to realize that you have to make the plays around the map.
They have an engage right here. They're trying to kill the turret. They're tunneling a little too hard. Maybe Hoppin's tunneled a little too hard on the one kill. Hoppin wants to get Hoppin.
And then Usain was able to take the turret pretty much for free.
Usain's
I think.
Just punching it. Usain doesn't care. He's a bear. He's big. He's angry. He no longer has any regard for human existence. Hoppin.
And one thing that they don't have the ability to get on the side of the Outlaws that's so detrimental to their squad is they can't buy any anti-shield. And by any anti-shield, I just mean the one shield, you know, the one item that
We see Serpent's Fang. We see Hoppin.
Finally we get it. Okay, there it is.
We see Hoppin has picked up the Serpent's Fang. No Shadow Flame being picked up by
Shadow Flame isn't actually an anti-AP item. That one's like placebo, just to make people feel good.
Anti-shield.
Yeah, it just makes people feel good about it, but it's not.
But you buy it because it gives you 100 AP, right? That's
you
why
buy it because it gives you flat pin, and flat pin is just disgustingly broken on most control mages, and I don't even think TF buys it in general. Maybe.
No, I mean TF buys a bizarre items. He literally goes to a garage sale, throws darts at a dartboard, and is like, "Yeah, give me those. Those are the items that TF builds." He doesn't care about damage. He's just looking to stun right here. And honestly, like the Nocturne
Okay.
build is necessary, but it looks so weird here. Setting up for this dragon. This is soul point
3K.
for the Wolves right here.
They're in
Okay,
such a
these-
good spot from the Outlaws.
Yeah, they're
Look
in
at
such a
Lindblom.
good spot.
He
The
can take that turret
ultimate
if he
here
wanted to.
from range tops. He's got vision on them. He's over the wall. He's looking to get an angle here. Here comes the paranoia. Here comes the follow-up. They've found Southern Warrior, and they're looking to try and clean this fight up. Karma is putting out as many shields as possible. Now Shogun DHS is going to just get taken out here without the
in the
shields.
flash.
What hope do they have? They have to hope that Usain and Feathers and Fur can turn something on their heads. They're diving on the B-pots. The big meat men are diving onto the carries, and now it's a battle of meat versus meat with a funny card man here as well. As Usain's going to try and flash in, he's going to try and find the damage, and he's finding quite a bit of damage. 6-inch Sheep is going to be caught out and killed. Lindblom's now small. He is no longer a meat man. He is in the meat grinder as Usain picks up a double kill and the Mountain Soul for the Wolves.
What the heck even happened?
What happened is Feathers and
something
Fur
really
and Usain
ridiculous.
are the largest men. They are big dudes. They do not care about you. They don't care about Lindblom. They don't care about B-Pots. They are just jumping in and beating dudes up. Ooga Booga Bash Brothers. That's right. That's all that matters.
But I think, even though we saw such a dominating fight coming out from the side of the Wolves, I think we saw how they can lose this game, and it was a really scary position for Wolves fans and themselves to be there right there. It was really only due to the fact that Usain is so far ahead on the Volley Bear that he's able to really take those fights and win, because if Lindblom had just been a little bit further ahead, if he actually had the GA, if Range Tops was not TF and had better items, and B-Pots hadn't been in the position he was in to get taken out, I think we're looking at a much different story. But at the end of the day, they were able to win the fight. They were able to get this Mountain Soul. So now how do you come back from the side of Outlaws? Well, you have to start making those proactive plays, like I said, but 6-inch Sheep can't keep getting caught out like this.
Now the onus is on them to make those proactive plays. They had the entire game to just wait, and instead of waiting, they tried to make things happen. And now that they have to make things happen, they're trying to wait. And it's really just not working for them. We see Lindblom on the bot side, does have the TP, is looking to try and get some split push as much as possible, but this is 1v5. This is 1v4 right now. We'll have to see if they decide to recall, or if this could be a base race. Are we getting a base race here? There's no way this is going to be a base race right here on the top side. We have all of the Wolves. 4 of the Wolves on the bot side. We have Malphite against the world, but wait, they're going to try and recall, but Malphite here.
No, it's
Malphite's
too late now.
He's going to be trying to get clear as many as possible. He decides to go for 2. And
It's
for
too
some
late
reason,
now.
cancels his recall. We have Kaisa does making it back to base, but it's only Kaisa making it back. Usain goes in. Here comes the paranoia, but nobody's scared of you anymore, Ghost. It's time to go to Game 5 as the Wolves take the match.
Okay, we're going to Game 5, baby. It's playoff season, and oh my God, I had a feeling there. I was looking, I'm like, do I need to queue up Silver Scrapes? Yes is the answer, because the Wolves have found the answer that they were looking for this entire series. They bring it back and they scrape themselves into that Game 5, which is why it all gets to come down to this, boys. It's one final game, one final match to decide who's going to playoffs next week against the Hammerheads. Yes, we do have confirmation that the Hammerheads did in fact win the Shark Bowl 3-0 tonight, and they're already sitting pretty waiting for whoever's about to win this match tonight.
They're in chat right now. They're watching this game
yeah.
having as much fun as we are. They're looking at these builds. Chat was going on fire about these builds. There was so much happening that we didn't even get a chance to talk about how god-awful everyone built this game. It's like everybody was just building random items. It was straight ultimate bravery up in here. Somebody please get a calculator to these players. What is happening?
Listen, if it works, if this... What was it again? I can even forget the item because it barely gets built on Caitlyn. But if it works, it works. You see her doing 1,300 crits.
Storm
Razor,
collect
thank you.
your second item into Storm Razor.
She did a lot of
Infinity
damage,
Edge,
though.
nowhere to be seen. Dead in Miami. What are you doing?
Winning. They're winning, Becky Rita. And I think that stands out to be said. The two major meatballs of this one. Oh my god, Feathers and Fur and Usain just becoming unstoppable in the later half of this game. What's the answer there, Arlen? What are they going to do about these if the meatballs come back for game 5 here?
Well, number one, they sit Lindblom down and they just look him dead in the eyes and let's talk about macro, right? Let's put you on the bottom side of the map, away from the major objectives that we actually want to fight for, right? Let's actually make you a split push threat, and then we don't get caught on the side lanes. And when you do get caught out, we can trade something for it. That's number one. Number two, pick something that's not TF into those big meatballs, because we saw it they tried to sneak it in game 3 and we saw them pick Silas and it was perfect, and I was thinking maybe the Silas was going to come out here, and I even called it, and they end up not picking that. They end up going for a TF instead, and it's just like I don't know.
TF did a whole lot.
You had opportunities here from the Outlaws in the draft, and the builds were, like you said, subpar from both sides. You had opportunities to take advantage of both of them. But at the end of the day, it's just the Wolves making the call to say, you know what, if we want to flip it, let's flip it. And it worked out because they said they wanted to flip it too from that Outlaws, and that was just okay.
Yeah. They're flipping it for sure. This was a real burger flip sort of game. Everybody's eating good tonight.
Enjoying this immensely. I'm sure you guys have heard me in the background lose my mind, especially that last game. The back and forth, some of those fights looked really, really tight, but it's the Wolves that ended up winning out on them. I know there were some good chances for picks, but when it came down to it, you could not get past the meat shields that was created there by the Wolves. But I'm not going to hold it up anymore. It's time for break. Get those predictions ready because we're going to game 5, baby. We'll be right back after this quick break, and we'll see who is going to be making it to finals next week. We'll see you soon. Stick around. You are not going to want to miss this. Yo ho ho, ho ho ho, ho ho ho. We are back again on the desk. Hi everybody, it's game 5. You know the theme, you know the sound of the silver scrapes, and it's the deciding match of the night. Wolves versus Outlaws, Outlaws versus Wolves. It's been back and forth and back and forth, and one thing stands true: the blue is true, because it has won 4 games tonight. Every single time these teams have chosen blue side, they have taken a win. And with the Outlaws, you know, being that higher seed coming on in, they get map selection 135. We are in game number 5 here tonight, and they have selected that blue side. So I know these teams are ready to get going in just a few moments, but Arland, is it that comfort picks that we need to be seeing again here from the Outlaws?
Yeah, and honestly, if you're the Wolves this time, I think you just full send it on your draft and you just try to get
Yes.
the Annie on the red side. Like the Annie, for some reason, is just a magic pick that completely shuts down their mid laner. No matter what they pick into it, they just can't seem to beat it. So just full send pick Annie, full send pick something that can do something early and get super tanky late on the jungle, and just hope and pray from there. Don't try to do anything too fancy, because more than likely they'll have the answer for you on the blue side.
Game 5, classically seen some crazy stuff in my time here at Victoris, and before then too. This is where the Vayne of Felios tops comes out. This is where the Ornn mids start to come out. I've seen some stuff here in this draft league before, my friends, and we may potentially see something crazy here, but I know both these teams are going to be giving it their all, because at this point you got to be thinking Outlaws probably came in here tonight saying, hey, you know what? We're this higher seed, we're looking stronger, but Wolves said, no. We're not going to let you get away with it that easy. This is playoffs, baby, and it's all on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Outlaws came in confident about the Outlaws. Wolves came in confident about the Outlaws, and now we're at game 5 of the series. So very surprising, I think, for everybody involved that it got this far, and we're going to see it come down. Everything's on the table, no more mistakes. It's time to bring it home, and it's time to get to that finals. But whoever gets out of this one is going to be the team that deserves to take on the Hammerheads.
Absolutely.
They will have earned it.
Absolutely. And it's about that time once again where we do have to depart and say adieu until next time, because I am giving these players the ready check, and as soon as they give me the ready check back, we're sending it right on over to draft. But don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, giveaway is on. Command giveaway in the chat. It's time to go. Game number 5. Becky Rita Arland, take us home for our final one of the night.
All right, let's see the draft for game 5 of the series. Illaoi not making it through at all. Tragic. Feels bad, man. Urgot as well. All these poor champions getting murdered in cold blood in the ban phase. Zed and Gwen also continuing to stay on the bans. Hecarim was an adaptation as well. The final Wolf ban will end up being the Caitlyn again. Now that they're on red side, I don't necessarily know if that's something, maybe it is targeted towards B-Pots, but the Jinx, easy B1, and that will be the pickup here.
I think the Wolves should have adapted their drafting style to ban away the Jinx and then force the Outlaws to pick the Aphelios, force them to pick the Kai'Sa again, and then you again just counter pick with the Caitlyn and really seek to punish a shorter range AD carry in lane. But at the end of the day, the Wolves are sticking to their classic strategy of, banning out those 2-3 champions, and they're going to pick a Misfortune.
Okay, Misfortune.
Buff. Nope, there's going to be the Braum. But I think
Okay.
this could be their opportunity to really pick something that disrupts the Braum in the lane and really just allows the Jinx to scale pretty much for free. Maybe, honestly,
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind a Soraka here. It's the style
Enchanters-
from Misfortune ult and really forces out the Braum.
Yeah, enchanters are so good into Braum because he just doesn't really do a whole lot in lane. He sort of just stands there and maybe hits a Q every now and then. For the first 6 levels, he is literally a rock that you get gold out of by auto-attacking him, if you are on a ranged champion. And those enchanters pair really well with the Jinx. We could see the Lulu is a great pickup with the Jinx. The Soraka, like you said, even something like a Sona or a Janna, even if they're less common, there could be something that is pulled out. And I know Sheep does play quite a few enchanters, so that is something they have to be considering. The Diana was picked up for Hop-In, and there is the Lulu.
This is where you pick the... I think you just... No, you can't do that. You can't full send the Annie because I think the Outlaws are baiting you into picking the Annie here if you're the Wolves. Because
good.
Yeah,
this
they have
good.
They have the opportunity for the Yasuo Diana combo, and if they pick up the Ornn, it's fine. But again, they have to ban out the Yasuo if you're the Wolves, or else your Ornn is going to be absolutely used. No, don't do that. Now you 100% have to ban the Yasuo. It is so hard of a matchup for the Annie to win if Yasuo gets through, and if they try to pick the Ornn as well, the Outlaws will just win the game.
Yeah, the Wolves. They are listening. They're hearing you. They know. Got to get rid of this champion.
Now you
do
have
not
to ban
want to
the
see that
Irelia.
combo.
Yeah, you have to ban the Irelia because Diana Irelia is also disgustingly good. And wins into Annie pretty easily. So
yeah, the question is that something that Lindblom plays? Does Lindblom play the Irelia? I don't actually know. I don't know if they've played it this season. And you have to consider that champion pools in this game 5 matter immensely more than the meta. They're looking for comfort. They're looking for something that they feel good on going into this last game. Even if it's not necessarily like super competitive, like we see the Annie here, which was definitely just big comfort for Hitstick. And that is pulled out again. We see the Volibear getting banned away. It's looking like it's going to get banned. It will likely, that will just be locked in there. As Hussein now has 2 of his champions taken away. Xin Zhao is still on the board, and that looks like it will be the option. What do the Outlaws do here?
Well, they seek to get the worst matchup for Annie possible, and which looks to be, the Irelia, the Yasuo. It's just her worst matchups on paper. Yone as well. Just anything AD in the mid lane that will absolutely stomp her into the graves. Akshon's good at that too. Those are their best options. And if they want AP in the mid lane, then just go Ryze, just go Vex, just go Syndra, do something like that. The Gnar will be picked up. Can work. It really limits their options to pick a tank, but I really want to see one of those champions come through. Anything else, and they kind of lose that mid jungle 2v2 because it's just too heavily invested into the AP side of things, or it just doesn't do enough. The Talon would be a horrible pick here. TF not good either. They really just need something that pairs so disgustingly well into the Annie that they just win the draft based off of that, I think. Because right now they're winning bot side. Jungle is irrelevant. It really just comes down to the it's an Gnar mid.
What if it's Diana? Diana mid.
I hope it's a Diana mid. It should be a Diana mid. It should.
Because Diana mid sort of fills that role you're looking for, is to diving onto the Annie and just sort of exploiting her early game weaknesses and, keep forcing her out of the game. I think that pivoting into the Diana mid is actually a pretty smart draft adaptation here. Although we will end up seeing the Malphite will be picked once again into the Gnar. Struggled in lane. We'll have to see if it ends up working out. The Wolves have drafted functionally an identical comp to what they drafted last game.
Yeah, but
minus the karma.
One thing, that's the main issue. That's the biggest issue on their whole comp, is that Xin Zhao doesn't have an enchanter with him this time. He doesn't have a Karma. He doesn't have a Soraka. He doesn't have a Janna. He doesn't have a Seraphine. Any number of enchanters works super well here, and that's the biggest issue with blind picking this Xin Zhao without enchanter support. They won't have that front line. They won't have the shielding to really win this fight. Diana, there's too little information to go off of this Diana matchup, but from what I can glean from it, it's a 50%, right? It's a 50-50. It's really just whoever is better at the champion.
I feel like that would be better towards Diana, so that's a little surprising.
She's not an Irelia, and she's not a Yasuo, who both have like relatively infinite dashes, right? Nor does she have a wind wall, right? Hers is just a shield on herself, which she can use to respond to her first damage, but she has to get on top of her to get the full amount of shield. So it's really just whoever is better at which champion, and I can see that. But one thing that they did lose is they do lose the jungle top matchup, both of them in solo in a vacuum or with each other, and I think that's something that they need to leverage. Really focus on getting Trundle Gnar ahead, have Diana make up those roams, and just let Jinx, Lulu outscale and Misfortune Braum. Then once you get to those mid-game, late-game fights, you just have Diana flank, Gnar look to set in front, Trundle look to set in front, and you just win the game off of that, as long as you don't get hit by 3-4 man Malphite ultimates.
Yeah, and as we saw last game, there were some that whiffed, but Feathers and Fur was quite proficient at landing those 3-4 man Malphite ultimates, getting followed up by Hitstick on the Annie. And now they have the Misfortune and the Braum as 2 more pieces to layer on top of that hit R win game combo. The classic Wombo combo. That is what you see. That is what the Wolves are looking at. And the Xin Zhao's there just because Usain's good on it. It's good. It can get tempo. It can gank. You know, I don't necessarily know if it fits the identity of the comp, but it works. It works fine. It's good. Can't complain.
I
feel like we have different perspectives. We might actually disagree here. I think the Wolves have the better draft, personally.
I think both drafts are
bad.
a little rough, but
we're not talking about. We're talking about what's better. What is better?
Yeah, I think the Outlaws have won here this time because the bot lane is just so impossible for Braum and Misfortune. Even if they try to flip it, they cannot flip it solo without a good amount of resources invested into them by a Xin Zhao gank, by a Malphite teleport, by an Annie teleport or roam. That's the only way they can flip bot side. Mid lane is the 50-50. That's where they have to focus all their attention on flipping. Gnar just wins in the Malphite, and if they want to try and invest resources into flipping it, it's just too big of a mountain as well to climb. So I think the Wolves just kind of are lacking in that early game, but if they're able to survive to the late game, then still the team fights are just as easy as press R, but baiting the enemy team into those team fights, it can be rough. They know what's coming. If they have the vision set up, if they have the knowledge, the macro know-how to really drag you around the map, then you can't do those sorts of plays. And I think the Outlaws this time, they got a talking to from their coach, they got yelled at, and they know that they should be what they should be doing in terms of macro.
Yeah, but I will also say that if we've been watching the series, we know how much the Outlaws love walking in to choke points with no vision. Hoppin, especially, loves walking into choke points with no vision. Sheep as well has a bad habit of doing that. This team has shown that even if they play around vision, even if they have it on the field, sometimes they just don't use it. Sometimes they just lack object permanence, and that's because, you know, the relative, I guess, rankings of these leagues. These aren't the top tier competitive players. If we were looking at T1 versus, is anybody as good as T1 right now?
No,
What's
no,
the
not
top
even
team?
close.
All right,
Nope.
Okay.
Doesn't even matter.
Wait, hold on. We forgot about
T1,
FlyQuest. All right.
Nope.
T1 versus FlyQuest. All right.
T1.
You know, the 2 top teams in the world right now. Then yeah, I would honestly favor the Outlaws here, but the simplicity of the Wolves comp and the way that they can they can take fights later in the game, they're able to exploit misplays, and that is what they need to do. And I think that is going to give them an advantage, but I do agree with you that purely based on strength, the Outlaws have a good comp, but I don't know if it's better. I'm really torn. I'm actually really torn here. This is a tough one to judge, and it's a tough one for the chat to judge as well, looking at those points. Make sure you get those bets in. When we come back, we will see what happens in this Game 5 here between the Outlaws and the Wolves. Stick around, because if the other games are any indication, it's gonna be a bloodbath. Welcome back, everybody, for Game 5 of the series between the Outlaws and the Wolves. Outlaws on the blue side, 4 games winning so far on blue, and Wolves on the red side. Purely based on those numbers, they've got a red side to overcome right here. They have to beat down the blue side dominance right here, and that Braum skin is a great start. That is beautiful Braum skin. That skin is my favorite. It's so good. It is so good. I don't play a lot of Braum. I love the skin. Oh, we do have Sheep walking a little forward, gonna get jumped on by Hussein, flashing over the wall. So that is Sheep just walking forward randomly and getting jumped on.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the best, and I don't think. Yeah, I don't think it's too awful actually. It's just Flash, but one thing you do get out is you force Southern Water onto a subpar, item start or ability start rather. I don't think E is the best ability in the world. Actually, I think it's one of the worst League of Legends ability because you're trading like level 1, you're trading 80 mana for 80 points of damage, right? and that's
Yeah.
before accounting for resistances. So you're trading for less than 80 points. So I think it's actually one of the worst abilities in the game in terms of that level 1 stat. So I think it's totally fine to be trading that. And one thing we have to highlight is that Misfortune isn't going for a lethality build. Misfortune is in fact going for a crit style build. So she's looking to auto attack, get those press attack procs off, and not really looking to pop people with the ultimate with an E combo. So that's something we have to keep a really close lookout for.
And something
nothing
I
else
want to
really
point out as well, the Annie has taken Exhaust this game over the
that.
Ignite, looking to try and stay safe against the Assassin in the mid lane here. And I do want to point out that Audacious Charge does give you attack speed. It does give you attack speed when you use it. Not a lot, and it doesn't last very long, but it does give you a bit of attack speed. So
Yeah, most Sinzals opt to go for Audacious Charge first, and that's totally fine. But one thing I want to highlight is, that Exhaust, such a huge
oh wait, were you
damage
talking about
decrease
Lulu
there.
E? Were you talking about Lulu E, the shield?
No, I was talking
I
about.
don't know what E. Okay, I wasn't sure. I was
Misfortune.
like, which
Yeah,
champion took
Misfortune
E?
E,
I wasn't.
but
I don't know.
speaking of,
Oh yeah, speaking of
Uh-oh.
Lulu, okay, B Potts is going to get
Oh,
that
he hits it
kill
though.
with the zap there, but now the minions are beating down. The Ignite was ticking down as well, but not nearly enough, so that's a 1-for-1 trade. Both AD carries picking a kill up, but that is an AD carry going down, and Jinx getting a little bit of time to just take some minions and get some pressure.
look at that. That's again a gank coming in from Usain, and this is just his strategy. They should have
Looking for an
expected it
opportunity.
by now.
Shogun going for the flash, going to land the Q as soon as he can. Here comes another flash. B-Pots has nowhere to go. No summoners left, and this is going to be an easy, clean pickup for Usain. B-Pots stays a little too long and gets picked out once again.
One of those rough things with.
Oh
Man,
no,
this is
Sheep,
dead.
please! Now Sheep's going to get caught out. No flash, and... Oh no.
This is
Oh,
one of those
no.
things where
Oh no.
you've played 5 games versus Usain. You should know that he likes to cap bot so excessively.
Oh, no.
You have to see this coming miles away, and the fact that they haven't been able to adapt to this, they haven't been able to read his pathing, it's not good. It just definitely is not good. And
It's not even
if
like
anything,
a closed book.
Yeah,
It's like a picture book.
Yeah.
It has like footnotes. You have diagrams to tell you exactly what he's gonna do because he's done it the past 4 games,
5
and
games,
you're
yeah.
still confused by it.
Yep.
What?
He was there game 1, he's here game 5, and every game in between. And if anything, I kind of wanted to see Hoppin, do a little bit of adaptation. He started in the top side. He should have been down here for this gank, but because he opted not to go for his Krugs, he's leaving his bot lane wide open for another gank.
Yeah,
Exactly
guess who's
like this.
back again? Usain's back. Tell your friends, cause Sheep has nobody left to keep him alive. And they are going to get taken down. Going for that dozens of deaths that I talked about earlier, they're aiming for that number right here. The Lulu actually just getting so hard exploited here. And since that early flash, it is now just coming back up, and Lulu has died 3 times.
Yep. And one thing that I guess they can say is pretty not too awful about the whole situation is that all 3 kills have been onto the Zinza, right? If you guys can shut him down and you really focus him down in fights, which is super easy when you have a Trundle at the end of the day, and you have a Diana and you have a Gnar, all close range characters who can be inside of his Crescent Guard, you don't have too much to worry about. But the real issue comes when he gets 2 more kills, when he gets 3 more kills, when he gets 4 more kills, and he's just sitting at 9-0, and he has 2 items over everybody in the game. Just because you're not properly playing this macro lane in the bot side, and you're just being so easily ganked, and your Trundle just isn't there to counter gank. Like I said, I wanted to see Hoppin be there for the counter ganks, and so far he just hasn't been able to do that, and it's just allowed them to find this incredible lead so early on. About 1,000 gold, 1,400 gold already at this 5-minute mark.
Yeah, a pretty sizable gold lead into Usain's pocket in particular. And while the Xin Zhao can be easily caught out and shut down in fights, in these early game skirmishes, this Xin Zhao, who usually what you would think would lose to the Trundle, actually I feel is decently favored in these now. Maybe not maybe not super favored, but I would think the Xin Zhao, with a couple of items, a little
Sheepstead.
cheap. Oh wait, no, in the top lane we have Lindblom. He's just gonna go for the solo kill right here. There's no way out. You are gone, but so is Sheep. Auto attack in there, but hey, Hitstick's in danger here, waiting for the stun. The bear goes down, the exhaust goes down as well, and Range Tops walking back and forth, just going back and forth, trying to dash dance there, but this ain't Melee, that ain't Falco, and you ain't winning this game, brother. You gotta start stepping it up. He's 2 more kills going over to the Wolves.
Very nice play from the Wolves to actually pick up those kills, and it's just them misplaying. I just don't understand. They just aren't having the jungle tracking on point for this series. I think they just aren't properly tracking where the jungle would be. Games 1 and 3, it looked very on point. They were very aware where he was. They were very in his face, but maybe this is just the fatigue issue coming in. You know, there's a 5-game series. You just have to be there and present for all 5 series, and sometimes in some players it's just a hard thing to do if you haven't experienced it before. So this might be just a veterancy issue coming out, but can't be certain about that at the end of the day. So now they're just looking for another gank on the mid. They have the pings going down, and I just don't think it's a viable one with the lane getting pushed in like it is. So yeah, Trundle has to go for these invades. He has to look for something aggressive, but he steps up a ward, so he will get collapsed on pretty heavily, especially since he more than likely has to blow flash if Malphite were to roam down here.
Yeah, he will have to blow flash if that is the goal for the Malphite, but for the time being, the game is slowed down for a little bit, so we can talk for a moment about how things are shaking out right now. First Dragon was picked up by Usain, and the Wolves, oh wait, we have a gank in the mid lane, will get flashed. Range Tops dodges out of that one. Timing that flash on the Malphite ultimate, not the most difficult thing in the world, but boy does it feel good when you do it. You know, it's one of those feel-good dodges. It's like, I am literally Faker, right? It feels good. And the Herald is going to be picked up here by Hoppin and Lindblom. They do have vision. Usain is walking over, and so is the mid lane of both teams. We're going to see a skirmish up here. Teams are hovering around. The damage is coming out. They're going to try and finish this one out. Lindblom hops forward. Hoppin's going to hop in himself, but he ain't got the damage to do a whole lot. Actually, Usain was the one dashing in. Hoppin was already in the middle of that one. We have Tibbers getting dropped down. That damage is coming out. Diana, once again, dash dancing, waiting for those cooldowns, waiting for some mana, waiting for divine intervention, but your god has abandoned you, and you are going down here. 2 more kills, and the Herald going over to the Wolves.
Very nice play from the Wolves to collapse on that, and I think it was a little bit of a misplay coming out from the side of Hoppin. I think you could have done that just a tad a little bit better. He had so much sustain with the Q. We can hop into a quick little replay here just to see pinpoint exactly what happened. Yeah, both mid laners rotated over, and look how instantly low Hoppin gets. His team leaves him kind of on a pedestal right here, just face tanking all this damage. And yeah, look at that hop away. He just instantly gets jumped on. Probably should just smite here early, try to and then ult someone and try to get the target back, because if they win that as
Hoppin was trying to take a camp in the enemy jungle and died. Where have we seen this one before? Can somebody tell me where we've seen this one before?
3,000.
Anyone in chat, tell me where we've seen Hoppin randomly die in the enemy jungle. Like, I feel like I'm being a little harsh on Hoppin, but this is one of his biggest weaknesses. It's something he's been doing in so many of these games across the entire season, and he's just still getting caught out in the enemy jungle. Like, come on, dude. You gotta stop doing it. You don't have pressure. You don't have backup. You don't have vision. You have nothing. You're a big dude with the club, but he's a big dude with a spear and 4 kills under his belt. You've got nothing. You don't win these. Stop trying. I'm sorry. I just...
It's a rough one.
I feel so bad because I think Hoppin's such a great guy, and I've enjoyed talking to him in the time, like the brief bit of conversation we've had. So it feels so bad to see it happen every single game, and he's just not adapting and he's not respecting his opponents.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that's just a hard thing to do. Adapt your solo queue playstyle to competitive environment. But speaking of competitive environment, one thing that, you know, a lot of coaches try to teach their players is the idea of building for what you want to do as they look for a set up a play on this bot side of the map. B-pots and 6 and Sheep so dangerously close to getting enveloped here. I think they just get out of it. They said something is wrong.
Yeah, they smelled it. They sniffed it. They saw it in the. They smelt it in the wind,
Yeah.
But now they're getting a little too confident. Oh no, Beepots. He's like, okay, maybe there's nothing wrong here. And
Can't step
okay,
up there
yep,
without
that
UV
will just be
character
a
support,
flash
brother.
there. But you know, safety is good enough. Honestly, walking back up there could have just been like if Usain hadn't already used Wind Become Lightning, that was a pivot Wind Become Lightning free kill. But that is fine. You know, Jinx does stay alive there. Actually, now Hoppin's on the bot side, gonna actually
Guard,
respond to one of these
takes the
plays.
sheep.
Usain's gonna be safe from the shield here.
Nice
Normal
separation.
Wide, now Beepots is big. Now there's a lot of damage coming out. The bullet
Oh,
time's gonna
sick.
shred through Sheep right here. That's a lot of damage. Now Annie is here on the play. Diana's following as well, but she is too far behind. Range tops not replying as quickly as Hitstick has. In the top lane, we do see Lindblom just putting on a clinic against Feathers and Fur, but Feathers and Fur's weak side. Feathers and Fur has been weak side the entire season. They're a weak side warrior, and they're winning it. Meanwhile, the Southern warrior, literally the bot lane warrior in the south of the map, doing a fantastic job with the help of Usain in taking control of this lane.
One little adaptation that, you know, just speaking on items a little bit, one adaptation you see from Lindblom, he's going for the Triforce like we suggested. Very nice pickup from him. I like it a lot instead of, you know, just the whole breaker rush. One thing as well, the highlight that I don't like from Southern Warrior, they aren't building for what their runes say they want to do. Their runes say that they want to auto tech. Their runes say that they want to hit 3 procs onto someone on that press attack. However, their items say that they wish they had Dark Harvest or Electrocute or Comet because they're going for a lethality Misfortune build. They finally pick up a tier at 13 minutes. It's going to be stacked in, you know, roughly 15 minutes later. And it just doesn't match what their playstyle is wanting to do. So one thing I just always, you know, try to tell my players whenever possible, I try to tell them just build for what you're going to be doing and you'll find a lot more success. So if you're going to roam on Braum, build the Mobies, like exactly like we're seeing a roam in the mid lane, and Lindblom is getting collapsed here.
Ooh, we have an
Look at the
ulti coming
jump.
in here. The unstoppable force is rather unstoppable right now.
but
Maybe
it gets
Lindblom will find that he is quite stoppable. Here comes the Megan R, just pushing him back, not into the wall. Will keep himself safe for the time being. They may be looking to shove and they may be looking for a dive, but Hoppin is here, all waiting in the wings, so they will not go any further, but maybe Usain's going to find danger. Hoppin's waiting here. Here comes the pillar. Here comes the damage. The ultimate's going to come out in response. Both ultimates being used from both junglers, and Usain's just going to get beat down. Now you're in a good spot, Hoppin. Now this is a great opportunity to start counter jungling, or look for something in the top side of the map. Go for this turret. Go for, I mean, the turret is very weak, so that will likely be the opportunity here. So yeah, a kill going over to the Outlaws.
Very, very nice kill. Very, very nice pickup. And even though he's an item down, you have to realize that the stats that Subjugates gives and takes away from Usain is enough to equalize out that gold, you know, deficit just a little bit, enough to where he can win that fight solo 1v1. And I think it's a really good job that Range Tops KS that, because you want your AP threat to be ahead. If your AP threat is behind, it doesn't matter how far ahead this Trundle, Gnar, or Jinx get, they just build armor and they don't ever have to worry about a Diana doing damage to them. So very, very nice job from him to KS that. And as I think
We have a little bit of damage here. We have jump coming in here. We have Beepots in danger. That's just going to be a CC chain and a CC combo and a bullet time. And it's time for you to retire as Beepots has been taken down in the bot lane.
Very, very nice play. Very, very nice play. You know, dropping the ultimate, waiting on, you know, potentially, you know, Beepot's flash just to see if they could find something at the end of the day. But 4-1 on this Misfortune. 11-4 in terms of this kill lead, but only 2,000 gold up, so they definitely still have an opportunity to bring this game back, and we just have to see it happen.
Yeah, we will have to see if it happens, when it happens, how it happens, because it is looking very, not even really, it's honestly not super dire. The gold is actually still pretty close to even, despite the kills going definitely in favor of the Wolves right now. And like you said, the comp for the Outlaws here does have some good scaling. Like, once it gets to late game, although fights are going to be rough, they do have plenty of angles to look for these fights and look to win them, especially if Beepots can start pulling it back, start getting, you know, slowing it down, getting some fart, and getting those items, and getting to that Jinx late game that we all expect to see and all fear, at least in this season.
Absolutely. It's going to be Hoppin walking into the wrong area, brother. This isn't your
Hoppin.
turf anymore, brother.
Yeah. Yeah, Hoppin is walking into the wrong place at the wrong time, but Lindblom is here as well. Maybe Lindblom's in the wrong place at the wrong time as well, and he's walking up. Lindblom's going to be big. Lindblom is now massive, but he's not able to get in. He goes for the Gnar. He's waiting to get into the wall. There goes the smash. The ultimates are lined up, but maybe they aren't lined up well enough. Range Tops is not able to finish off Hitstick here. Lulu has arrived, but Lulu is just going to... Lulu's going to show up for moral support. The Rocket's going to come in from the bot lane. As Hussein here is not going to be able to get on to Sheep quite yet. The heal's going to come out waiting for that. Oh no, here comes the Gore Drinker, but B Potts has the Gatling gun, able to take that down. That is a 3 for 3. Both sides ending with the Herald is actually what the big objective there was, and that goes over to Hussein.
Very nice job from Usain to last for so long. But one thing that was really rough from either team is that Lindblom ulted, I think Feathers and Fur and Usain out of Range Top's ult. So the damage came down onto a single target was actually relatively negligible, but it didn't matter at the end of the day. They were able to turn it around. Great rockets, great roam from B-Pots, and now the Mountain Drake is the next objective for both sides, looking to set up vision for this. And Shogun DHS caught in a bad spot, but his team is around there to protect him, and Range Tops might be the one getting caught out here. They just have to be ready for this. Feathers and Fur has a teleport. They just need to make sure he doesn't get a good teleport flank on that backside of the pit, because if he does, it can be spell disaster for them.
Yeah, will spell disaster if they cannot, oh man, sorry, yeah, I just felt like my chest die. It like collapsed in on itself for a second there. That didn't feel great, but what is gonna feel great is if one of these teams can secure this dragon here, particularly the Wolves. They will be on soul point if they get this, and that is Mountain Soul. That's something I'm looking for. Feathers and Fur finding a 3-man ultimate. Here comes another one. Here comes another one. Another one. Another one. Another one. The ultimates are layered. The Wombo combo has again completed. That is Falco, and you are gonna be going down. That is a clean ace for the Wolves, and oh my god, that was a pentakill! I didn't even know. Woo! Southern Warrior fans, I want to see you in chat. I want to see all of you spamming Southern Warrior heart. I want to see the big memes. I want to see all you people. You've been talking this whole season about how amazing Southern Warrior is, and I didn't believe you. I never believed you, and I'm not still sure I believe you. But here he is today, pulling out the pentakill, pressing the R key, and that's all you need to do, baby. Pentakill for Southern Warrior, and the Wolves are looking like they're going to finals.
Yeah, let's look exactly how he got that pentakill. You can just say it was just ultimates on top of ultimates, but it was well-placed ultimates, most importantly from Feathers and Fur. I think he had a 4-man, a huge 4-man, great Braum ultimate over the top, and look at that, the ultimate from Diana just wasn't able to disrupt the Misfortune. It was just outside of range of disrupting the Misfortune, so it didn't just quite allow him to get in there and pull the ultimate out. And one thing I also want to highlight is the macro play from that to start it all up. A very beautiful Rift Herald placed on the bottom side of the map from Usain to push that lane out for them, which allowed them, put the Outlaws on a timer. It forced them to say, okay, either we have to go now, and then we can deal with the Rift Herald and get the Drake, or we just have to give it up entirely, and that's not an option for us. So we have to go now, and that kind of indecision didn't allow them to make a play, and allowed Feathers and Fur to sneak in here, allowed him to really look for the play, and pretty much just crush them entirely with a great ultimate from Southern Warrior. So now what does their macro look like? It looks like a 1-3-1 again, and they're just so far behind, they just don't have the tools again as well to make those 1-3-1 plays. Lindblom just isn't far ahead as he was last time. It's not looking good for the Outlaws. It's still winnable, but they really have to step up their level of play.
Yeah, they really are going to have to step up their level of play right here, because it is quite hard here. And I do want to say that Southern Warrior, you thought he wasn't going to go lethality because he took press the attack. Nope, pepperoni secret. He has in fact went lethality instead for some ungodly reason. I mean, look, you can't blame the man. He just got a pentakill. Like, we are not hating, but we are confused.
And Hoppin getting caught out here in his own jungle. Very unfortunate positioning.
Hoppin.
That's Baron. You see the pings going down. They have about a 7,000 gold lead, and with the amount of pressure that they're just able to generate with a mouth fight solo, like the Jinx is fighting so hard to cut through it. They're just able to pick this up so easily.
Yeah, it's going to be an easy pickup of the Baron right here. Lindblom on the bottom side here actually did not rush the Hullbreaker this game, instead going for the Triforce. Teleport is up for Lindblom, but no real reason to go in there. Super Mega Death Rocket is going to crash into Shogun, but that will not be the execute, and that is going to be the Baron going over to the Wolves, and they're on the hunt, and the target are the Outlaws.
Yeah, with that Baron buff, honestly, they can end the game sooner than the Outlaws did last time. They can quite seriously at this point just walk down mid. They have such a strong teamfight comp. They have 2 items on everyone who needs 2 items. Everyone else on the side of the Outlaws, 2 items just now picked up for B-Pots, and that's not enough. So I think this is the part of the game where you just walk down and you try to end as fast as possible, because like I said, your early game team comp is so strong. But if they scale, they can deal with it quite successfully from the side of the Outlaws. So you just got to do something, and you got to go now. You have to have the confidence to make these plays.
Yeah, we're going to see if the confidence is here. We're going to have 2 people going into the Feathers and Fur. The Trundle ultimate is not quite up yet. Subjugate will not be able to come down, and here comes backup. The Wolves have arrived. The pack is here, and they're watching you in the bot lane here. In the top lane, we do see the solo kill. Hit stick showcasing why you pay $15 to play Annie in the deciding match of your tournament life here. Boy, oh boy, Hitstick showcasing the power of this Annie pick, at least in these some of these fights, some of these situations here. Nothing happened on the bot side of the map, fortunately, so that is awesome. that is excellent, I guess. There will be a turret going down. That's not excellent. Oh man, what is even the angle here for the Outlaws? Because it is looking like the window of opportunity has been shut days ago. So how do they pry it open?
Well, you know, there are a few different styles of king comps in League of Legends, and you know, people break them down differently. But I like to break them down as, you know, late game disengage, late game engage, or early game disengage, early game engage. And right now we're looking at a late game disengage, one of the worst style of comps coming out from the side of the Outlaws, right? Because you scale late, so you can't even value effectively, and you can't tempo because you're a disengage style of comp. So how do you come back when you're in a losing situation, when you can't contest anything, when you can't walk up to anything, and when they have a Mountain Soul, you can't. So you have to really just hope and pray that they make a mistake with their engage here, and they just run under your tier 4s, your Mountain or your Fountain Laser, and int the game away. But realistically, not everybody on their team is going to do that. Maybe Feathers and Fur just for the heck of it, but not.
Yeah, the only. I want to say that the only player who doesn't have at least 100 armor after this Mountain Soul is Southern Warrior. They're the only player who doesn't have that much armor. B-Pots does not have the LDR yet. They just don't have the pen. We do have a flank possibility here. Lindblom is in the back, but they're already big, and they're big a little too early. They got a little too excited, a little too angry. That's going to be a lost fight opportunity here. Brahms walking into it. The Brahms walking and looking for an opportunity. Usain's walking up, taking a little bit of damage to the Boomerang. They're kiting back. The Outlaws are kiting back. Almost called them the Bandits, but the Bandits were who the Wolves took out last week. Going from Bandits to Outlaws, taking them both down. I guess the Wolves are the Law Keepers. We got them? Is that it? Are they keeping order here in VAD? Is that what they're doing?
Yeah, potentially, maybe.
Potentially, we'll see.
I don't know,
We'll
but
see.
it will be a collector coming up from the Jinx. I mean, of the items you could have gone, not the best. I think a Serpent's Fang would have been beautiful here. Absolutely stupendous. It would have cut down 2 of their shields there. Very, very good. And especially since you have a Stairs Gauge on Lindblom, I really like the adaptation his build. I can tell that his coach talked to him like, listen, buddy, your build before was really bad, and now it's so much better. Very, very nice, but it's not enough. You know, his team is so far behind at this point in the game, and again, I just not sure how they force a fight with their disengaged style of team comp where they can actually win. They just have to hope that they're able to survive the engage, or Lindblom gets a
Yeah,
miracle.
they're gonna have to hope they
ultimate,
can
but it's
survive the
not enough.
engage, and here it is. It has arrived. Diana just gonna go down immediately. Hoppin's gonna walk in. He's gonna use the subjugate to get a
Lindblom.
little tanky, but all he's gonna do is be
Looking
able to
at
bash in the
Lindblom.
bear. Here comes Lindblom. He's found an opportunity. He gets the 3-man
not
Mega
enough.
Gnar, but that's not enough stuns, and he's gonna get exhausted. He's gonna get damaged out. Here comes the bullet time. Southern Warrior. He's charging on. Beatpots is gonna get taken down here. The ultimate's not gonna be enough. Shogun is actually on a killing spree right now, and this is gonna be it. This is gonna be the end. This is gonna be the series, as we are looking at the final, the last words, the last hurrah of the Outlaws, and that is it for them as the Wolves move on to finals.
That was a really good performance from the Wolves. Absolutely broke the blue side streak that we had seen the entire series, whole series long. It was just blue side, blue side, blue side, blue side, and they were able to break that. Very nice, and they did it properly. They drafted what they felt comfortable on. They got the Annie, and now if you're the Hammerheads, how do you take advantage of that? Well, you just have to ban out certain champions. You have to look at that. You have to analyze their draft and break down what they're doing. For the Outlaws, tough break, very close series, very good ideas coming through, but at the end of the day, they just couldn't do it. They just couldn't overcome that last hill, and it's so very close.
I talked about tough pills to swallow. That's a sad yeehaw from me here, an old former Outlaw player, but that is the way the cookie crumbles, boys. Here in playoffs, you never know how these games are gonna go. You never know what kind of build you're gonna get here in VAD, and we got to see some crazy stuff, but hey, you know what? If it works, if it's getting you pentakills, is it really that bad? Is it really that bad? Well done for the Wolves tonight. They come back, they win it all the way, back and forth, and finally break the blue side, winning this. But my God, what an absolutely insane, dominating game from the Wolves. Where was that hiding the entire series, Becky?
I think that what just happened was the Wolves, they didn't crumble under pressure. They stayed calm. They knew the game plan. Their game plan was to hit the R key. And gosh darn it, they hit the R key real good.
Yeah, they did.
They hit that R button. They clicked it. They clicked the R key. They got the pentakill, and they did what they needed to do. And honestly, it feels like it felt like a lot of what we saw with the Outlaws is they got all those draft edges, but they're edges that didn't matter. Their players couldn't do anything with the draft edges. Their players just weren't able to find those advantages that the comps needed to do, and as a result, these good comps just fell apart.
But I mean, you know what? Arlen said something good, and it's like the most matching theme towards the draft league since I've ever seen it. Just send it game 5. Pick some fun stuff, pick some crazy stuff, build whatever you're feeling. It comes back to that comfort. It comes back to what you feel good on, and if you feel good, you play good. And that's what we saw here out of the Wolves. I mean, Arlen, like, they sent it, did they not?
They full sent it, and at the end of the day, even if it wasn't in a way we expected it, you have to respect it. It's just full send. Let's go out with a bang. If we win, we win. If we lose, we die trying. So I respect them for that, and they came out on top with it.
Yeah, it was an incredible 5-game series, and now that we are at the end, the Wolves are making their way to finals. Next week, they'll be facing the Hammerheads in a best-of-5, but we're not done yet tonight. We got a couple things to close this out. Don't forget, we have the MVP poll wherever it is in the Twitchosphere around here. Make sure to go vote on who you think deserves MVP from our winning team. Yes, the Wolves, so all 5 name of those Wolves of the entire Wolf Pack is up there. Let us know who you think. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, not only are we going to be announcing our MVP, we are going to be doing a quick interview. I think Becky Reed has arranged a certain someone to come on, so we will see you very, very soon. Make sure to keep getting those votes in, and we will be back on the desk with our closing MVP and an interview. See you soon. ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We got some music playing really loud, so I'm gonna just bring that down a bit. We're back on the desk. It's our final little closeout of the night, and you guys voted for who you think deserves that MVP. And I think, you know what, after that game 5, it makes sense. You get a big play, you get the big votes, and who else could it be? Our MVP of the night. It's
Yeah. And yet we can talk about Southern Warrior like not having a calculator and not knowing how to build, but they were playing really well throughout the entire series. They, aside from like the game 3 that was just really tragic for the Wolves in general, Southern Warrior had so many fights where he just found good angles and good positioning. He was able to get out as much damage as possible and help. And maybe not cleaning up for the team, but letting the rest of the team clean up, which I think is something that is commendable for him as a player, and very much respectable. And I'm not hating on the guy. Come on, his builds were dubious, but he won, and that's what gets you to finals. And he played well. He may have built poorly, but he played really well. And that's more of what matters at the end of the day.
I think, he played, like Becky said, he hit on all the points everyone has talked about. He played super well, full scented. Like, there weren't too many games where I thought he ran it down in his lane, but, got a lot of the jungle tension, was able to use it, for the most part, pretty effectively. And able to use the resources that were invested into him, and that's what you want to see when you have an AD carry like that. You just want to, if you're gonna invest into the AD carry, let the AD carry do something with it, and that's what Southern Warrior did.
as they should be. But we got someone else here as well too, live on the hot mic tonight. None other than the Wolves support Shogun. DHS, how you doing tonight, buddy?
I am doing fantastic, especially after the 5-game series that we just had to play. It was feels pretty good. Feels pretty good.
Yeah, I bet it feels good. I bet it feels good, especially get that win. I know your team. Maybe it was probably just a little bit of sauce in the banter chat. Where two or three of your teammates were like, yeah, 3-0 Outlaws, so they win this easily. I'm curious about, that is definitely a joke. I'm sure you had some confidence, but I want to know, how was the team feeling coming into this matchup against the Outlaws? Especially because during the regular season, they had the head-to-head over you. They took second seed by tying with you. How did it feel going into the series?
Going into the series was it was a little worrying. We weren't sure how this one was going to go. I think our draft was a little strange, and like, of course, Feathers getting like 4 ban pretty much every single game is like really annoying to deal with, and we knew that was probably going to happen because that happens a lot, especially when we play Outlaws. So it was really just playing around that. And of course, we do drop game number 1, so like I think the main thing was like not getting like super tilted after that one, and just kind of like having the mental willpower to bounce back. And it also helps that in game 2 we bounce back really well. Like we don't just eke out a win. Like we do really well in game number 2. And just like I don't remember exactly what the scoreline was, but I remember just getting a huge I think it was like they played Morgana into my Karma, like they picked Morgana super early, and I counter picked
you obliterated them.
And
you just smacked them. You smacked them up.
Yeah, that was the only like time where I genuinely think like there was nothing their bot lane could do to us, and it was like not because of it was like somewhat because of jungle, because Hecarim ends up coming in earlier or like later, but like a lot of it was just the fact that like Morgana just half HP the entire lane.
Yeah, no, I think that you bringing up mentality there is something that is very important in these long series, and especially with these draft teams, just a bunch of random lads coming together to play some League of Legends, some good old-fashioned League of Legends. And I know, I believe Feathers and Fur mentioned in the Discord chat at some point that your team had struggled with getting tilted. in the games that you lost during the regular season. What did you do differently this time around to keep your basically like the team mental in check, to keep everybody calm and to just focus on the next game? Because you all stayed focused and you were able to bounce back after every loss.
I think a big part of that is our captain Feathers. He is probably one of the most untiltable people on our team. If anyone's gonna get tilted, it's a big one. A big one is me to a certain extent, because I like to talk a lot about like what happens after the game.
That's
and
fair.
so it also helps that we have like our full roster for like all these games, because a lot of the time we're playing with like a broken roster of some sort. Like there was a week that like Southern couldn't be there. There's a week like Usain has to hop out for a game. Like I couldn't make it to a week, so like it's difficult for the team cohesion to come in. So those few times that we did play together, I felt like our personalities clashed a little bit. And then but in this one, we're all used to each other at this point, so we're able to have like a lot more civil discussion. And I think that's what really drove it home. And so yeah.
Yeah, that's really inspiring to hear. That's actually really, really nice to hear. It's something I was really worried about with your team, and it's one of the things I talked about last week actually when I apologize. You're the best. The Wolves are great. Wolves are winning the whole thing. I said that the Wolves were going to get beat by the Bandits, and that turned out to be wrong. And one of the things I pointed out was that what if your team can't handle the pressure of the best of 3 or the best of 5? What if you just get tilted? How do you adapt from that? And it seems like you have a great plan in place to handle that, and that is really nice to hear. I think that big shout outs to Feathers then. Big ups to Feathers. Good stuff from the team captain. So I want to ask you a little bit about, we've talked a little bit about your matchup this week, but this week is only, this was the second seed. There is still one team waiting for you in the finals. 17-1. Didn't drop a game in their semifinals. The Hammerheads. The only team who beat them in the regular season were the Bandits. How are you feeling going into next week?
3-0.
3-0?
I'm not going to say it. No. All right. I'm going to keep it realistic.
Okay.
Going into next week, I think Hammerheads is a very difficult team to face. I think their jungler is pretty strong. Their bot lane's solid. Their bot lane's really solid. And of course, Defoe is like, he's got a champ ocean of just like mostly artillery mages, but he can pull out I think he's pulled out the LeBlanc before. He can play control mages. He can play the Victor. I think he probably has like one of the most played, or like the widest champ pool of the entire league. So I mean that's a big point of contention there. So I mean, shout out to him, because he's always really annoying to play against, and especially if he is on those like artillery mages, it makes my job harder to a certain extent, because Rome's mid feel really bad unless he's like trolling and pushing up, and he never does that. But other than that, I will say that the Hammerheads, no matter what happens, whether it be in 3, whether it be in 5, they will be taking their 2nd to 4th losses next Monday.
Ooh. Those are some bold words, and I like to hear that. I like to hear the spice. I like to hear the sauce coming down here. So last, before we let you go, anything you want to say or any shout outs you want to give while we have you on the stream?
I will go ahead and shout out a few people. Of course, the MVP, the ADC, Southern. I mean, that guy was nuts. Of course, gets that pentakill in Game 5, which is like the best way I could think of to cap off this series for sure. And really just everybody else on my team, because I mean, without them, this is definitely not possible. I mean, everybody on my team is just absolutely cracked, for sure. And of course, I do want to shout out my lovely girlfriend who has been supporting me in chat. Thank you so much, Majolica. If you see her in chat, gotta shout her out for supporting me so much. So yeah.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, big shout outs to the Wolves and big shout outs to you as well, because you were playing insane on support. I'm a support. I loved what you were doing out there. I saw it. I knew what was happening. Some of these other people, they don't play support. They don't get it. I get it.
I get it.
Yeah.
I
I'm with
saw you
too,
tear
boys.
apart that lane down bot, and I was feeling it. I was feeling so good. But no, I think good stuff from you, good stuff from the team, and good luck next week as you take on the Hammerheads in finals of the Victoris Amateur Draft League.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, cool. And that will be it then. After
That'll be
that
it.
will be it for the broadcast. Gurf, you can take us out.
Yeah, Shogun, thanks again for joining us, buddy. We'll see you next week on stream. We'll also see you Thursday on stream when you're doing your lovely casting. But thank you again for stopping by tonight, and we wish you all the best of luck next week. Bring her home. He might be gone with us. No?
Oh.
He's still here.
Oh,
He's still
what?
here.
What? Oh,
He's
what's
still
happening?
here.
Sorry.
That's okay. We're closing out because it's the end of the night, and unfortunately, we got no more games. There's no best of 7 here. This isn't hockey playoffs here. Interesting. Best of 7. We'd be here all night if it was best of 7s. Oh my god, I can't even imagine that. Can't even imagine it. So, with that being said, thank you so much for everybody tuning in tonight. Don't forget about our giveaway, which is going to be running all the way through until mid-April, until we have our award show. So, you can keep earning points. You can keep grabbing raffle tickets with your channel points using the reward system. And with that being said, that'll be it from us tonight. Make sure to tune in tomorrow night, 7 p.m. EST, because it's going to be the grand finals of the VRD, the Victoris Rival Draft League. So we're going to have to see who takes it home in another exciting best of 5. And I believe it is Wizards versus Nocturnals, if my memory serves me right, but it usually doesn't that great all the time. So you'll see tomorrow. It'll be posted. It'll be in the We Are Live. Make sure to hop on over to our Discord too if you are interested in participating in one of these leagues this upcoming summer, because I know registration is right around the corner. Keep your eyes peeled in announcements, because something will be coming soon. And I'm sure, as many other summer splits have been, they're always a good banger. Till next time though, folks, I've been Gurf. This has been Becky Rita, this has been Arlen. Sometimes the camera flips on me, but we're both here, and we will see you next week for grand finals of the VAD League. Have a good night, everyone.
Okay.
Got to go in.